What's up, guys? Can you lot hear me by any chance? Something's wrong with my mic.
Clear on my end. What's good?
Hey, sir, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. What's good, everyone? It's my first time in one of these podcasts. I see somebody mentioning that. I am a commentator. I hang out a lot in some of the areas C4 does. He's the guy who vouched me on this one. Nice to be here.
Awesome, nice to have you here. And C4, how you doing today, bro? You're still muted.
Oh no, he got
My
hit by the
bad.
muted
My
tape.
bad. No professional. Yeah, I'm all good. Just been pressing buttons on 2xKO, but this is more important.
Is 2xKO any good before we get started? Because I've got a beta key, but I haven't tried it yet.
I mean, you don't like MK cameos, so you probably won't like it.
Wait, what's the comparison?
You've got cameos, but you can tag into your cameos, so it's
just a tag fighter.
Yeah. But you don't like the assist part, so if you don't like assist, you probably won't like tag, right?
No. It's not that I don't like assist. I don't like MK1. But that's a whole other topic we ain't gonna get into.
Yeah, so I think it's a good game. Yeah,
I'll give it a try. Don't know if my PC can run it, but anyway, we'll talk about that later. I guess what we're here to talk about today is like tone policing and how we conduct ourselves online. Because obviously, you guys probably saw the other day there was an incident with a Tekken player. He's asked to not be on the podcast. So what I've done is I've taken all of his screenshots that were online and I've blurred out his name and who he was talking to in the area that it was from. But it doesn't only pertain to Tekken, obviously. We've seen this happen in Smash Bros, where people's old tweets are getting combed through and then they're either being banned or they're being told that you've got to apologize before you come back into the community or outright banned. And I guess to start with, Serrt, what do you think about this whole like tone policing going
on? I mean, it's a tough question to just objectively answer. I don't think there is one right answer for this sort of thing because different spaces necessitate different levels of like safety. But my overall opinion of tone policing is I don't like it personally. I think that going after someone for their thoughts and their ideology is like you're stepping into a very, very gray area at that point because one, my understanding is this guy in particular was caught on old tweets. You've got no information if he's changed or not. I don't know if there's any additional context in that regard. And two, you don't really give anyone a platform to, have a debate. You don't want to surround yourself with people who only side with your opinion on a topic because at that point, you're just echo chambering and that's shit, obviously.
And C4, how do you feel about it? Because I know you introduced me to that whole situation, so I'm guessing you've got a whole opinion on it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a fancy position, but I think in public, tone policing is cringe. But if you're trying to get into a community, a group, and they look at your public statements or your persona, then they have every right to not want you in it. So yeah, in public, like on Twitter, you can say what you want, but you can't expect people to accept what you say when you want to be in their community.
Do you think, because obviously the person that had these tweets up, it was about Muslim people and how he felt about Islam. But do you think, how do I word this? I have to be careful I say this because I'm in the UK, so don't want to get cooked by the government. Actually, maybe I'll come back to that when I know what to say a bit better. Do you think that people should be able to express their, not necessarily a disdain for a religion, but not liking somebody or something that they're a part of without people going at them?
I think if you do it in public, I think it's unreasonable to assume that no one's going to come at you for saying something against the, well, maybe not against the grain, but it's like if I start tweeting like Arsenal's the best, I can't be shocked Pikachu face when someone says, no, Man U's better. Like, it's a bit weird to expect that everyone has to accept your position. That seems a bit odd.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't be crucified for saying it in public, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. What about you, sir?
I think that's the sort of opinion I'd have as well. I do also think if you were to apply it to a much more low stakes example, like what C4 did, for example. You know, the whole crucified in public thing that you said. If,
Yeah.
for example, I don't know, the blockbuster movie of the year came out and it's one that literally everyone liked, and then you literally go into like a busy place and just shout out an opposite of the grain opinion, that's not really like a harmful thing, but you would expect probably someone in the crowd to turn around to you and just go, "You're an idiot," or "You don't know what you're talking about." The moment you put your opinion out into the public sphere, someone's going to push back onto it. That's just the nature of discourse. So it's like, I think the distinction is, do we allow people to have these opinions and then argue with them, or do we just shut them out from having these opinions to begin with?
Yeah, that's kind of where I am at with it, because I'm going to bring up the tweets now so everyone knows what we're talking about. But I don't think you should necessarily ban somebody for having opinions on like your faith or maybe your ideology or whatever it might be, unless they're expressing that they want to come to the venue and hurt somebody. I think talking about something that you believe in, much like people do online for all sorts of things, but there seems to be like certain communities that are maybe favored over others, at least from what I can observe. It doesn't feel like you should be banned from tournaments, but apart from Tekken, this is something that happens in Smash all the time, right? Somebody will express that they're either like right wing or Christian or even Muslim, and they get banned for having those opinions or putting them out there. So I'm not of the opinion that you should ban somebody for not particularly being down with your faith, because it seems like violence is the only thing that you should really go to unless they're attacking somebody. I don't know. Like, am I off on that? Or because when I read this, what you sent me, C4, it didn't seem like a bannable offense.
I think I disagree. I think we spoke about this before when I said there's reasons outside of harm that I think everyone would agree with for banning someone from an event. If someone was in your gaming event and they started unplugging all the TVs, they're not causing harm, but you're going to be like, you're a nuisance, get out. Like,
yeah. So wait, hold on, my mistake. I might have misspoken. Said you should only ban them for that reason. Not only that reason, but maybe this doesn't make sense without putting the tweets up for people.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Yeah, I think we gave everyone like a platform to base this off first. So have you got like the whole list of what that guy tweeted before he deleted it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So I've blurred out a lot of like his name and all that stuff because it's irrelevant. But he said, "I want to share a very serious experience I've had in the Tekken scene. After my first local in UK, I was warned by an organizer not for anything I did at the event, but for a post from my personal X account back in 2023." So yeah, the TO reached out to him and basically told him that they have a zero tolerance of any bigotry or harassment here, including Islamophobia. The energy is not welcome in the scene or at the local, so I need to make sure you understand. And then they got back into it, and it came down to like free speech. A lot of it was him just explaining that he was speaking on his own account and he wasn't going at anybody in particular. I don't know if a lot of this is super relevant, but it's just him fighting his case. They were talking about community safety. Do you feel like the community is at harm or at risk if somebody is expressing that they don't particularly like a certain religion?
Not necessarily. See, I know you just said they might not be relevant. There's something I was reading in those initial images that's immediately thrown me off, like a sort of hold up. It's this one here.
Okay.
About halfway up, is it? Yeah, so the guy with that love heart icon is the TO, it looks like.
Yeah.
This wasn't a notice of a ban, like critically. He's just saying to the guy, look, we found these tweets. We don't agree with them. We have individuals in our local scene who could be hurt if you express this opinion. Don't bring it to the venue. And the guy has seemingly escalated that to defending himself. And I think I'm kind of confused by that because, like, we're discussing bans. This guy didn't have a threat of a ban.
Yeah, well, this is one instance. Obviously, there's other examples I'm going to show in a little bit. This guy in particular, when I spoke to him, he didn't express that he was banned, but it was kind of hinted at that it was going to go down that route, and the TO was kind of just trying to warn him to not express these things in public, even though apparently he had never expressed it out in the tournaments. He just expressed it online. But do you think it's fair for the TO to reach out to him based on his tweets? I don't know if either of you saw them to discuss them. Do you think it's a fair thing to do?
Yep. I think along as well as it being fair, I think the messages I read, I'm not sure if it was the same person the whole way through. Maybe the first person was different to the person who we're looking at now. But everything I read from the TO was pretty cordial. They were like not trying to escalate. They were pretty grounded, just saying like what people have seen you say could be offensive. They were kind of like in a roundabout way asking, can you say sorry? Or like, could you at least say that's not your view now? Because they kept talking about, oh, their tweets I said in 2023, but they never denied that they didn't still think like that. So I think that's kind of what they were looking for. Some sort of like, don't worry, I'm good. Like, I'm not going to cause any trouble, blah, blah, blah. But they just didn't give that. And I think that's what the TO was looking for. So for me, I think if you're a TO, you should be having in the forefront of your mind about the already established community members feeling not just safe from like harm, but feeling comfortable in the venue. Like, I don't know. I think that's
Do
pretty
you think
reasonable.
that I'll ask Serrt this? Do you think that if the TO, because we're just talking hypotheticals now based on other things that have happened in other scenes, but if the TO reaches out to him and says that we're not too happy with these tweets, and he says that I still feel this way, but I'm going to come to the tournaments and do my own thing. Like, these are just my personal beliefs. And let's say he doesn't tweet it out. If him saying that, is that too much for you to let him back in the venue?
Right. If I was the TO in that position and the individual in question said, I still feel this way, but I'm going to do my best to make sure this doesn't cause issues at your local. I'm just going to stay quiet. I would probably let them rock and just pull up. Like, I don't agree with the individual's opinion personally. Like, I think that there's, problems within, but I can't just yeet someone out of my tournament because I disagree with them. If they're not coming with the intent to cause discourse or harm someone, then I feel like at that point it would just go into thought policing. So yeah, I feel like if he gets the warning, if he says, okay, fair enough, I won't bring it up, just leave it at that and let him come.
If
I actually think different. I was going to say, I think different. I think if I've got a venue and I've got, say, 10 people, those 10 people don't want him there, I'm going to go with the 10 people and say, you're banned. The community doesn't want you there. I don't know what you want me to do. It's not off of my back, but I would be like, democracy, innit? Like, if they don't like you for that reason, it doesn't have to be a case that they, again, feel like you're a threat, but they can be like, I don't really like this guy. I'm not going to make the 10 people feel uncomfortable for the one.
But where does that end, though? So if the 10 people say that they're uncomfortable because of the one, and then 9 of those people say another one made them uncomfortable for whatever reason, like, where do you draw the line where you tell the community, we're not just going to ban this guy because you don't like him. He hasn't done anything to you. Where do you draw that line?
If I'm the TO in this circumstance, it's going to come down to my discretion, right? If I think it's getting out of hand, I'll be like, you can have your 10 people, I'll go somewhere else then. I know it's not a really good answer, but I feel that especially when you're the person who's doing the tweets, when you're the one that wants to get involved in a group, you don't have the right to dictate how they perceive you. That seems ridiculous to me. Because that's what he's asking. He's asking, can you be all right with what you've seen?
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of things I'm seeing in the chat, and things are moving fast here as well. Like, I'm actually going to just pick up on those, if that's all right, and like ask people if they can follow up. So, like, for example, there's Mickey Bite in here saying, if you voice an opinion, then that's fine, given it's not radical. Just don't be a prat at a local in person. The main issue here is banning people based on perception. I'm thinking political here. And then the counter argument I'm primarily seeing is from Based, where they're saying, how about if you don't like someone's Twitter, you just don't look at it? Why does someone's opinion on this or that affect you playing games with them at a tourney? Now, this is kind of, I think, what I want to say. If someone is coming to your tournament, and I'm posing this question to everyone in the chat, I'm curious to hear everyone's opinions, right? If you have a guy that you know concretely, he's tweeted in the past, and you don't know if he's better or not, has had random thoughts and mentalities of, I want to just take a weapon, go up to some random people and assault them just because I want to commit violence. There's no justifiable cause. It's just I feel like being a threat to people. And he wants to come to your event. Do you feel safe just saying, yeah, you know what, you can come. You haven't directly threatened my people, but you've made a threat in the past. Do you want to take that risk? Because that's essentially the sort of mentality we're going with here. And it feels like we're kind of going to the point of, where do we draw the line? Not, is the concept of tone policing bad?
Yeah, was that a question to the chat or to me as C4?
I mean, I'll pose it to the chat. I'll pose it to you as well, Mike, because like I'm curious. Because my opinion is, we have to figure out where the subjective line goes.
I think that if someone has made a threat in the past, it really depends on, like, has this person made the threat in 2023? And also, just for context, I know some people might have missed it at the beginning because they just got here. This is the tweet that went out, just for answer your question. So it says, religions, mosques, teachers, imams, gods, and all other false beliefs could be eradicated. Scientific facts would replace these dogmatic beliefs from the Iron Age in preventing all the evil events and natural disasters caused by them. So
could you, sorry, Mike, to interrupt, have you got the other tweet? Because the other tweet is why I'm on the side of the TO. This one is kind of like a criticism. The other one was a meme, but the meme was clearly not in good taste.
Yeah, let me find it. Let me see if I've got it in here.
Yeah, I wasn't even aware there was another one, to be fair.
So okay, the original tweet, there's like two side by sides, and that was the one on the right. And I think everyone looked at that one, but the one on the left is just
okay. So I don't have the original tweet, but I do have it in here. Because it was he didn't tweet it, he reposted it. So basically he's put side by side Western culture and I guess Muslims, and he's put the years of different years, and then to show the progression or lack thereof, and he retweeted that, and that's what got people pissed off.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I think these two tweets are very different. The one on the right, I'm like, I'd probably be more like on Mike's side, but the one on the left, he's trying to say something. We all see what the punchline is there, like, and that punchline, it's not a criticism. That's not a criticism.
Yeah. I'm just thinking,
in my opinion.
I want to like maybe redefine the hypothetical I was posing, because I'm going to hold my hands up and say maybe what the hypothetical I used was a bit disingenuous, because thought crime is a lot different to threats of violence. So we're talking about this guy for his opinion on religion, for example. I'm going to say something else different in comparison to if the guy was, thinking about hurting people. What if this guy in the past had had thoughts of just, like pure and dogmatic racism? Like, if he like is in the room with someone like who is a different ethnicity to him, he just wants to like, make their lives hell, being offensive, shouting slurs, that sort of behavior. And it's like, he hasn't come to your event yet. You have the knowledge that he's done it in the past. Do you want that sort of thing to come to your venue?
When you say in the past, how long ago are we talking? Is it like last week or is it 5 years ago?
Let's say same time frame as the tweet that was made by the guy originally. So we're talking like now compared to 2023. And
he made a bunch of racist tweets.
Tweets, or like you've just got like some credible information. He's had a historical event where he's been really racist, and like it's gotten pulled up before.
The thing is that like the racist tweet could be a number of things. It could be this retweet from 2023 that you would perceive as racist, or it could be like a racist tweet that is like going at somebody in particular, because this one is just a generalization. I think I would probably treat them differently if I saw this from 2023 and then I hadn't seen anything else. I don't think I would ban him for that. I might just say, it's a bit of a distasteful tweet, but maybe just don't do it again to not piss everyone else off. If he was going at a Muslim person directly that comes to the venue, then yeah, maybe I would suspend him or ban him for that and let him know you can't do that because you're singling out somebody. But because of the way people tweet stupid memes all the time about white people, about black people, about Muslims, about whoever, I don't know if I would ban them for generalization. I don't know. Do you guys disagree?
I mean, it depends on the generalization, but
Yeah, like it's
yeah,
definitely a case by case.
I think
I'll give you an example, right?
Alright.
This is slightly off topic, but I'm gonna bring it up. Obviously, that Ukrainian girl was killed on the bus just the other day by the
Oh
psycho,
yeah.
and a lot of people are up in arms right now about the whole situation. I personally find it disgusting what he did, and I can't even fathom how people are justifying it. But I've been seeing this thing online. People are posting like black fatigue, and it's being spammed all over the timeline. And it's just like if you type in black fatigue to Twitter, you just get black guys and women doing the most heinous shit. And it's a constant flow to your algorithm. And I was talking to somebody, and he expressed to me that he doesn't feel unsafe around white people when he goes out. He feels unsafe around black people almost exclusively. And when I was talking to him, I was thinking to myself, well, if I was a Tio and he said that to me, what would I ban him for that? And before I give my answer, would you guys ban if somebody came up to you and said that they're fearful of black people because of all the things that we're seeing in the media, would you ban them for that?
no, I wouldn't.
Why?
Because they're expressing how they feel. I don't think that's them being racist.
What if
I mean,
they
it's
said,
not
I'm
racist.
tired. I'm tired of black people.
Sorry, I laugh at black fatigue. I think it's fun. I think it's borderline a slur at this point, the way people use it. But it's just a funny way to phrase it. I think there's a difference between the feeling and portraying your feeling as looking racist and actually being racist. I think the person you're talking about doesn't dislike black people. They're just scared of them. I think there's a difference there. I think disliking makes it racist. I don't think they're disliking. They're just scared.
What if they dislike black people?
Then they're racist. Then if the black people in my community don't want them there, then I'll ban them.
I'm saying if they expressed it to you specifically, but they said to you, I just want to play the game, but this is how I feel. What would you do?
If that person said, yeah, I want to play the game, but F you, Nenga, I myself would laugh. Me personally, I would, not because I would want to though. I would not ban them personally, but I would have to think of the other people in the venue.
Okay.
I'd think of the community.
Let me ask, sir, if someone expressed that they don't like trans people, but they just want to play the game. Like, I don't like you guys, but I want to play the game. Would you ban them for that?
Oh, that's a tough one. No, I don't think I would. No. I personally would be very upset that someone has that opinion, because all I ever want to do is just vibe and play the game. I don't really ever really make it an issue if I'm trans or not. But if there's no risk that this person is gonna punch me in the face because of the fact that I am trans, and they're just I don't really vibe with you. At that point, I just say whatever. Okay, come to the venue, play your games, just try not to bring it up, and then we all move on with our days. That's my opinion.
If they tweet it out on their personal account, let's say that they're they're heavily religious, whether it's Christian or Muslim, and they were tweeting out their beliefs. They weren't necessarily attacking an individual, but maybe attacking you indirectly because of how you present yourself or how you see the world. Would you see that as a bannable offense? And the only reason I'm asking you this is because there's been loads of bans around these sort of things in other communities.
Yeah, that's perfectly understandable. I feel like it would go down the route of what actually started this whole podcast in the first place, because I feel like people might not have remembered this from the images you showed, Mike, but I do want to emphasize it again. The TO that contacted this individual who made the tweets in the first place was not banning him when he made initial outreach. It was, don't bring this to the venue. And I think that is the right thing to do, and that was the opinion C4 had. Yes, it's not pleasant However, he's put it into the public sphere. It doesn't seem to have manifested into he's going to cause harm. At that point, you tell him, if you ever pose a risk, you're gone. But as long as you don't pose a risk, then come play games. I feel like that's a reasonable thing.
The TO is actually in the chat. So if the TO wants to join, if you want to join the call, let me know and I'll add you to it.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, I've seen the TO posting in here. So I'm assuming it's the TO because they keep saying that I'm the TO.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's this guy. Omen Hachi, if you wanna join the call to give us a run, and do you have Twitter or Discord, and I can bring you in. Yeah, the only reason I'm asking all these questions, even they might sound like stupid questions, is just because I know C4's aware. I don't know if you're aware, sort of how many like people have been banned in different scenes for different things, not even just fighting games, just things in general. And there's been this topic of tone policing constantly, and that's why I'm like trying to push it ever so slightly to see where someone's line is.
Well, I think that's like the number one thing, though, Mike. I imagine that your line is different to mine, and my line is different to C4's as well. At the end of the day, smaller scale events are usually ran by like one person or maybe a couple TOs at most. And at that point, it essentially is a private sphere. If they have a line of what sort of things they don't want at their venue, technically they're entitled to that. Like, people might not agree with that. But even from what I saw in the chat, Based, for example, I'm really interested in what Based is saying. They were saying about how like the comparison of racism to the religious opinions is not the same in the slightest, and that we shouldn't be comparing them. However, they also said, if I saw this guy being like that at the venue, I'd ban them on the spot. Isn't that what me and C4 said initially about the whole like religion thing? If you don't do it at the venue, then it's not a problem. Like, I don't know if you've realized this, but I feel like you've kind of pseudo agreed with us.
Who, me or the person in the chat?
The person in the chat, because they were kind of saying one thing for racism, one thing for expressing their opinion on religion, but their outcome still ended up being the same, and it's just don't bring it to the venue.
Can I make to kind of go along with what Serrt saying? I think the two tweets are a really a good way to describe a criticism and like taking the piss, right? You don't need to put someone down or put a race down or a religion down to prop your one. So I know people that are openly Christian on like Twitter, and they're saying like, thank God, you know, good grace, blah, 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 blah. But they don't put down other races or other religions. That's the difference. And if you're critiquing someone on their race or religion, whatever, you don't need to put it up against another one. Like, the critique should be on its own. When you start comparing, that's when I think you're either trying to prop you up by saying this other thing is shit. And that's when I think it's a bit more on the harassment part instead of making like an honest critique of something, which I'm okay with. Like, critique whatever, critique everything, race, religion, everything. I'm okay with that. But trying to make them look bad isn't a critique. IMO.
Do you think that you don't think a critique can make someone look bad? Like, if you point something out about their religion, that because obviously whether it's Christian or Muslim, like it's quite a large religious text, right? And I know, like, being Greek Orthodox, there's certain things that we glaze over where they sound a little bit mad. And if you point that out, could you not be seen as like making them look bad? Like, why are you singling out this particular part in the Bible or the Quran that makes us sound like bad people?
I can see that. I think that's with someone's perception. The difference I would say is if I'm talking to a Christian and I say, oh, I don't think I believe in God because this contradicts something in the Bible, blah, blah, blah. I think that's a critique. But if I said to them, oh, you know what? That thing, what was that religion that Tom Cruise was in? That really...
Scientology, yeah.
If I said, oh, I think Scientology's got way more evidence than Christianity, I'm taking the piss, right? Like, I think those two things are different. One's a critique and one is like...
Why is that taking a piss?
Because the second one made you laugh. That's why.
Oh, no, I'm laughing because you're smiling.
I know what Tipo's doing, though. I know what he's doing.
I think saying something like, oh, your religion is bad because I think this one is better, Scientology, which is as most people know it's a meme. I think that's trying to degrade.
Said that to Tom
True.
Cruise. He'd cook you for that.
He would. Well, he would say, "Oh, thanks, because you think my religion is better than Christianity." So he'd actually probably give me props. But yeah, I think to put something like Christianity against that religion, I think Christians will take more offense from that than me saying I don't believe because of contradictions. They can argue against the contradictions. If I just say you're as believable as this thing over here, that's clearly stupid, I think they'll be like, you're not even having any room for like a discussion. You're just taking the piss. That's how I'd see it.
Do you agree, Serrt?
I do. I think that those two things are very different. I'm trying to think of like a popular example, like maybe a topical FGC one that I could use so people might get it more. Yeah, for example, you know the whole big three discussion that goes on in the FGC about like, these are the three games that are the pillars of fighting games, and it's like, what is it? Street Fighter, Tekken, and Mortal Kombat were the default ones, right? Yeah. Now, for example, if I just said to you guys in the chat, I don't like Mortal Kombat because I don't find its systems intuitive, then you could just go, I don't agree with you, but whatever. It's just not your cup of tea. However, if I then just turn around to you and say, I don't like Mortal Kombat because I think its mechanics are as stupid as, I don't know, Blaze Blues, for example, then it becomes like a fallacy of I'm finding a comparison that doesn't even make sense. Those two things are different. So if I just said, I don't like this religion because of the fact it contains these opinions about a topic, then fair enough. That's just you. But if I said, your religion sucks because it is as nonsensical about this as another religion, then I'm dragging both things down. And at that point, I'm just trying to like almost invite the argument. You know what I mean? It's different.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Well, we've got the TO here, so we'll bring them into the chat. Omen, can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah, sorry, I haven't got a camera.
No, it's all good.
So I'll just have to hear my voice. I just wanted to. Oh, is it still here?
Yeah.
My screen just refreshed. I just wanted to clarify a few things. Like we didn't outright ban him or anything. Like we just said like he had his Twitter link to his Start GG. So obviously a few people in the Discord like saw it. Didn't have to scroll too far down, and you see the stuff like it was in response to hurricane victims saying that if all these imams, you've seen the tweet.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of nasty. We just told him like not to bring it here, and instead he sort of like doubled down and went on this like, oh, I should have free speech and all this stuff. It's like, yes, but it's a community event. We do this for our community, and some of the stuff that you've written that has made some of the community members uncomfortable. So I wasn't the one that outright had this conversation with him, but that was the thought process going into it, really.
Had you already done a tournament and then you reached out to him, or was this before the tournament actually took place?
He'd been to one, but yeah, I don't know, people must have started following him on Twitter or whatever and seeing the stuff that he wrote or whatever.
Do you think that, because I'm assuming when he came to the tournament, he didn't cause any problems. He didn't bring up any of this stuff. So
exactly.
I'm not obviously not. I'm not telling you guys how to like do your tournament. Just a suggestion. But if he never caused any problems when he came to the tournament, could you not have just spoken to the community so he didn't cause any problems from 2023 or whatever? If he does it again, then we'll bring it up to him.
For sure, like we just wanted to bring it to his attention, right? That like this had been brought up to us. Like as I say, it wasn't to ban him. We just like, look, there's a few people that have said this. Like, you were fine last time, whatever. Like, you're welcome to keep on going. Just like, can you not bring this shit here? You know what I mean?
Yeah. If he
agreed to that, then like he would have been fine. But instead, he decided to get upset and write on Twitter about it.
If he said to you that I'm still going to make my tweets, but I won't bring it to your venue, because the community were upset about it, would that have gotten him a ban if he continued tweeting about that stuff?
No, we don't want to like police him or anything. And like as you can see from the messages that the TO sent him, like we don't want to like control what he says on social media. We just thought it was relevant that we'd like bring it up and say like is this going to be a problem because we've got a few Muslims in the community. And you know, we don't like, you know, it's for his safety and as well, you know, like, you know, we've got a duty of care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
'cause,
guys
I mean,
have anything you want to ask?
I was just going to emphasize to the chat, like I just want people to be paying attention. This is someone who was part of the TO team for the event that started this whole thing. And Omen, I'm just going to ask again so you can confirm. This individual who made those tweets in 2023, he was approached by your team, and when asked about it, he was simply told, "We don't like what you're saying. However, that is because we have people who belong to those religions here. Please don't bring it to our venue, and it won't be a problem. No ban."
Yes. Yeah, pretty much spot on, sir. Spot on.
Right. So I'm gonna just turn that to the chat. I just want people to like talk about this while we're going, Mike. What do you guys think about that approach? Because personally, and C4, I'm curious if you agree with me as well, I don't see a problem with that. I think that's extremely reasonable because, as he said, there is a duty of care there in the sense that if he isn't informed about this, says these things in the venue, and there are people there who could very well be hurt by it, he could get punched up for it, you know? Like, you don't know how someone's going to respond to that. So
I think I'd go one step further. And when Omen said about the safety of him as well, I was like, yeah, if this guy is doing them tweets and there's people that would take offense in the venue, banning him is his safety. That's his safety.
pretty much. Like, we don't want to control who comes in, but you know, we just wanted to say, like, you know, just like, you know, people have seen what you've written on social media, like, you know, you know, as long as you don't bring it here, it's fine. But like, you know,
this is the thing. I understand about the not doing it in the venue, and I am very sympathetic to that. But the issue is when you say it in public, I think I don't want to go there, but I have to just for the comparison. I think there's a difference between what this guy did and Plan and Medusa. Plan and Medusa did it in private. He did it in private. Right. This guy did it in public. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. If someone finds out your tweet and you go to their venue and they punch you up, the team's gonna be like, "Well, who told you to put that in public?"
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah.
Well, okay, let me ask Omen then, just because not because I think you would do this, just because of the framing of what C4 just said. If he came to the venue and got punched up for what he tweeted, would you go like that, or would you take action against the people that punched him up as well?
Well, we take action against it. Luckily, it's Brighton, right? So we're all pretty civilized down there. We're all pretty nice. So I don't think he would. I don't think he would get punched up. But you know, obviously, if that happened, obviously we wouldn't be able to tolerate violence. So if it's, you know, the people involved, you know, they'd be reprimanded or whatever. It's nothing that we'd like doing. In fact, it's just kind of like our first real instance of like having to reprimand someone. Although he kind of self-banned himself, really. You know, we just wanted to make him aware, simply. Like, but yeah, no, if he got punched up, yeah, obviously.
No, I think that's fair. We did ask him to be here, and initially he said that he would, but then he decided that he doesn't want anything to do with the Tekken community anymore. So, like,
he's deleted everything off his. He's deleted like all his tweets off for like the last few years. It's all going back to 2015 now, I've noticed.
Damn.
He's like, yeah, he's nuked it, man. He's nuked it. But yeah, no, I just wanted to come in and sort of clarify that I'm gonna go eat some dinner and stuff. So thanks for having me. And
no worries, man. Thanks for
I'm glad I could clear that all up for you guys. And yeah, love your channel, Mike. Have a good one.
Cheers, bro. Appreciate you.
Yep, take care, mate.
In a bit, bro.
Yeah, personally, I think he probably did handle it the best that he could have. I don't think that there was too much wrong with what he did. I think the only thing that I might have done differently is because he came to the venue and didn't cause any problems, I probably wouldn't have mentioned it until unless something did happen beyond that, or if he retweeted again. But then he's also saying that he scrubbed up like 7 years worth of tweets, so I don't know how bad it got.
I mean, it's a nightmare scenario, isn't it? The fact that someone scraped that far back in it, but they still did. They found it.
How do you guys feel about people like going through old tweets in general, though? Like, you come into a community, let's say you, for example, Serrt, you come into a community and someone starts scrubbing through your tweets, do you feel kind of way about it, or are you like, it's fine, you know, it's in the public domain, it's not a problem?
I'm gonna be real. I mean, I find it hella weird. Like, I mean, I don't really know why you need to go find out what I was tweeting when I was like, you know, still in sixth form, because I'm just still here. But at the same time, I'm not too worried personally. That's my experience of. I don't think I have anything weird in the slightest to find from years ago. But at the same time, unfortunately, some people are so terminally, like, you know, surrounded within the online sphere that it's like this person has all the information accessible about them from years ago. I have to go find it out because, you know, it's the common saying, you put something in the public sphere, it never goes away. And if someone finds it, then you're going to have to deal with that person finding it, because if there's controversy and you could be like, I don't know, trying to do something important in your life, an employer would pick up on that, for example. So,
yeah, that's fair.
I don't think it's that cringe that everyone makes it out. We all, well, I won't say all of us. Most people doom scroll. I've gone into, like, when I played Guilty Gear, I'll see a Leo player upload a combo. Then I'll look in their profile, scroll down to look for more Leo combos, and then you scroll through their thing, right? Is that weird?
I mean, if you're scrolling looking for Leo combos and you stumble upon something, fine. But I think some people are like, they see someone come in and they're like, right, I'm gonna go do some detective work on this person. That is weird. That is a little bit odd.
Well, okay, yeah, the way you put it, yeah. Maybe I'm being too charitable. I think from the story that we just had with the Tekken people, they were like, oh, this is a new person coming. Let's find out what character they play. And then they saw the tweets and went, oh. I don't think they were like, let's vet this person coming into our scene. I've never heard of that happening before. Maybe it does, but I've never done that. If I was ever interested in someone new to the scene, I would want to know, like, who they play, were they on Xbox or PlayStation back in the day, if I could play with them online, that kind of thing. And then you would maybe so happen to see what pages they were following on Facebook and go, I'm all right, bro. All right, I'll stay back. Or
are you guys, I know you are probably aware, C4, but are you aware, sort of, how like they police things in the Smash community?
Only when it's been on a subject so viral that it's essentially like just breached across all of FGC Twitter. So you might want to catch me up with some examples if you need my opinion on that.
There's so many bans for so many reasons. I've seen people getting banned for like simply being friends with banned players. So I know in the Smash scene, they've got like a list of like 100 people that are banned. And if you're seen to be following some of these people, or if you're seen to maybe like something that they posted, they ban you for things like that. And I think my major concern is that we don't turn into Smash, because it once upon a time started out as, let's just ban people that are causing problems. And now it's turned into this like draconian system that if you even breathe wrong, you just off with your head. So I don't know how much you've seen, but I know there's a lot of different sections of Smash, and there's one in particular that I'm reading through right now that they're just banning players for either being right wing, for liking someone's post, for following somebody. I think someone was following Ben Shapiro and they banned them for that, or some political commentator. And it seems like it's getting out of control, and I just don't want it to turn into that.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. Like, as I've said before already, like, you know, I am trans, I just exist. That is just me. If I meet someone who does not like me for that fact, I'm going to be real. It sucks. But if that person doesn't pose a threat to me, I'm not going to, like, want to have them removed from the scene entirely, I suppose. And, I mean, the greatest example here is the Ben Shapiro one. That one made me spit take almost. I think that is kind of crazy. But it's like, I agree with you. You can't turn the place into an echo chamber, because the moment you get rid of people for just associating with certain individuals, then that is when you just remove all opinions that aren't yours. And I don't like that. Now, obviously... Oh, go on.
Can I ask real quick? Why can't they make it an echo chamber? Why can't the community make their own echo chamber?
Okay, I'll rephrase. Subjectively, I think you shouldn't do that. Simply because I do think that for discourse to be healthy, you need opposing opinions on some things. Like, if you're just constantly having debates with people who agree with you all the time, then you're never going to learn. Objectively, you can do that, and you're right, C4. If you want to make an echo chamber, because this is the point I was making about Omen, it's a private round event. There are TOs who are in charge of it. They decide what is welcome at their event or not. And like, there's people in the chat saying that's stupid, that's fascism, and stuff like that. Unfortunately, like, it's a private venue. If they don't want that there, then they are entitled to just say no. And like, that might result in an echo chamber being formed, but that's kind of just how it goes. So I don't agree with it personally, but it just is what kind of happens sometimes, in my opinion. What do you think, Mike?
What if they're running like nationals or regionals? Like it's a TO that's in charge of something that is gonna, you being in that tournament or placing in top 8 goes towards your points in like a league or whatever. If they don't like you for your views, I think if it's a private one where they're doing it from their garage or whatever, like obviously they can do whatever they want. But when it's like got implications on your standing in like a tour and the TOs don't like you, I think that's a little bit unfair. I don't think they should be allowed to just ban somebody because they don't like them or they don't like something they posted online, unless they're posing some sort of threat.
As in, like, an official circuit such as CPT or like SNK championships shouldn't be stopping people from signing up to those based on tweets and stuff. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like, you know, for example, Justin Xavier did versus fighting not too long ago. Justin can tell somebody, you ain't coming into my venue. I paid for this place. You ain't coming in. But I'm pretty sure his venue or versus fighting counts towards some tours like Tekken or Street Fighter.
It did, yeah.
So, yeah, so if Justin had an issue with something that somebody said, let's say, for example, it was the black fatigue thing because Justin's black. Let's go with that. Do you think that's fair? Because I don't think that's fair. I don't think if somebody doesn't like me because of the color of my skin, that's up to them. I know there's plenty of people in the FGC that don't already. They might not say it. But if he found out, knowing that his tournament has implications on someone standing in a tour, do you think it's fair to create that echo chamber?
You first, C4.
It's just funny because there was a time not that long ago where I would have said, no, it's not fair. And I remember, Mike might not have seen this. Basically, there was a while ago. Oh no, he definitely didn't see this. Spooky was streaming Guilty Gear Strive, and there was a player that was from Europe who went to America, but their info on Start GD didn't change. So when they signed up to the tournament, it said they were from EU, but they were in America. So this guy kept trying to talk to the TOs and Spooky saying, like, I'm in America. Check my connection. I'm here. Look, like, we can play. And then in the end, Spooky's like, this guy is just getting on my nerves. I'm banning him. And I thought, surely you can't do that. And everyone said to me, it's his tournament. He can do what the fuck he wants. And that's the position I have now. It might not be fair, but if Justin doesn't like you and he's got a World Tour event, him and obviously his staff put in the work to get that from the devs or whatever in his established tournament. I think he still has the right. Is it fair? No, but how can we stop him? It's his tournament. Like, we could probably change his mind if enough people complain about it on Twitter or whatever. That could probably happen.
I think you could sue them.
If you can sue them, then sue them then.
I think you can sue somebody for that because I'm pretty sure there's a Smash player called Teapot.
There is, yeah.
Yeah, he sued them and he won. And I think a lot of people associated to that are like declaring, I don't know if they're declaring bankruptcy or if they're shutting the tournament down, but I heard that like he bled them dry for that. So I don't think if someone pursues it, you can get away with that.
It's difficult with Smash because I know with something like Strive, the devs are more involved about who gets banned. It's not really the tournament organizers, and that's kind of where it's like, if they're a harm, then they can't come. But if it's something that they don't like, TOs are more hands-off and the devs are in charge. But Smash is different. So in Smash's case, yeah, it is a difficult one. It's a shit situation. I just don't know who has the right to tell someone who's built something up that they can't control who comes in and out. I don't know.
I think when
Yeah.
points are involved, it changes because it is your tournament, but your tournament has implications now for the rest of the year. And I think if you simply don't like someone, I think you should probably take the Vince McMahon approach and just be professional and let them do their thing, even if you don't like them. I don't know if I can agree with you, like agreeing with Spooky. That seems fucked up because just because you don't like the guy, you just ban him.
It was
That's
getting on his
childish.
nerves. Also, it was an online tournament. It wasn't nothing for like big bucks or anything. But yeah, he just said, this guy's bugging me. He keeps atting me in the Discord saying that he's from the EU. You just can't enter. It's my tournament. You just don't. This is like when NLBC just stopped and it was like during COVID. So yeah, I said like, surely you can't just ban someone because they get on your nerves. Like they're a player. They haven't broken any rules. Is annoying the TO a rule to break? When all you're trying to do is enter the tournament. But yeah, everyone said like it's his tournament, you can do it once. I was like, you know what? This time I'm not going to be the contrarian and like fight against everyone. I was like, fine, TOs can ban who they want. Okay, cool.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like the whole thing with versus fighting and Justin deciding some of these things, again, purely hypothetical, of course, because there's dev tournaments involved because world tours and stuff. I know I've just said that I think, in my subjective view, I don't like it when, you just leave nothing but an echo chamber to form. At the same time, however, I actually do think it's fair enough if those people are still allowed to decide on the spot who they do and don't want there. Because at the end of the day, when you're playing a fighting game, because a lot of the arguments I'm seeing in the chat are, I just want to come play games of anyone of any culture. If you wanted to just play fighting games with people and not have to deal with anything else, you would just queue online. You're signing up for an offline, in-person experience where you're going to meet people, you're going to see them, they're going to try and talk to you maybe, depending on if you're playing in casuals and in tournament. You're not just there for the fighting games. You are there for the interpersonal interactions that you're there for. If there is reasonable belief that your potential interactions could be what causes harm, then I can understand why a TO would say, I don't want that here. Yeah, you might not like it, but it's their tournament. It's what they built for.
Well, some people just go for the money, right? Some people just literally they don't care about the community. They're just there to get their placement and they're out. If that person, if that person's got a history of just doing that and not interacting with people, I guess you can't really make it. It'd be too inconsistent if you said, yeah, okay, this guy doesn't chat to anyone, so I'll let him in, but not other people. I wish your friend was here. What's his name? Tope.
I wish he's here. I'm summoning him. I'm doing a ritual down in the corner of my room, bro. I summon him to be here. The funny thing is, I think I would be more on his side.
I somehow doubt that when he starts talking.
Yeah, it would both be on TOs can kind of do what they want to a degree, and then he would probably go a little bit too far, like they can do anything. I think if someone said about it isn't about what the TOs can do, is what should they do? I think if it's an open bracket, they should allow anyone who's not broken a rule in.
All right, let me ask you guys.
They should have any power.
Let me ask you about Shinblade's situation. So I assume you know Shinblade.
I do recognize the name, yes, but I feel like I'm not twigging immediately. Catch me up real quick if you can.
So he's a Steve Fox player, very high level on tech, and he's been in the scene for ages now. And he had a bunch of accusations levied against him. And as far as we are all aware, based on what he has presented and how the situation has progressed, it all turned out to be false. But the TOs banned him when people made a complaint. They were like, this guy did X, Y, and Z to this girl. Without evidence, he just got banned. Now, if you were a TO, because C4 was saying earlier, if the majority requests something, I'll just do what the majority want. That's kind of what happened in Shinblade's case, and it was unfair because there was no evidence to suggest that he did what he did. Would you still take the side of the majority just because everyone's saying this guy has sexually abused this person and that person?
Okay. I think I would, even if I don't necessarily fully agree with that mentality. I always try to go for the innocent until proven guilty, until, like, the truth does come out and sufficient evidence is there. However, if an accusation of that nature has been levied, then people are going to start going back to the duty of care argument. Some people are going to inevitably say, I don't feel safe being around this individual because of the accusations levied to me, as in X, Y, and Z has happened to me in the past. It's similar to what's going on here. I cannot come to this venue if this person is here. Now, you guys might have never had that experience to you, and that's fair enough. But if that person does genuinely have something that would make them feel unsafe because of that, you're in a rock and a hard place, because you either do say to them, don't come for now, because these accusations are serious and there is risk to other people, or you say do come and then have to worry about the implications they're in when they're interacting. And it's like, if you're a TO, you should realistically be picking the safer option, I'd say.
Now, let's say, for example, the situation comes out and there's evidence now to suggest that he is innocent.
Okay.
Does the TO owe Shinblade anything, or anybody in that situation, for basically hurting their income and hurting their reputation and reinforcing the idea they did something? Because I understand you're taking the safer route to protect the many against the one, but if it does come out, you did also partake in damaging that person. So do you think the TOs hold any responsibility in giving back to that person in any way?
As in, like, claims court and recompense, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Or do you just mean like an apology?
All of it. I think, like, publicly apologizing, damning the people that lied, banning them, some sort of compensation for what they've done. Like, anything that. Do you think the TOs owe them anything?
Yes. I could. On the topic of anything, I'll say yes immediately. If I chose to ban someone because of the fact that an accusation has come out, there's been people bringing up duty of care and apologies and whatnot, and then it came out that that individual who was accused was completely innocent, I would, if I was the TO, bring that person, if they came to the venue, sit them down in a private room, and I would just look them in the eye and say, like, we messed up, we are sorry, like, I don't know, like, you can come to the event for free, we'll waive, like, your entry fee this time, and, like, just let them know the mistake has been made and we will try to, like, do right by you in the future. Because, unfortunately, you can't assume that you're going to get it right every time. You're going to make a personal judgment based on the severity of the situation, and if you get it wrong, you have to do your best to get, like, better and do better next time. But we're human beings. You're not going to be accurate on the judgment call every time, I'd say.
Do you not think it would be, because obviously you can't see who's telling the truth at the time, so I understand being in a bit of a mix-up, but don't you think the fairer approach would be to ban all parties involved rather than just one?
As in, like, during the time of the accusation, as in, I'm accusing this person of this, and then you turn around and say, right, both of you are banned until enough details have come out.
Yeah, because if you ban Shinblade, for example, you're doing it under the guise of a duty of care, but you've also taken a side to that person and to the people that follow them. And
Okay.
if it does come out that they're innocent, you're gonna be the bad guy to that community forever. So if it is the duty of care, why not ban everyone involved and say, listen, if this has happened to you, you have no evidence. I'm not calling you a liar, but we also don't know if he's done it, so you can't be here either until we find out.
I think that is reasonable. I do think, like, if I found out that an accusation of this nature came out and then the accuser told me this is going to legal proceedings, like, me and this person are going to court to settle this, I would say to both of them, don't come until you're done in court, because you're telling me you're going to solve this, there is going to be a legal professional who will give their judgment. Why would I, as a person who does not have that legal expertise, be the one to make that port of call? I have the possibility of getting it wrong. And yes, the justice system does too, but at least they have a lot more fairer procedures in place to try and minimize that. So I would say to them, sort it out in court, get any help you need, and then when it's done, tell me what the outcome was, and we go from there. Like, I think that's fair.
You know what I'll say
C4,
real
what do you
quick?
think?
I think that's fair on paper, and I agree. But in the kangaroo court of Twitter, they're gonna see that it kind of happened with the last Guilty Gear one. When
Oh, don't get me
Tiger
started
Pop
on
and
that, I
everyone
beg.
they all got the same band length, and everyone was like, "Hold on, one of these people was Umisho, and one of the other person was someone who shit posted on Twitter, and they got the same ban." So, like you said, it is balanced as everyone's getting the same punishment, but everyone's gonna go, "Well, hold on, that person deserved more than the other." They're gonna say, "Well, why does the victim get the same punishment as the perpetrator?" That's what I would see people saying. But on paper, I agree with you. You should be like, "You're accusing that person. I don't know if you're lying. You're both bad people." Until we've got the evidence, you're both bad. I agree, but
Just remind
people
me.
are weird.
I know Umisho was obviously the big talking point. Who was the one shit posting again?
I say shit posting. There was some misinformation. Tiger Pop. It was misinformation, but obviously in the degree of like saying things that are incorrect on Twitter to lying about SA. There's clearly a difference. So, but they both got 3 months.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, obviously that's ridiculous. But when it comes out that Umisho is the one in the wrong, don't you think that the TOs have some sort of duty to be like, okay, cool, you shit posted, we'll give you whatever, however long they want to give him. It's dumb, but fine. But give Umisho a much more harsh ban, if not permanent ban. I personally would have permanently banned Umisho.
Yeah, I think it's this situation was really tough. I don't envy Arxis because Umisho already qualified for the World Tour. Tiger Pop was trying to get points. They couldn't go to like 3 tournaments because they were banned.
Yeah.
So even if you try to make the length of banning equal to the punishment, one person's always going to get worse off than Umisho because Umisho is already qualified. I don't know if they're going to ban Umisho from the World Tour. Doesn't look like it. But yeah, it's too hard to be fair to everyone. This is the issue. I think it's too hard. I think there's cool rules that we can put out that seem kind of like cosmically fair, where you're like, I don't care about the situation. I don't care about the context. This is what we do to everyone. I kind of prefer doing that because when you get into the nitty gritty, you start making exceptions to your rules. And yeah, it gets sticky.
I wanna ask Serrt a question. I know this might come across a little bit rude, but I'm not trying to be rude. It's just something that I hear going around a lot. And because you are trans, I want to ask you this. There's a lot of people that are of the belief, and I'll be honest with you, especially when it comes to Strive, I've been of this belief as well, that people like Umisho have had special concessions made because there would be public like backlash because of their identity for giving them proper bans. And I don't know if it extends beyond Guilty Gear, but what do you feel like as a person in the scene that's transgender? What do you feel like when you hear this? Do you think there's any truth to it? Are TOs scared to say something that the mob might attack them for on Twitter? Do you think that there's any validity?
I don't think it's rude, first of all. I think it's a very fair question to ask. I think that to some extent there might be that fear because Twitter has become a significant echo chamber in a lot of regards for a lot of these opinions. And once one thing starts, it just goes from there. I mean, C4, we all know about that sort of situation. And Mike, I'm not sure if you've ever heard my opinions on the whole Umisho topic. I'm going to be honest. I am trans and I have no shame in saying that. That whole situation made me mad. Like, I do not think Umisho has a place in the community in the slightest. And I haven't really talked about that publicly before, but remove your opinion about anything from this whole thing, right? You guys, people in the chat, cast your mind back to COVID era when so many of the Smash situations were coming out, and it was Google Doc after Google Doc after Google Doc of people like posting these harrowing experiences. And then numerous times, because people had overshared details about what had happened in the situation, then tried to take it to legal proceedings, nothing could happen because since evidence had been discussed improperly or was like potentially tampered with and stuff, judges were turning around and saying, we can't do anything for you. Like, we just can't rule on this in a fair way. So we learned a lesson in COVID era with Smash because of all that happening. And then, arguably, one of the biggest situations and one of the most sad and unfortunate ones comes out with this whole thing from start to finish with Bunny and Red and whatever and Umisho. And it happened again. It just became Google Doc arguments. And then, because that came out first, no one has paid attention to what actually happened in the legal outcome. I think it took Red's most recent Google Doc series where he showed the court ruling about his hearing with Bunny for there to be an actual update of how things in court went. And it's like, why are we forming opinions off of Google Docs? Why are we not letting the judges handle this? We've set so much back in terms of precedent, because why would a victim feel safer to come out in this scene if they just see this is how like things are going to get treated? And why are TOs going to ever want to deal with this sort of scenario if this is the sort of constant dogpiling that's going to be endured? I truly think that scenario has set back a lot of safety nets for these sort of scenarios in the community as a whole by a long shot. And yeah, I don't know. I personally think Umisho, after just straight up coming back and saying, yeah, you know what, after all that, I actually made a mistake, shouldn't be in the scene. But hey ho.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I don't know if I caught your answer from the original question, just about the fighting game community feeling, apart from Umisho, just the fighting game community or certain people in it feeling like transgender players are given concessions, apart from Umisho.
Right, sorry, yeah.
Do you think that is a thing that happens?
I don't want to make a generalization. Personally speaking, I do not think I have experienced that myself. And at the same time, I do potentially concede that might be a fear. Like, I do certainly think that maybe some sensitive situations have been dealt with maybe a little bit differently because there's awareness of who's involved, and that can be like, you know, oh, they're from like an LGBT demographic. I'm not going to just blind myself to the fact that could happen. I just struggle to name examples of it on the spot is my point, Mike, but I do think it's possible.
Yeah, I think the ones that come to mind the most are obviously in the Smash community, with the calls to violence against technicals or like other people that might call certain things up. See, for why shaking your head?
Oh no, I'm agreeing with you. It's mental what people are saying to technicals, and no one bats an eyelid. It's actually insanity.
Oh yeah,
I don't know if you've ever
two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen what they've been posting about him, and they've all been like documented on this thread about how they want to kill him and stuff. And TOs don't do anything about it. And it's really weird because Smash TOs are constantly talking about being inclusive, safe environments, welcome everybody in. And fair enough, they don't like technicals and they don't like the things he says, but they co-sign in messages. I've read messages on Discord, them saying that they co-sign violence against him. And
openly.
Yeah, and no one does anything about it. And I don't know if there's like figureheads within the fighting game community or in Smash that can do anything about those people other than like outright suing them. But it does feel like there is a double standard, at least over in that scene, for what is acceptable for when one person does it versus another person.
I've seen real quick. I've seen Strive players do that to technicals as well. It's not just Smash.
Well, Strive is, you know, it's an extension of Smash almost.
Fair, that's fair. Yeah, you know, you're not wrong. But yeah,
I mean, isn't Leffen like one of the? He's the top player in both, right?
Yeah, he's pretty much the top in one of the top players. He's definitely one of the top players. Now 2XKO's coming out. I don't know how much he's going to play. That's going to be a whole new kettle of bullshit.
They're going to follow the 2XKO, by the way. Like, they're 100% like going to start doing that all over again, and it's just the endless cycle. It's like Ragnarok, bro. Like, Leffen goes to a new game, it's a new world, and the people from Smash will just follow over and go, "Hey, you MOBA guys that like League of Legends, you know this guy's an asshole." Like, I think they just live to do that,
to tell new people how much they hate Levin. I think they live off of it. It's insane.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, I just want to say, Mike, just because, like, I know you were asking about it. Like, now that you've named a specific example, admittedly, I just wasn't thinking of it. The tweets that I've seen of some people, like, calling for, actions such as, like, his death for technicals, I don't agree with in the slightest. I do not stand by that. Like, I don't agree with the way Technicals presents his content in the slightest. I do think there's flaws with it. At the same time, you make it a problem yourself if your way of responding to that is just basically saying to him, I hope you die. Like, at that point, you're just going down to a level that you could be so much better than and ruining what could be an actual fair point by just making it about, like, it's me versus you, not your point versus my point, which is the whole thing you should be avoiding.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like, I'm personally, I like the way Technicals does his stuff, but even if I didn't, I wouldn't, like you said, I wouldn't call for his execution because I don't like something he said. And it's just mad to me how the thing is that there are Smash players who are also part of like the conventional fighting game community. And because of the crossover, I look at their tweets and I'm like, why are the TOs not doing anything about this? But for other things, like minor offenses, people get banned or they get things pulled up. I guess that's why people felt like for the LGBT community, it feels like to people that they can get away with a little bit more. I haven't been on the receiving end of anything yet, like death threats from them or anything, but I've observed it from loads of players that either, I don't know, voted for Trump, put content out like Technicals, are very, very religious. One in particular that I saw, I don't remember the player's name, but the trans people were saying that their existence is threatened by him because he doesn't recognize it because of his Christianity. I don't know how you feel about that.
What did that result to, like, an action, as in, like, okay, the guy who has that opinion can't come to our event, or is it just tweets?
Yeah, he's been banned. He got banned, I think maybe like a year ago or so. I remember I watched the video. It was a black dude. He was sitting on his chair and he was just expressing how Christian he was. And I think some tweets surfaced of him saying that, there's only two genders or whatever. And I think it was with regards to something else going on, and he got banned for that.
Right. I mean, I don't agree with that personally. My opinion is kind of just like explaining more about why other people might think like that, because I kind of feel like I end up breaking from the norm in a lot of answers here. Personally, to me, it's just, I don't agree with what you're doing. But as long as you can leave it alone and we can just play a fighting game, I'm gonna just move on from that. I feel like, okay, I mean, for example, like, I'm gonna read this out in the chat because, like, again, I think I'm gonna give you a different answer than what you're expecting. No glitching. Sir, I'm gonna keep it a buck, but you look like Tracy Beaker. That's funny, by the way. That is funny. Would you ban me if I said that to you, or can I go to events? No. I'd probably just laugh at you, like, because it's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, hopefully you're not saying it with the intent of being an asshole, but personally, I wouldn't really say much to that. However, I kind of want to use the opportunity I'm being given here by, like, Mike having me on and being joined by C4 as well, to explain why other people would be like that. And it's just, for a lot of people who end up going down this path, their identity does end up becoming a very integral part of how they grow up, because if you're not experiencing it, it's very hard to explain the whole thing about when you're just starting out as a little kid and then going up to an adult, you don't feel right as who you are. And then when you finally figure it out, it really is like you get a whole new set of eyes. It's like literally your eyes peel off, you see the world in new colors, and you just get to live. Then it becomes a topic of, if people can't see that, then it feels like they don't even want me to be alive. And I think that's where the defensiveness, like the passion about why they might want to be who they are, comes in. I can understand why someone would be like that. I don't agree with it personally, but I think anyone who does go like that is entitled to be like that. The issue is when it gets into situations like this, where, you know, physical, material losses are on the line as a result of it, you know?
So, okay, you said that like you'd understand why they'd be like that, but is it any different than like a Muslim telling a Christian that their God isn't real or vice versa? You know, something that they believe in wholeheartedly. Because I have Muslim and Christian friends,
Okay.
and I'm Greek Orthodox, so I'm Christian, but I'm not necessarily invalidating their like existence or like their whole belief structure. I'm just saying that it's not. I don't personally believe in it, but I'm cool with you. Like we're good. Like I don't hate. I in this example, I would say like I don't hate transgender people just because I don't see the world the way they do. Would you still think that they're justified in thinking that I think that they shouldn't exist?
Mm, I don't think that they should be saying to you that like you shouldn't exist. Again, like I don't think that should be said, period, in my opinion. Like I do not agree with discourse reaching that sort of level,
Yeah.
ever. Like I go through a lot of like experience understanding how these arguments work because for context, since this is my first time on, I am currently in training to be like a forensic psychologist. I am at university for that. Like the nature of arguing is something I appreciate a lot. People should be allowed to certainly have their opinions. It's just when you express them in certain ways that problems arise. And I mean, going back to the tweets that started this whole thing, Mike, you have the opinion of not wanting that individual to have like a ban for what he said, or at the very least wait until he does it at the venue and then approach him. Can you think of a topic where you think if they'd said that in the Twitter sphere or like another public space, you would not be able to tolerate them being there? Like any topic at all?
Um. Well, I mean, a lot of the things I'm seeing on social media over the past 2 days feel like a. I don't want to like stoke the flames, but it feels like there is a potential for like a race war to break out in some states in America. And if people were
Mhm.
posting stuff about that, then I would say I don't think you should come to the venue because you're clearly pissed off, and there's going to be people here of different races. I think that I'd probably be like, yeah, that's something that I would say that's kind of a hard line because I don't even know how you're going to react when you see me. So
Exactly. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. That is the line that you're choosing to draw, and you've done that based on your judgment about the current situation. And personally, I think it's a very reasonable one. But the point is, that's where you're choosing to draw that line. We probably don't necessarily agree about this, like, agree perfectly about how the situation with that individual from the UK scene was dealt with. But again, that's because that's how they have chosen to deal with it. It's a very fair general topic to bring up, but it's so difficult to get the right answer on because you, me, C4, everyone in the chat who is debating this all have different opinions about what we want to like tolerate. You know what I mean?
the only reason that I'm pushing back on this slightly, and actually something has just happened to illustrate this point. I don't know if you guys know who Charlie Kirk is, but
I saw in the
apparently
chat he's been shot. Yeah.
he's been shot at a university campus. He was discussing the transgender mass shooting that happened the other day, and he's been shot. So I don't know if he's alive or not. But this is kind of like, unfortunately, it's good timing to discuss like why I think telling people that I don't exist because we don't agree is dangerous. I'm not saying that you're doing that, but if people get in their heads that they don't exist, then I think like this is the outcome, because I don't feel like that. Obviously, transgender people do exist. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you, but
Yeah.
if I had like people in my family are like, I have conservative family because obviously I'm Greek Orthodox, and Cyprus is kind of a conservative island, and I know that they don't have any like hate in their heart, and I know they do tournaments out there. But when there's this idea constantly being pushed that if you don't agree with me, I don't exist, sort of thing, I feel like this is where it ends up. Like the dude's been shot now, and it seems kind of silly to me. Like, can't we just like the ban that I'm putting in place is kind of because someone is online saying that they hate white people, they hate black people, and there's white and black people in there. And if someone was doing that to transgender people, I would say, okay, you can't come with just trans people here. Like maybe you're, and when they're saying it in a way where they're looking to start a fight, like with the whole race war thing. But outside of that, I don't feel like it's a fair reason or a fair line to draw. I didn't see for. Do you feel differently?
That's an awkward one, because I'm thinking we all have a degree of like it's okay to mock something, right? So if we stick with like the religion thing, you as a Christian, if I came up to you and said like I believe in Islam or something, it would be like you said. I think inherently we are. If I was a Muslim, we are inherently saying that the other person's wrong from what we believe inherently. Oh, not implicitly. Sorry, that's what I should say. But if I came up to you and I said, I believe in Thor and Zeus, you'd be like, okay. The level of like respect for one belief versus the other one, it's okay to mock if I believe in Zeus. I would assume that everyone would, right? But it's still a belief, but we're okay with mocking one and not the other. So when I try and turn that to the thing with the Charlie Kirk thing, he's pretty inflammatory. Like, I don't think he deserved to get shot. Let me put that out there before anyone.
No, like, no, I don't even clarify. I don't either. So
he doesn't deserve to get shot, but it is a case of play stupid games. Someone stupid is going to do something stupid to you, right? Do you know what I mean? He it could be his belief, and I think he does critique, but like Serrt was saying earlier, it's about how he critique people. There's a way of doing it, and eventually you're going to say these funky, punchy one-liners to the wrong person who's going to take it the wrong way. Like if you meet I'd say a regular, but if you see like a normal black person and you see Tope, there's a lot of things you can say to Tope and nothing will happen. But if you say it to a regular black person, it's not going to wash.
Wait, what do you mean regular?
A regular person is going to get offended if someone calls them the N-word.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And they're white. Yeah. A regular black person is going to be like, don't say that. Toby will be like, haha. So, like, even though it's the same thing, different people are going to take it differently. So, Charlie Kirk, it's not that it was a case of it was a matter of time, but you have to expect people to believe in what you're telling them is wrong to a degree that they're going to do crazy stuff. You just have to believe that at some point. Maybe not with like Zeus and Thor, but with the topics that he's talking about, he has to believe that someone's so ideologically opposite that they're going to push back, and not with words.
But the thing is that, like you said, Charlie Kirk himself is inflammatory, but I don't feel like he is. I feel like the conversation itself, discussed by anybody, can be seen that way because of what's being spoken about. But I don't know personally, maybe I haven't watched enough of his content to, like, I think there's a clear difference between Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And maybe I missed it, but I don't see him to be any more inflammatory than maybe, I don't know, like Cenk Uygur or someone like that.
From what I've seen, he's above Ben Shapiro in terms of like trying to make people mad. I don't think his goal is to prove people wrong. It's also to get people mad. Me personally, like
rage baiting, basically.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a
like,
level above rage baiting, but I would put him there. Yeah, like
I mean,
I think he did like a Jubilee 1 versus 20.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh god, right. He does love to do that. I just want to bring it up, by the way. We're going on the tiering of like who, for example, is more of an inflammatory individual. Basically, we're looking at it from the line of which one of these guys is the point where we say no, enough. Flip it around the other way, back to what C4 was saying about play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Like, eventually someone is going to react in a way that unfortunately motivates that sort of violence. And again, do not agree in the slightest with Charlie Kirk getting shot. That is insane, and apparently is still like a live situation. But going back to the topic of how different people might react, I'm not going to like, bring up specific things in the chat, but like, again, Mike, you've had me on. I'd say it's been like a very good debate so far. I wouldn't say I've said anything out of order. And, there's been a couple of times you brought up the fact that, like, I am trans. And there's like a couple of people in the chat that I'm seeing are just like saying over and over again, for example, like all trans people are like, like pedos, or like they groom kids, or like, it's about like men wearing wigs and stuff. And like, I'm going to be honest, it hurts a lot to read, like to see people saying these things, because, I'd personally say that us three at least are engaging in a very helpful debate. But it's like, I'm not going to go ballistic or start crying over that. I've been able to tune that out. Someone else, if they were in my position, Mike, would react differently. Like, they would potentially get very hurt. And at the same time, that's the sort of point that I'm making again. Like, not everyone is going to be able to just be, calm, level-headed, breathe, and go, I don't care. It's not my opinion, and I don't care. But then someone else might read that and be very, very offended or hurt or upset, and that's what spans into potentially that level of like fighting, or potentially, hopefully not, violence. And it's like, you've just got to accept that, unfortunately, no one human being is the same person. And I mean, the Kane guy saying, for example, like, I don't give a shit about how it makes you feel. You don't get the right to escalate to physical violence. Have I not just said out loud, I do not agree with Charlie Kirk being shot? Like, I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall here. How do I get through to this person? Because I'm not going to just sit here and go, I'm never going to speak to this guy. It's the sort of discourse of like, how do I make this person see I'm just a human being?
Well, the thing is, sir, is that like I've run into this as well, where I've been having conversations with people, and no matter what I say to them, because I am half black, in their mind, they're like, at some point you're gonna chimp out, like you're gonna have your moment and you're gonna go mad, and they put it down to like, yeah, I've had that before, and they put it down to like black people having lower IQ, and like I've said to them, okay, just look at me as an individual. Like you're sitting here, you've perfectly expressed that you don't agree with him being shot, that you don't call for violence, but you're acknowledging the fact that in the real world, people get angry when you call them names. That's all you're doing, which is reality based, right? That's not, we don't live in La La Land. That's how people act. It's the same conversation we had with Tope, where if you come around here saying the N-word to black dudes, I don't think that you should be jumped for it. Personally speaking, I don't think. And I wouldn't jump somebody for calling me the N-word. I would just go about my day because I'm not that way inclined. But in reality, I can't protect you from the guys around here, mostly because they're twice my size and twice as angry. And they'll just kill you over it. And there's nothing I can do about it. And that's just the reality. But some people, I don't know, like this Solomon in the chat, doesn't matter what you say, no matter how many times you clarify your position. Some people just are hateful. Like they just have hate in their heart towards certain types of people. I mean, if Solomon, if you want to come on here and say something, you're more than welcome to. But more often than not, these kinds stay behind the keyboard. They won't turn their cameras on. They won't speak openly, because when you have to speak openly in front of hundreds of people, they oftentimes get exposed for having childish mindsets. So you haven't said anything wrong, sir, at all. Like you've acknowledged everything.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make overall. Like, the Solomon guy, I'm bringing it up because it's very, like, prominent in the chat. He's allowed to have that opinion, as much as it, like, does upset me that someone does feel like that. It sucks, but okay, moving on. It's just, again, going back to the original topic of tone policing, there are things that, unfortunately, some people are just have, like, a hateful approach for. And it's just, how do you approach that sort of situation, because if I or if anyone had that sort of view, like the individual who did originally with those tweets did, and there's risk of a threat of, I don't know, maybe he's a bit of a coin flip on if he's going to get punched up if he comes to the venue based on this, and you don't know how to have that discussion, where do we go from there? Because at that point, you're essentially leaving it to the dogs of someone's going to have a fight eventually. And like, I'd say common sense dictates we shouldn't be letting it get to that point,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
You know
think
what's-
some people. Oh, go on, C4.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, what's crazy? What I was thinking about is that there's obviously this one person. Obviously, we want to move past the Charlie Kirk thing, but we're obviously talking about banning people and vetting people and looking into people. And there's going to be something, I assume, that comes out about the person who shot Charlie Kirk, and they'll be like, "See, look, the signs were there. All you have to do is look at their Twitter," and they're all going to be like, "Well."
No,
is
that's
that enough
fair.
to ban someone? This is what I mean. Like, I'm not trying to say like, oh, I was right and prove everyone wrong, but there is a case of like, yeah, like vetting people, especially when they're coming into a community, and it might be cringe by looking at their history and going, they might do something, but it could save someone's life. So it is a balance of like fairness and like we was talking about earlier, duty of care. Like, it's a hard balance, and I don't have the answers. I just wanted to point out like. People slip through the cracks if we're a little bit too loose with who can just enter.
No, you're completely right. I think the Charlie Kirk situation is a good example because I don't know how many times we've heard of situations where, they go on their social media and you're like, right, like they were posting about this for a long, long time. It's sad, really, like how social media has gotten here. The Charlie Kirk shooting, apparently the video is pretty bad.
I'm seeing Twitter links getting posted about it, and it's apparently extremely graphic. So not going to recommend people go out looking for that. It's not good. But my understanding as well is I think the suspect has been shot. I think Trump said that, although now I'm seeing that the guys at the university have apparently got the guy in custody.
Oh my God. No, he's dead.
I'm not watching it, bruv. I don't think I have the stomach for that.
Oh my God.
I ain't never seen Mike react like that. That's crazy. That must be bad.
Oh
Is
God.
it that bad? People aren't like picking it up?
Bro, it's fucking terrible. It's terrible. Oh my God. They popped him in the neck, and as you see, immediately just, bro, it's like, I can't even describe what I'm seeing right now. It's so fucked up.
I gotta hang on.
Oh my
What-
days.
Was it? I'm guessing you don't know. Is it? Was he there for like a debate or like a speech or something? Does any like?
He was doing that thing where he talks to college campuses and he says to them, he puts a point forward and he's like, debate me on it. So they were talking about transgender issues, and you can see him there holding the microphone. He gets shot in the neck, and then blood just starts flying out of his neck. Like, I literally, like, Serrt has just seen it flying out of his neck, and he's like caved over.
Brother, no, that's diabolical. That is awful.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't need to see it.
Nah,
That description,
don't.
it was more than enough.
It's disgusting. Like, this is disgusting. Like, that is some, and apparently it was an old man that did it. A really old man. Looks like Bernie Sanders. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I haven't seen a picture, but like one of the first things that's on like the BBC News update feed is apparently like the suspect is an old white man.
That is distressing to watch, man. He did not deserve that. I don't care how people feel about his politics and what he says. Shooting somebody like that, or shooting somebody in general because of their beliefs is crazy.
Yeah,
but this is where we are
agree.
now. Even with that Ukrainian girl that was killed, you had what's his name, Tariq, whatever, that black dude that's always yapping away.
Tariq
like a race
Rashid?
hustler. Yeah, he posted up on Twitter saying, I don't see any stab wounds. Like, where's the stab wounds? And I was like, what are you implying here, you dumbass? What? Like, the girl is bleeding out everywhere. And then you've got people online saying, now we're even, and posting pictures of George Floyd. And I'm like, we're heading for a race war at this point.
Yeah, that's
bro, I'm not even joking.
That's actually scary. And this is, again, like, I hate social media so much, bro. I minimize how much I use Twitter as much as possible, except for like when I need to paste that I'm doing an event, for example, which I like doing that because this is just what's happening on this platform every single day. And it's just, you can't participate in it without getting sucked into the vortex. Like, that's so awful.
It's terrible, man. Like watching that girl die, and then now watching. I hope he's not dead, but I don't know how he survived. How you're gonna survive something like that? I mean, that's a lot of blood. Fuck, man. Lemon Taxi, thank you for the $4.99. Problem is, people forget that not everyone thinks the inflammatory speech is content. They have real implications and, by extension, real consequences.
If we're going to try and move on from the Charlie Kirk thing, because I mean, I feel like the more we talk about it, the more it's going to just get out of control. What, like, I guess considering it's tone policing as well and the whole black fatigue thing, there's quite a few people in chat asking about what happened with that. Do you want to go over that again, like the context behind that?
What, the black fatigue thing?
Yeah, like, because it's been motivated by what happened with the bus thing, right?
So, on the only reason that I brought this up is because I spoke to some people in the fighting game community in America, and they were expressing this, and one of them was black as well. And in my mind, I was just like, and now especially if Charlie Kirk being shot, I'm just like, are we like days away from seeing something crazy happen at like a gaming tournament or something, which has happened before? And so basically the premise of what they're saying is that black people are underrepresented in the United States in terms of like population, but we're overrepresented in crime statistics, which is unfortunately a thing. And they were saying that this is a black guy telling me this, that he does not feel threatened when he goes out and sees white people. He feels threatened when he sees black people. And this was in a group chat, and the other black guys in there were getting angry at him. Now, I don't know about you, C4. I ain't scared of white people. I am kind of shook to leave my house sometimes because of my own people. And I'm not going to sit here and say that I have black fatigue, obviously. I've got black friends. I've got C4, King J, my boys in the area. But there obviously is a cultural problem. And my worry now with this whole thing breaking out in America, is things are happening here in the UK with other stuff, is that we're going to see some like real ugly shit happen at gaming tournaments. And I've seen more people saying or feeling like they're justified in becoming radicalized now. And again, this isn't a fighting game group chat. This is not like random people on Twitter.
You know what the difference is? So I'm thinking about your situation. The situation you talked about that guy, and I don't care if people know. I live in Essex, and when I moved here, there was 2 black people in my whole college. I was one of them, and the other one was one teacher. Everyone else is white. I think about it now, and it's like if I was like walking around at 1 a.m. here or in Stratford, I'm scared of both, but the fear is different. I think there's a shame. Well, there's like a public shame of being racist. So walking around in Essex, I'm not too scared of a white person jumping me. But if I'm in Stratford, there is no shame in getting jumped for your phone. Like, that's just another day.
You can't stop it.
Exactly. There's no social pressure for people. I mean, people obviously don't want people mugging and robbing, but it's also cool to do that. So if I'm walking in Stratford, I'm like, the probability of me getting mugged is higher than me walking around Essex and getting jumped because I'm black. So that's why I'm more scared of the black person than the white person. Not because of anything other than one is less likely to happen because of the shame and like people will like frown on someone being racist. But if someone's mugging you for your phone and they stab you and run away, it's just another statistic, isn't it?
Yeah,
Shit,
unfortunately.
Very shit.
I'm just going to read out this super chat because I do want to respond to it. Lemon Taxi, thank you for the $4.99. Black Americans also make up the largest percentage of acquittals for violent crimes, yet that's never brought up. Funny how that works. Well, actually that is brought up, and there's a big problem with that as well, because the guy that killed the Ukrainian girl was acquitted 14 times. We don't know why. The guy that killed the Ukrainian girl on the bus was let out He wasn't acquitted, but he was let out of prison several times. And
Oh,
there's been there's been plenty of cases of people being acquitted that shouldn't have been. So I don't know what the actual statistics are, but I'm just telling you from my personal experience. Okay, when I go to places like Rochester or some seaside town, I walk around like I've got no care in the world. I come back to London and I'm clutching my purse. And it's the only way these problems are going to be solved is if we look inwards, right? We have a serious cultural problem. There's an issue with the culture. Sifa, I don't know if you will agree, but I was talking with my friends today. I'll give you an example since Miss Sats just brought up in the chat. When you go to Croydon, who are you who are you looking out for? Are you looking out for Barry or Jermaine?
Look, all I'm saying is, if I see Jermaine, I'm vigilant. I'm not, I'm not like crossing the road, but I'm making sure my phone's not in my hand, making sure I'm covered up. I think it's a case of you don't want to invite trouble, and the rules of that are like really flimsy. You can just look at someone funny, and then they just won't break eye contact, and you're like, it's gonna be a long day, innit? But Barry ain't doing that shit. Barry's gonna look away. If you look at Barry for too long, Barry's gonna look away. That's why it's a difference. Jermaine's gonna lock on. Like, they're gonna see if you've got that vigilance, or they're gonna see that, oh, you're not from around here. That's what they're looking for. So.
Yeah, I mean, like when I'm coming down to London, for example, like I came down a couple of times for Tyrant's Red Bulls things that he was doing C4. Like I was asking directions. I think it was to Plug specifically, and like even then, I'm pretty sure he was making jokes about like, don't go at this specific part, or if you take a wrong turn here, turn around and stuff like that. And it's like just some ends are not safe, and it's just like, yeah, like you said, the bigger picture of the culture, Mike, I guess.
And it's universally not safe. I don't know. Maybe some white people think like, oh, because you're black, you don't know. They will jump black people as well. Like they don't discriminate. That's the only good thing about them.
Well, this is the whole thing of like black on black crime, right? Like they're more likely to jump me and you than to jump Barry. Like they're like, yo, bro, what ends you from? And I'm like,
oh yeah,
I don't want to answer this question because if I say I'm from your ends, you might be from another ends. If I say I'm from other ends, I mean your ends. So I'm dead either way. Like just get it over with. But yeah, no, there is a in my opinion, there's a serious cultural problem within the black community, and I understand like people feeling hard pressed for like people using it as a way to like say racist things, but I'm not concerned about that. I'm more concerned with like fixing the problem in house rather than focusing on things on the outside, because people are going to do what they do. I'm sure like Serrt experiences certain things from people who have opinions on transgender people, but you can only really try to do what's best for people in your camp, and hopefully that goodwill extends outwards.
Yeah, that's a very fair one. I mean, when I posted my thing on my Twitter, just like kind of saying I was coming out and just like, oh, hey, this is me now, or whatever. Like some guy commented on it, and it was someone who I'd never heard of, and I think quite literally had never interacted with the FGC before. Like just replied saying, oh, that's weird and disgusting. I'll make sure I never speak to you then. And it's just like, okay. Nice to meet you as well, like sick to shake your hand and be like, let's talk about this, but it's just no, like you're disgusting. And I guess it's that sort of problem. But I will say though, because you did address the lemon taxi point, they do make a fair point. This is kind of me bringing like the forensic psychology stuff up as well. There is a very critical difference between getting let out on bail, for example, and an acquittal. Acquittal is legally defined as your case has gone to court and the judge has said not guilty or cannot make a ruling, and so they're not going to prison or receiving punishment for it. Acquittal statistics in that regard are very different, because that's like, at that point you have received legal judgment and you've been deemed for doing nothing wrong. So I see what they're trying to say. I suppose the issue is more to do with like instances like what you said of when these problems just form in instances like when you're walking down the street, you know, the example that you two just brought up of who you're going to look away from if you're going down a street in Croydon, for example.
Yeah, I mean, like I understand what he's saying that there's very high acquittal rates, but maybe that's also because the rate of people being put before the judge is us or like going to prison. Like obviously if you're being overrepresented in crime statistics, then maybe you're more likely to also have high acquittals just because of how many people are going through the system.
That makes sense.
I will acknowledge, though, that whilst that is true, the criminal justice system is inherently flawed, like in that regard. Like there's numerous papers critiquing it year on year where it keeps getting discovered that there's just a bunch of failings for minority groups of any like background being either unfairly treated, not receiving like equal punishments. And that's the sort of precedent that we're going into, because if you're talking about culture, it's like, well, they don't trust the like systems that actually are meant to protect people. So why would they ever engage with them, you know?
I've got a question to like circle it back to Sir and Mike and probably chat. Is there a crime that's, let's say, petty crimes? I mean stuff like under like murder and SA and all that sort of stuff. Is there a crime that you would ban someone over? Like say someone has, you know, they've robbed a shop 5 times. Would you ban them for that from your tournament?
Yeah. You're gonna rob my tournament. You robbed the shop. You didn't do it once. What did they take? Did they take Pokemon cards, or did you take like something significant?
You know what? I'll go on. They robbed the shop for money. They didn't take anything. They got the money.
Yeah, you're no.
But there's no money. There's no money at the tournaments, right?
Yeah, but
people that pay on entry.
Someone's trying to, you know, someone's got a store. That's their livelihood. You saw fit to go into their store and take their shit. Fine, whatever. Maybe you've even got your own reasons. That's not my problem. You're a thief.
Okay.
You broke the law. You might steal something that is worth that money from my tournament because I got PS5s or Switches. You can't come.
Okay. But, sir, before you answer, this is I've had this in my head for a long time because I don't know if it's fair for me to think this. So you've got that person who robs stores, right? And shops and whatnot. You've got another person who got done for drink driving. Do you ban that person too? Because their crime can't affect anyone at the tournament, but their crime is heinous, right? I think it is. I think drink driving is pretty fucking bad. I think it's worse than robbing someone. But physically, at an event, someone who drink drives isn't going to make a difference or harm anyone at the event, right? So would you ban someone for drink driving?
Have they only been done for drink driving, or have they hit somebody for drink driving?
They haven't hit anyone. They just drink drive.
If they haven't hit anyone, they've done it more than once.
Yeah. Say 3 times. They've done it 3 times.
But no one's dead. No one's hurt.
No one's dead. No one's hurt.
I mean, I agree with you. Drink driving is a terrible thing to do, but because nobody's been directly affected yet, which is the problem, I guess, because you could come to the tournament and go get drunk and then drive off and hurt people at the tournament. So, yeah, do you know what? Drink driving has cost so many people their lives that you're too much of an idiot to understand that, so you can't come to the tournament. I think that's fair.
C4, I am so glad you asked this question. Like, I think you already know what I'm going to end up saying. Right. Mike, you know how you've just said that about, like, your opinion is, for example, in the robbery one, this individual could come to my venue and rob that equivalent of equipment, or the drink driving one, you're just that much of an idiot that one day you could then go and, like, come to my venue and then end up killing someone for your actions. So, if we're circling back to the topic at hand, like, again, the guy who put those tweets out in the first place, not a crime, not something that necessarily would have him brought before a judge by any means. However, at the same time, consider the logic you just used. Your opinion is, on those two situations, there's a line that is crossed in terms of risk to the event or the people within. Again, when Omen explained it, and he also mentioned that there were people of like faith at the event who could have been impacted, hurt, or what have you. Can you not see how you stratify that across and be like, that's why they felt the need to warn him about his behavior in the first place? They didn't ban him, but like, do people not notice that it's the same sort of logic? We're just applying it to a different context, because that goes back to everything I've been saying about we pick and choose where our limits are.
No, I completely agree. We are the context. I think the context matters, but I am applying the same logic, so I will concede that. But I think where I would push back on is that although I am applying the same logic, the gravity of the situation is vastly different. So whilst he might have said something that could be deemed Islamophobic, words are not physical. They're not. It doesn't have any physical implications. Drink driving and being in a scenario where you're stealing both have physical implications. Like if somebody resists against the thief, we've seen how that turns out. And if someone gets in the car and hits someone, you just ruin someone's life. So I think mean words, although I am applying the same logic, I think the context makes it so vastly different that I would still distinguish the two.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, that's fair enough. And I mean, for example, like I see Pharaoh in the chat saying the tweets on violence, that's not a correlation at all. I'm not trying to correlate these two things in the sense of, oh, well, one guy committed violence and one guy said mean words. Both of them should be banned. I'm going for the underlying point of there is a line in the sand that every person in their brain chooses is the limit for what they find acceptable. And in this case, that is what the like TO was for that scene decided was we'd want to just give this guy a nudge that there's a bit of a risk here. Like, you might not agree with that, but at the end of the day, is that their right or not, do you think, Mike? Do they have like basis for that?
Yeah, no, I completely understand your talking point, and they do have basis. And like I said before, I don't think they handled it poorly at all. And you're right, it's their tournament doesn't have implications for like a world tour. And although like you could use the like ostracization argument in that particular situation, they didn't ban him. They just gave him a little warning to not do it again. So yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from. I did also just want to say before we move on to the next topic, Solomon is in the backstage, so I'll bring him on in just a second. Let me just read this super chat. TS Sigma, thank you for the $5. I don't know, man. I'm banning him if he's robbing Pokemon cards. That's foul. Yeah, you might pull like what are they called, like SRs or something? Be worth a lot of money. I might agree.
Hey man, you could rob one PS5 or you could rob one PSA 10 Pokemon card. Same difference.
Yeah. All right, let me bring Solomon in here. Solomon, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, guys?
Yeah, not bad, man. What did you want to say? I don't know if it was to Serrt or to us in general.
Well, look, I understand you guys are moving on to other stuff here. Obviously, the Charlie Kirk situation was totally insane. I didn't even know about that till I tuned in here. Although I will say, the reason that I mentioned the stabbing that occurred on that train partly was because they're both neck wounds, but also, you know, because of course, medical major. That's the first thing I think of is the kind of laceration we're looking at. I will say, though, the reason I mention that is because it highlights a particular cultural issue that I'm pretty sure you guys experience in the UK just as well as we do here in the United States. There's a lot that we have in common, obviously, but the Black population that we host and the Blacks that you host are pretty much one-to-one with the amount of violent crime that they're being charged for. What do you guys think about that? Is there some sort of underlying, maybe genetic cause to concern ourselves with? Or...
do you want to go, Mike?
No, go on.
Go ahead, C4.
Yeah, you're blacker than me. You can answer.
That's crazy. You know what's funny? Someone linked me some like Twitter talk yesterday, and there was a lot of Black Americans that were saying Black people in the UK aren't the same. And Mike, you've heard this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of Americans say that we're nothing alike.
So I'll say, by their logic, no, we're not the same.
Wow. Right on. Yeah, I mean, when I came in here, I was kind of expecting to get lambasted as a racist or whatever. But the reason that I use those inflammatory words, specifically targeting minorities, racial minorities, which really aren't minorities, the reason why is because I think that the culture war has shifted to the point where white people have been on the receiving end of it for so long. And they've just been getting bullied for whiteness and colonialism and shit for a very long time. I think they're just fed up. And this is their way of saying, you know, we saw the CCTV footage. That was disgusting. That was disgusting. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was disgusting. If that were my daughter, I don't know if you guys have children. I'm a father. But if that were my daughter, right? Yeah, I don't even know how I'd react to that information. I think it would genuinely break me. And I think about that woman's family and how they must be feeling to see the reaction of Black Americans on Twitter making excuses for it and apologia. What do you think about that? Is that acceptable? Should we tolerate that, or should we call it out?
I mean,
I think you should call out the individuals doing it, but I should stress that that is a very, very small number of people. There's not a widespread idea in the Black community that what that guy did.
I mean,
was acceptable.
I saw them do it. You know, it was not an insignificant number. Maybe you could say there were bots, you know, dead internet theory, whatever. I get that. But nah, I don't know, man. That really rubbed me the wrong way. And I think that was kind of a turning point, seeing that CCTV footage when it comes to the race dialogue, especially here in the United States. Maybe it's like that in the UK too, though. I hear you guys have a pretty big problem with the knife crimes going on.
Yeah, yeah, we do.
Can I ask you something?
Oh, go on, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to establish, like, the things that you're saying here. I just want to know, because it'll depend how I, like, you know, give you some statistics. Are you backing these opinions, or is that just what you found from other people, for example?
Yeah, there's a lot of opinions out there on this particular race dialogue. I kind of fall somewhere in the middle. Look, I don't like seeing people get victimized on the basis of their race. You know, if it were a Black woman who got stabbed in the neck by a white man, I would call it out for what it was. That was racial violence, especially on the way out. He's yelling, "I got that Black girl." How would that make you feel? Your daughter gets murdered by someone and they say, "I got that Black girl," on their way out. And then you find out that they've been let out of jail some 14 fucking times. That's insane.
I mean, yeah, like that is terrible. But, like, for example, you put up the point of the fact that, like, you know, the majority of convictions and what have you, and like the total crimes ought to do more with like Black individuals who are doing the crimes, and it's like that's how you segued into the what's causing it. At the same time, however,
yeah, because I don't think it's cultural, right? Because you guys are in a different country, different customs and such, but for some reason, the criminal problem remains pretty much one-to-one. So is it cultural or is it genetic?
You say that, but I think immediately assuming that is the issue with, like, the Black individuals is kind of insane. Because, I mean, here's the statistic for you. Did you know that between 1989 and 2022, 3,300 people in total have managed to get an overturned conviction in the United States? More than half of those, it's approximately 60%, were Black. And I think in the 2024 census, only 13.6% of the US population was registered as Black. So you've had these people go through the system, a judge has said they're guilty, and it's been easily investigated that no, as a matter of fact, there has been a systemic miscarriage of justice that is putting them in the system. And, like, at that point, how do you blame the individual who got put in jail in the first place when very clearly they're being persecuted for their issues, not their issues causing them to persecute others? Like, it's kind of the reverse logic.
Yeah, I just don't buy that, because there's impoverished white people and they don't commit those crimes, and it doesn't destroy them.
But don't they commit other crimes?
No one's afraid of being around a poor white person, but around a poor Black.
Hold on. You've got kids. You've got kids, right?
There's certain areas I could introduce you to.
No. This is cap. Because
give him the Croydon example.
I have never seen
No, go on.
a Black person get accused of being, like, into CP. I've never seen it. They're always white, are they not? And if I was
Yeah, I
petty like
watched
you,
Catch a Predator too. That was funny.
so like, I could be petty like you and try to invoke, like, when you came in, you tried to go, the warrior gene, and you didn't get a bite. That's fine, because then you kind of elaborate by saying,
Hold on.
we've been
Is there a
executed.
pedo gene? Right? Is there a gene
didn't say that.
responsible for pedophilia? You know what I
didn't say
mean?
that. You're looking at
So-
the crime
There's certainly some
statistics,
people
and
who
I'm
argue
saying,
that.
look at the CP statistics. What?
Right. Yeah, well, hey, maybe there's a genetic link there too. It's not beyond the realm of possibility, is it?
I know it's
So then, would
hard,
you
man.
acknowledge that there's a situation where white people are more likely to be the assumed stereotype?
It's very possible. It's very possible.
So then, why is it a good thing to say that about black people in the first place? Then,
Hey, sir, don't worry. I'd rather be black in this circumstance. I'd rather have this gene than that one. I'll tell you that much.
The thing is with the genetic argument, Solomon, is that it's an assumption, right? It's just something thrown out there to. And
Well,
isn't
it's really
proven
not
to-
an assumption. I mean, we have inferential genetic data that seems to point to it. It seems pretty well established. There's a causal link between your genetic architecture and how good of a fighter you are. Like, why is boxing dominated by black athletes? I don't think that's for nothing. They're talented. That's their talent. You know,
Isn't
I don't
that
think that's a bad
because
thing.
isn't swimming dominated by white people because they have is it explosive? No, they have implosive muscles, and black people have explosive muscles, or something like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's physiological purposes. There's neurological reasons. I also think, look, I don't like to say, oh, black's low IQ. That we could do that. I'm not going to do that because I don't think it actually gets anywhere. I've met plenty of black people that I find very intelligent, like you guys. Wonderful hosts that I get to speak with. So, no, I don't think that it's just an IQ thing. I think that the continent of Africa selects for a very specific genotype, especially when you're looking at sub-Saharan populations, which are very genetically diverse. It's the most genetically diverse continent on the planet. So, yeah.
Are you implying then that intellectually black people are subpar?
I don't think that they had a reason to come up with, complex governance or judicial systems or anything like that. I just don't think the incentive was there in Africa. I think, that what mattered is that you and your family were alive and you were fed. And that's about the extent of it. And, Africa is a pretty tropical climate, for a lot of those populations. I think what you're looking at with the divergence between European populations and the way they structure their societies and then Asian populations, how they structure their societies. It seems to me that it's both genetic and it's environmental, but it's certainly genetic. Like, you can't take the genetics out of it. You are your genetics. Your parents make you who you are. Like, it's hard to avoid that. And if your parents are both black and they both have a history of violence, well, it's very likely that the product of their combination, you'd probably be black and you're probably going to be a pretty violent person. I don't think that's a terribly controversial thing to say.
You've just described the race part out of it, because if you're white and both your parents are violent, you would still say the same thing, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
So
yeah, it's just one more trait to consider. The problem is that we're not allowed to talk about the trait. We're not allowed to say that blacks do tend to be more violent when it comes to crime and what they get charged for. The offenses that white people are getting charged for, not typically as violent. So, if you look at the data,
hold on. Sorry, C4. Like, I'm not trying to take over. I'm not.
No, that's all right.
But, bro, I've got to come at this from the psychological point of view because he's bringing up genetics and it's doing my head in. Right. Explain Charlie Kirk Shooter then. Isn't he a white old man?
Oh yeah, he's probably politically motivated. Probably really.
Didn't you just say that white people commit less violent crimes?
Of course, on average.
So what happened?
What do you mean? What happened? A white person having another white person? Look, if you're white, your chances of killing another white person are way higher than going out of your way to go target some random other racial group. The chances are, if you're black, you're going to be targeting mainly black people. I think you guys already went over that. I don't think.
Why? Why? Is it like is there like a magnet in the genes that draws me to?
No, I don't think it's a magnet. I think just in general, that's how their subconscious is wired. They're wired to prioritize certain values in the same way that Asians are wired to prioritize certain values.
But I'm trying to get. I need to know about my warrior gene. Why am I more likely to rob Mike than Serrt? Explain to me the genetics. Tell me what is in my DNA for me to rob Mike and not Serrt.
I'd have to do a genomic analysis, man. I can't really say at a glance.
This is why I said bringing up the genetics argument is silly.
Look like you're in good shape. I'm sure if you did take up boxing or something, maybe you'd find yourself pretty good at it.
What did you say?
It just pivoted away from me asking about the genetic gene that he said is there and has got science behind it, but when I asked him about it, it's not there.
That's the thing, Solomon. Like what I was trying to explain to you is that it is an assumption because you don't really know. Like you're talking about it, but when Seath was asking you a direct question about our warrior gene, you don't really have the answers for it.
What do you want to know about the warrior gene? Like anybody can have the warrior gene. How they behave is not dependent on whether or not they have.
You got to stop talking over people. The obvious thing to point to is culture, right? Not our genetics. Like maybe there is something, but there's no point in bringing up that point if you don't know the ins and outs of it.
Okay. You say cultural. You say it's cultural. I agree with you. It is cultural. Now, the question is, where does the culture come from? Why do certain groups have different cultures? A culture in Korea looks a lot different from culture in, South Africa, right?
The laws are different.
Okay, laws are different. Okay, very good. What else is different?
The land, the climate.
The history that formed their culture as well.
What about the people that are building the society? Are they maybe genetically a little bit different from South Africans?
They look different. Is that what you're getting at?
They look different, and they're probably the reason they look different is because they are different. It's because they are indeed unique population, right? And I think that it's okay to have unique populations with unique values, but you can't tell one particular group, in this case, Europeans and white people, well, you guys have to have open borders, and you can't seal that shit up. You have to let the whole world in. Whereas China, if you go over to China illegally, they're going to put a bag over your head and they're going to kick you out of the country immediately. You can't do it. It's not like that in Europe or America.
What's immigration got to do with this?
Well, immigration has to do with this because we're talking about cultural divergence and how different cultures interact with one another, and we see that in crime data specifically, right?
You're talking about like single parents and stuff. That's what you're probably talking about.
That's certainly a variable to consider. Yes, single parent households, income, right? How much do your parents earn? IQ, were your parents smart people? Somebody with NASA engineers for parents versus somebody with, CNC machinist parents. Are they going to produce similar outcomes, or are they going to be different?
I've seen a lot of rich white people that have kids that just do drugs and waste their life.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, because I feel like everything you say, you make a point, and then I say something memey after it, and you go, yeah. So you're basically just saying nothing, because every opposite I say to you, you agree with. I don't understand the point. Like,
I think you have this perception of me as like some black hater.
No, I don't. I'd rather you say what you mean instead of alluding to it all the time. That's because we haven't got much time.
Well, the whole summary of my point is that culture is a genetic factor, right?
Culture is a genetic factor.
Yeah, certain genetics serve as the foundation for certain cultures.
That's a nothing burger.
Yeah,
culture is genetics. That's so nothing. That's saying water is aqua. Like, okay, cool. Yeah.
Culture is a genetic causality. I do believe that. That's my belief. You don't have to agree with it.
Solomon, I want to ask you a question.
If you want to just say it's all systemic cultural problems, that's totally fine and dandy. My particular worldview likes to factor in other things in the data, like genomic analysis. And
but you can't really factor that into the data unless you understand what data you're analyzing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Mike, I'll let you go first, but I have to bring a point up about that so badly because, like, I feel like
I'm all ears. If you can prove
This is like what we were talking about the other day with.
I want to be wrong.
It's slightly unrelated, but we were talking to Jason Montoya, and he was talking about being holistic and nuance and all this stuff. But if you don't know the little details, you can't be holistic, and you can't talk about in a holistic sense. You can't be nuanced. You have to know the small details. So when you bring up the genetic factor without understanding what it actually is, and it's just based on assumption, like you said, it's your worldview, it's how you've chosen to see it. Obviously, to people listening, it makes it sound like you're looking for a reason to say you guys are down here. Like intellectually, you ain't much. Like now, I would agree that there's a cultural problem, and I can point to several parts of our culture that have serious problems. But when you're talking about genetics, if you had a legitimate argument, you would have presented it now. But every time C4 pushes you on it, you kind of back off from it.
Well, what do you want to know? The warrior gene?
Well, explain to us why you think that we might be, not me and C4 in particular, but black people in general might be less intelligent. Specifically, like what is it about the warrior gene or whatever makes us up that makes us less intelligent?
But I think intelligence, I don't think IQ is the last word on intelligence. So okay. I think there's a lot more to consider than just the IQ score. And also, if you look at the data as well, IQ seems to affect different people of different genetic backgrounds differently, right? So a black person with an IQ of, say, 90 is going to function a hell of a lot better than a white person with the same IQ. So there seems to be some sort of other factor that hasn't been analysis.
Can you explain why?
If I were to hazard a guess, and look, I'm not a scientist here on this particular matter, but if I were to hazard a guess, it would have to do with the natural selection of different continents. I think natural selection looks differently in Africa than it does in Europe.
So why would 90 IQ in Africa yield better results than 90 IQ in Ireland?
What are you saying? Like, why do like 90 IQ Nigerians perform better than 90 IQ Germans? Or
yeah. Anyway, really.
I think the reason that they do is because their brains are wired in such a way to look at more fine-tuned motor skills. Like they seem to be specially gifted at like code sequencing. So giving certain numbers to a person and then having them repeat the inverse of those numbers back to you.
Can I ask like a question, by the way?
So yeah, I think intelligence expresses itself differently in everybody. And I don't think IQ controls for that. So it's far from the last word on intelligence. I don't think, black people are some sort of inferior race or whatever. But I do think that cultural values for violence and the predilection for it, yeah, that makes them something to be wary of in American society.
Yeah, just before Serrt goes, just because people are asking in the chat what the warrior gene is. Basically, the warrior gene, it's I can't remember what the abbreviation. I think it's like MA.
Monoamine oxidase inhibitor, something like that.
Basically, it's like you're more prone to aggression and being impulsive. Say, for example, just like a very like layman's example, if you walked up to Serrt, for example, and maybe you said something nasty, Serrt might walk away. But if you walk up to me and C4, you might die. And the assumption is that our warrior gene kicks in and we basically chimp out. That's what it is. That's what when people bring it up, that's what it is.
That's a funny way of looking at it. That's the stereotype of looking at it. But
have you got the scientific? Wait, pull me the paper. Pull me the peer-reviewed paper of the scientific definition of the warrior gene, please. I'll read it right now.
Well, I'm on my phone right now and I'm in the bathtub, so.
I mean, technology is great. You can pull up a browser. You know what? I bail out. I yield my time. This guy is just throwing buzzwords.
I appreciate C4.
Give
like, I gotta bring something up, and I'm gonna give a shout out to someone in the chat for mentioning this as well, because this is proof, in my opinion, that there's a fundamental misunderstanding going on here. Ian Conway, where he said, where is it? God, let me find it. IQ is rank ordered. It is normalized. It doesn't work the way this guy is saying at all. And he's right. IQ is not the be-all, end-all manifestation of intelligence, but it's not because it manifests differently in different races. It's because IQ is a standardized test. What it is telling you is that you and the entire population took this test, and you have ranked above a percentage of people who did the test. Like, do you guys in the chat know what I'm saying when I say bell curve? Like, Mike, do you know what the bell curve is? So basically, it's literally, right? Imagine a graph. I show you a graph, and the shape of it is just like, I'll try and trace it on my camera.
Okay, yeah.
So this top point here is 50%. 50% of people are going to score less than the middle score. 50% are going to score more than the middle score. That is not divided by race or eugenics or demographic or background. That is just everyone who's took the test gets their score measured. You cannot then use that to back the ideology that certain races manifest their IQ differently, because that's not what it compares in the first place.
Well,
It's
first
just
of all, I'm not saying they
misunderstanding.
manifest their IQ different. I'm saying a certain score of a certain group or a member belonging to a group, the way they express their unique intelligence, because every brain is unique. That goes on an individual scale. It's going to be different. And there seems to be a racial relationship to one extent or another.
Okay, but like when you're defining violence, because I just have to ask this because you brought up how American, European, and Asian cultures manifest different traits. When you're defining violence, as in what you think some people are more inclined to commit, what do you mean by that? Like, what violence are we talking here?
Oh, mugging, robbery, assault, anything like that.
Okay, what about things like murder, for example?
Absolutely.
Then are we going to talk about, for example, in Asia, where it was pretty well documented about, what was it? China with the Uyghur Muslims, I believe that was the... yeah, like where quite literally drone footage was coming out of entire like religious faith individuals being rounded up into camps with bags put over their heads and being made to kneel because, there's literal population control going on here. Is that violence to you?
Of course, that's systemic violence. It's a genocide.
Then how are we going to talk about, for example, an Asian culture not manifesting those traits because it demands it, but at the governmental level, that's the sort of thing that's going on there?
Well, civil society is a little bit different from governance.
Are you saying civil society is what promotes that there in the Asian cultures?
Well, I mean, it's kind of correlated. If the government is composed of these people, of this particular population, and they hold these beliefs, and more or less everybody seems to be on the same page about the beliefs towards these Muslims, these Uyghur Muslims, then yeah, that lends itself to systemic violence, of course.
And then that, if it's governmental that has caused that, that means that the issue is with the culture, not with the genetics, like you're trying to perpetuate. And again, another point on that is the fact that, like, genetics...
It's both.
Yeah, I agree that like there's a mix, but this is one of like the first things you learn even in psychology, for example. Your genetics are what the initial foundation is, but that then projects into your background. For example, there's going to be a major difference if I was born into the family that I am now, which is like I'd say lower middle class, stable family up north here in the United Kingdom, compared to what would have happened if I was in like Europe, for example. But I'm still the same white person. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't think you would be the same white person. No, I don't think so. You'd be a different white person. I mean, yeah, you still have the category of white. The category of white still applies, but I don't think that takes away from any individual, free will or anything like that. I don't think that because you're black, you are destined to be a criminal or anything like that. What I'm saying is that the reason that this correlation exists is because Europeans had a history, I call it the European Revolution in the 1700s, of executing their criminals. Right? Criminals would be tried and executed in a systemic fashion, especially murderers and rapists. And they did this for about 100 years or so. And that doesn't seem like a long time. It's not a lot of people that you're removing from the gene pool. But of course, you know how statistics work. Very tiny little smidges at the onset can lead to very big differences in the end. And I think that's kind of what we're looking at here.
I don't know. I feel like when you're saying this, I feel like you have understanding of some of the baseline facts, but I just think the understanding about how like the culture itself can like influence.
I hope I'm wrong. If you could prove to me that genetics played no role whatsoever in any of this phenomenon, please, I want to be wrong. I would love for you to prove me wrong.
I don't
I'd be
think the
inclined
burden
to
of
do
proof-
so, but like that's not what this stream was ever about, bruv. Like we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
somehow managed to get onto
We
naming
have
sources about the
diverged.
like race debates. It's we didn't come here for this.
Agreed.
Let's move. What I want to do just before Solomon goes, because we've got other people waiting, is there's some super chats that came in that relate to him. So Solomon, are you okay answering any questions that people have?
Absolutely.
Okay, now I'm going to read them out one at a time. Some of them might not be questions; they might just be observations of the chat. So don't take any personal offense. Lemon Taxi, thanks for $4.99. This guy didn't get hugs from mummy, now hates black people.
So true, King. So true.
Mike, I'm gonna let you read these super chats. I'm just go for a quick toilet break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. WYS Neo, thank you for the $5. All closet racist talking points. He's checking all the boxes.
Well, I'm not really in the closet, am I? It's hard to say I'm in the closet if I'm right here, huh?
Mr. Moss, thank you for the $4.99. I'm Hispanic and I got Sinaloa cartel gene coursing through my veins. Fair enough.
Possible. Yeah, totally possible.
WYS Neo, thank you for the $5. Always the deep conversations into racial genetics to justify his viewpoints. You can tell he spends way too much time focusing his time/energy on race.
I really don't like talking about race. The reason I'm talking about race here is because it applied to the comment that I made in chat earlier about the Ukrainian girl. That's the reason I'm talking about it. It's not my favorite thing to talk about because it's very controversial for obvious reasons.
WYS Neo, thank you for the $5. The other factor is systemic racism.
Yeah, see, the reason I don't buy into that is because racism is a very nebulous word. You can use it to apply to just about everything that you don't like. It doesn't hold that much weight as it once did. So to be a racist today getting called a racist today is a far cry from being a Klansman in the 1800s, doing Klansman stuff, complexion around the place. And
the last one from Kenjamin, thank you for the $2. Solomon, do you root for the whites in Get Out?
In Get Out? Yeah, I'd have to watch that. I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, watch it and then let us know.
It's a good film.
All right, Solomon, I appreciate you jumping on, but we've got to get some other people in here. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
appreciate
Steve,
that.
Solomon goes. Wait, Solomon, before you go, it's not going to be a question or anything. I actually want to give you a shout out. Credit where credit's due. I didn't think you was going to jump on. You jumped on. I'll give you that. You was chatting.
Thank you, Ned. I appreciate the props, Ned. It's very much
me and Mike, well, Mike a lot, obviously, because it's his platform, sees a lot of people saying crazy stuff in chat and they never jump on. Someone did it.
Right on.
Fair enough.
Well, it was a pleasure speaking with you guys. I think you're all very great, upstanding British gentlemen, and you guys try to take care out there. It's a pretty crazy world out there.
No worries, man. Take care.
In a bit, bro.
All right. We've got a bit of a queue here. I know this podcast kind of gone off the rails, but we're just going to run with it. We're just going to run with it.
We should have asked him if he would ban us from his tournament. He didn't ask him that.
Shit. We'll ask the next guest. We'll ask them if they'll ban Solomon from their tournaments. All right. Let me get the next person in here, which is Sheik.
I am so triggered right now. I'm so triggered. I had to sit there and listen to that nonsense, and none of you guys pushed him on any of the shit that he said. Like, I had a movie like August Hurt out here with the fucking. I don't know if you know who August Hurt is. If you know any of your World War II. So basically, he was the guy that did phrenology. I think is how you pronounce it. I might be pronouncing it wrong, but it's basically the study of skulls. So
Phrenology, yeah.
Yeah, he would collect all the Jewish skulls after, and he would say, oh yeah, he would write papers on this is why they're like this and this is why they're like that. But you never pushed him on any of the shit that he said. Like, and it's actually so jarring.
Maybe he's right. Maybe my intelligence wasn't high enough to push him back. I'm sorry, bro.
Do you know what? Hey, maybe. But or even the fact that, like, we all know this is common knowledge now, right? That all life like started in Africa, right? And then obviously Pangea, the wild thing, and everything moved, right? But none of that. What come on? What is going on?
Culture was genetics, remember?
Anyway,
remember?
I would say
Would you ban Solomon from your tournament? That's the real
Honestly,
question.
yeah. Would I ban someone from my tournament? I mean, you know what I'm like, right? So me, I welcome it. I would always welcome it.
Right.
But there's obviously the strenuous rules, right? So if the dude's stealing, no, I probably wouldn't let him in. If he's drunk driving, to answer your question, no, I wouldn't let him in, because at the end of the day, that's gross negligence. Yeah, that shows to me that you don't even care about your well-being, never mind anyone else's well-being, right? Because you don't know what can happen at the end of the tournament, right? But then also, I did see the nuance, right? Because I was like, yo, if I'm hosting a tournament and it's not a bar, it's at some like I don't know what you call it, like do you know the sports centers and stuff like that?
Sports
If it was
center,
like
yeah,
a sports center, yeah, if it was like a sports center and I had it kitted out and whatnot, there's no alcohol, there's no way that anyone could be drinking, then I'd be like, do you know what? Why not? Just, make sure he's got a buddy so someone's looking after him.
But what about Solomon? What about if someone comes to your event and says, "I know your IQ level due to the melanin in your skin"? Is that ban worthy?
I'm punching him in his throat. That's not bad, worthy, but I'm punching him in his throat. I don't really business.
Like, carefully, you're gonna get someone to mention the Warrior gene again by saying that.
You actually proved this point.
No.
It's going. See, this is one
no. So let me tell you. Let me tell you. So
pimping out.
I'm not. Everyone knows I'm not a violent guy, right? But like, there's, I'm not though. No. I'm not. Don't
ignore me. I'll turn off my camera. Ignore me.
Yeah, ignore me in C4. We know this guy too well. Go on, Joe. Go on.
But everyone knows I'm not a violent guy. I'm a lovely person to be around, right? I give as good as I get, right? But at the end of the day, right, there's a certain level of disrespect that you can take, right? When someone's referring to you as a black, yeah, and then white people as white people. Why aren't we just black people? Like, and then, oh my God, it's bringing up all the stuff that he said as well about the genetics and fuck me, Jesus Christ.
Do you need a moment? Do you want to call back?
Do you know what? Can I call back? Can I call back?
My mindset, can I phone a friend later?
Because he's actually frazzled my brain. Like, I don't think you guys actually understand like how jarring it is to have to sit there and listen to this, right? And when this is your forte, this is your shit, this is your stick, and you can't defend or even say anything. But yeah, there's a certain level. There's a certain level of disrespect that I can tolerate, right? Like with anyone else, there's a boiling point, and for me, that would be my boiling point. I wouldn't. What's the word? Not conflate. I wouldn't associate it to the fact that I've got a warrior's gene, right? Because at the end of the day, like that only makes sense. Do you know what? It will go on a tangent, and I don't really want to do that. But it would like almost everyone here. Very few people in this world are pure bloods, right? And I don't want to say it like that because that sounds really bad. But I'm saying like no one is 100% black. Like very few people are 100% black. There's always some kind of intermingling somewhere and somewhat, right? So if the gene, is a makeup of your mom and your dad, right? So two halves, right? Eventually, somewhere down the line, that's gonna get diluted, right? And if I don't know if people
maybe the warrior gene is so powerful that it doesn't.
It's so dominant. It's the super cell. It
doesn't matter that I'm half Greek. My warrior gene is just too.
Bro, you know what? Gohan and Trunks could turn Super Saiyan and they're half breeds. So
do you know what? You might be right. But what? That's actually throwing me off because that is actually making sense. That the mass is mapping.
No, I don't mean to like take the conversation off topic, but I do want to show this really quickly. This is coming out of the Cincinnati Smash Bros Discord. It's being sent over to me right now. They're talking about hosting a Charlie Kirk is dead party.
What the fuck?
And
someone's died.
My God.
They're saying, would you come to a Charlie Kirk? They're posting up laughing, saying, because he was defending having guns in America. And this guy at the bottom is saying that he'd come to the party. Maybe it's just a dark miracle. So when I tell you that the Smash scene is a cesspool of absolutely degenerate people, I'm not joking. And the thing is that I haven't been able to dedicate time to going into everything that is in these discords, whether it's
When you do,
Louisiana.
when you do, make sure that I get the APB, because that'll be fun. Trust me.
I think that would probably have to be a video, to be honest with you, because there's so much information to like break down. There are so many fucked up things in these discords. I can't even begin to stress how bad it is. And now they're celebrating because he's in a critical condition right now. He's probably
he's not dead.
He's not dead. It's looking like he's going to die, unfortunately. And they're celebrating it. So when I tell you that the Smash scene is beyond repair, it's beyond repair. Like it's fucked. It's this bad. It's terrible. The things I've seen in the Smash Discord, NA Smash, I haven't really seen anything from UK Smash. I'll be honest with you. I haven't seen much. But American Smash is completely off the rails.
I can't like that doesn't sit right with me. Regardless of what the person did, right? Like, minus the, unless they're a kiddie fiddler or something like that, right? Like those kind of crimes. I don't think anyone should be like, you should be hailing someone's death, right? Because at the end of the day, they've still got family members they're loved by. They're still leaving behind someone. They've still got maybe even kids, right? There's like, that's actually just disgusting. Like, I would ban those people, by the way, from my tournament, just in case. Just seeing as we stay on the topic, right? Just
that is kind of interesting. Are they ban worthy?
Yes, of course you're ban worthy. Yeah? You're filth. You're actually the dregs of society.
Well, right? You've got to think what they're saying, though, C4. Like, they're celebrating the death. No, I understand. Like, you're just asking the question, but they're celebrating the potential death of somebody that disagrees with them, never put his hands on them, just sees the world differently, and it's his job to go out there and spread his message the same way that imams might spread their messages, or Mormons or whatever. That is his message, whether you like it or not. And he was shot in the neck in front of everybody, in front of his family, in front of the world to see, and they're celebrating that. In my mind, these are crazy people. And if they think it's acceptable for him to be shot in the neck, and this has like maybe potentially opened the floodgates for other speakers at colleges to be shot, then I've got to start to wonder, do you think it's acceptable for somebody that's right-wing to get shot at my tournament? And if, in my mind, I'm thinking you do. So I can't let you come.
I don't want to put this out like a gotcha, but I feel the sentiment, which I agree with, is kind of under hate speech. Because those people are going to say like, well, I didn't do it. I'm just happy that they weren't here. And then the whole top of this thing was showing a tweet from someone saying, if you eradicated this religion, they loosely both kind of come under someone being hateful.
Well, the thing with the religion thing is that he's talking about religions in general, because he did mention Islam, but he did also just mention like religion
in general.
Charlie Kirk in particular is his potential death is being celebrated. So for me, you're targeting an individual, which you'll do at the tournament as well.
Right. Okay. Fair. Yeah. Like I said, it's not meant to be a gotcha. I just like the sentiment is that these people are being fucking despicable human beings. That's why we don't want them there. Not because I don't think you would say they pose a harm. The people in the Smash schools don't pose a harm, right?
I just do you see what I mean? Like, what do we think Charlie Kirk is Hitler now? Like, what are we saying?
No. Okay, two things. One, I think just to feed off the back of your point, right? Like, I feel as though there's some level of nuance, right, to all of this, because if the guys made the post about religion and stuff like that, and so sure he might have referenced Islam because Islam might have been the one there, and then he went on to elaborate and say all of this, right? That doesn't come, like, you can discern like a level of hatred through that, right? If I'm making sense, maybe I might be waffling a little bit, but the point I'm trying to say is that you can use your judgment to say, okay, cool, well, this doesn't come from a place of malice. He's just criticizing something that he sees, right? Whereas these people are actually happy that a potential person could be dead because they don't share the same views, or their views are more skewed, right? That's kind of...
I get it, but I think about what Serrt said about not justification, but I can understand why some would want him dead. If he's
Yeah,
if
no,
he's
no, no.
going out of his way to well, not purposely, but I mean it's his job or whatever, to basically go to people saying, I don't I don't abide by your identity. I think you're mentally ill. That's gonna rub people up the wrong way. And there are gonna be some people that believe in their identity so much that they want him dead. Like,
Yeah, no,
again,
100%.
not justifying it and not defending it. It is still heinous to do that. It's like they didn't even give it like comedic distance between when it happened until now. Like it's literally bang on when it's happened. It is fucked up. But again, it is a case of who are we to say what people should and shouldn't be offended by? If someone's saying your identity doesn't exist, you're mentally ill, people are going to feel that way.
Yeah.
But I bet you if they were black, it would have been a fist fight because they would have had that warrior gene.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yo, bring the next one,
This troll guy.
I'm just saying, right? Because you didn't have the warrior gene, so you pulled for the gun, right? Because that's easier, more accessible, right? Then you know what the impact is. I'm just like, if we're doing this, okay.
I just turned his camera off. Okay.
God.
But no, like I get what C4 was trying to say. I know I'm the one who made the point originally, but it's like, again, personally speaking, I obviously am not going to call for the death of anyone. And Tyree, who's been saying it in the chat, I think this is what I mean. There are some people out there who will see the same thing, will understand in their view the wrongness of said thing, and then how they form a desired outcome from that is going to be different to me. Like my personal view is I want it to be a society where like we're not at the point where someone is at risk of death, persecution, or anything because of these differences, because, you know, individualism shouldn't be oppressed for, like, you know, anything really. But that's how I want to deal with things. Like Tyree, on the other hand, I don't know their background. If they have like a specific reasoning for why they'd oppose Charlie Kirk so much as I don't agree with it, I can understand why they might call for this sort of thing to be occurring. I just think the celebration of it is where it begins to like go into, when are you just being worse than the people that started the problem in the first place? When do you replace their insane ideology that would have you seen as the lesser and removed with your own, because you're actively celebrating them being removed from your life, you know? Like,
yeah, it does. It's a ridiculous stance to take. I mean, to compare him to Hitler, I might understand why you dislike him, but you've obviously not read a history book if you think he's anything even comparable to Hitler. I'd seriously advise you reading into the Second World War. But that aside, Charlie Kirk, like, there's people in the chat saying that he stood for guns being not being banned or whatever, or the government not stepping in. I guess you reap what you sow to an extent. It's not right that he was shot over it, but you also have to remember that this is probably going to have a negative outcome for the people that are celebrating it, because there's more guns in America than there are people. And if you guys start shooting at each other, there's going to be a big fucking problem. And I don't think, this is just my opinion based on how I see people talking about guns and who's for it and who's against it. The people that are against Charlie Kirk might be outgunned. So I don't know if like you guys want to get into like a gunfight over this. It seems kind of
pointless.
Like, what are we doing? We're shooting each other now because we don't agree with each other. This is madness. You said that he wants to come on. You follow the instructions on the screen and you can come on.
It's actually wild to me though. Like, I feel like I need to say this, right? So like everyone actually understands like how severe this is, right? So Hitler killed in the realm of 6 million Jewish people. No, people. Fuck all of that. People in general. He killed 6 million people. Yeah? And you're comparing him to someone that just uses their, like, has a working brain and is able to like articulate his points of view in a decent way. How did we get here?
It's mad. I mean, he can jump on the podcast if he wants. Comparing those two people is insane, but apparently he knows what he's talking about. So he's more than welcome.
Can I jam when he does come? Because I like this would be like something that I would want to pick apart as well. Just a thing.
Yeah, I'll give him a chance. I'm gonna bring in Black Pharaoh before that. You can stay if you want. When he comes on, I want you guys to let him speak, even if he says something crazy. Just let him say what he wants to say, because I'm very curious to see how he's gonna rationalize this. Let me bring Black Pharaoh in here. Just quickly, Rain, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, bro. Be a new members video on the channel tomorrow. All right, Black Pharaoh, how you doing, bro?
Hey, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, man. I wanted to. I've been telling Serrt, or telling myself, I wanted to tell Serrt I really wasn't feeling him at the beginning, but I think you did a good job with Solomon, man. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciated you bringing up the the things about psychology, because I really try to study psychology too. That the genetic thing was wild. The genetic thing was wild. I think I know I was I queued up, but I think you guys handled it pretty well, and I don't really like talking too much about the Charlie Kirk and the race thing too much, because I don't think it would have been productive for me to continue on that. Like you said, I think you guys handled it pretty well. So if you guys want to move on, that's cool with me.
Can I ask you a question, Black Pharaoh? I think I kind of want to ask everyone this. I don't know if Mike will allow me, but to Solomon, if you had a tournament, would you ban Solomon from your tournament?
Oh no, he's cool. Yeah. I mean, I've dealt with those kind of people. And he was talking out his ass. You know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with talking out your ass. You know what I'm saying? So if that's what he want to do, that's cool. And it's just really important to make sure that there's someone that is willing to acknowledge that is ass talk, and I think you guys did a good job at making sure that was acknowledged, and not basically getting on that level. You don't have to have an expert, because you're not going to always have an expert in genetics, available to talk about the in-depth studies, or whatever it is, go back and forth with someone who's not an expert. That's not the other person shouldn't be talking about it. That's like someone who is very ignorant about politics talking about policy you don't even know, which unfortunately is a lot of people. So but yeah, like I said, man, he would be, he's I'm all for trash talk and verbal ignorance. It's funny, you know what I'm saying? So you can come to the tournament, man, 100%. Especially I was putting in the chat, the only or I was talking to somebody else, the hard part is whenever someone has some really strong views and you don't like those views, and you can maybe be offended by them, and they're good at the game, because they go be there, they go be there at the tournament for a little while, and that's tough, bro. I've had to deal with some people that I don't like, but they good at the game, and you got to deal with that every time. They they don't leave early because they good at the game. So, but yeah, no, 100%, man. Yeah, you come to the tournament. I think just to address that real quick, the only time that someone should be banned, I'm not a fan of the banning thing. I'm really not. I know Mike talked about a Hungry Box, and I know they had like a Leffen thing that happened, and a couple people. I'm not even with who was it? I forgot who else it was, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of the banning thing. I haven't seen a good example of that yet, honestly.
Can I ask you a question?
Not to break up the conversation, just to update everyone. Charlie Kirk has been confirmed dead.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's terrible, man.
Yeah,
that's so terrible. I did see the video. The video was, he looked like he was hit twice. That was terrible.
Yeah, I just saw the video from a different angle, and it's much more graphic than the first one. So
yeah, it was definitely, it looked like he was hit twice. That was terrible. That's so terrible.
Yeah. Anyway,
and it's like, I don't think there's any verbal. I know we were talking about words and what words can do, but I don't think that there's any verbal anything provocative verbally that you could do to even like give consideration to that kind of response. You know, I don't. I mean, even something like fighting. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that that's just like worth consideration or justifiable in any regard. So that's terrible, man. Because I know you guys like that's his job, and somebody else was like, he's doing some things or saying some things that you can't really. I don't want to say blame the other person for how they're going to react. Man, that's. I know someone else was talking about like that's a event that you go there to participate in. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he's forcing you to hear this or consume these words or what he's saying. That's an event. You saw the people there are there to conduct discourse. They're there waiting on him. They want to see him. There's multiple people that do that. You know what I'm saying? So they're participating. So I yeah, man, it's just that's terrible, and I really I hate to see that kind of thing happen to him and the young lady who was on the train who was stabbed. That was terrible. That was so terrible. I really hate that. And for them to occur right next to each other, yeah, man, that's terrible.
It feels like something really like. I mean, obviously these are terrible situations, but it feels like something like far worse is about to happen.
Yeah,
there's so much civil unrest. I mean, we've got the protest here in central London on Saturday, which apparently 1 million people are showing up to, and there's so much unrest around it, and
Is
so
that the
much
Muslim
like
one?
back.
Sorry.
So Tommy Robinson has organized a protest to push back on like illegal immigration and like the migrants staying in the hotels. And just like I obviously like I know people in other scenes that do other things. I hope it doesn't turn ugly, but I've told my friend because he's booked a ticket to go watch Demon Slayer on that day in central London. I said you might want to.
Yeah, when I turn around, about do you a U-turn.
Like
that's not bad.
It's not worth this because, I mean, Mike, I'm gonna be real with you as well. Like, obviously, people do have like, their whole thing about like expressing and not. The Tommy Robinson stuff is just so disingenuous. Like, even in the tweet he posted about like promoting the protest, it's not a coincidence that the red bus that is in that image, if I'm not mistaken, I saw like the image of the preview has the number 88 as its bus number on it, bruv. Like, it's not a coincidence. Like, it's inflammatory and it's going to be an awful protest in my opinion, and this is the sort of level that things are reaching now, and that is probably a fair basis to say like the concern of why we're getting to civil unrest. If I was in your position, I'd tell your friend, do not go to like London for this today. Just wait another time.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to it. I don't want to turn the podcast into a UK issues, but we've got so many problems here, and there's so many people that there's a lot of Muslim people that I know that are being unfairly labeled. There's a lot of English people that I know that are being unfairly labeled, and no one's really listening to each other. And just the other day, I was walking down the road and I saw these people shouting because our British flag was being put up. And I was like, man, this is really not good. Like, we're heading in like a really, really dangerous situation. And like all of my friends have like the English flag up, and I don't see it as I don't see the English flag as a sign of hate or anything like that. But people are getting really mad about it. And I don't know. I just said to him, you might want to be careful, because it feels like it's not just going to be a protest. It's something else is going to happen.
Yeah, it's that's just the reason to gather or to draw attention to it. And there's always somebody with a yeah.
Can I ask you a question? You said
I'm not too loud, am I?
No. You said you wouldn't ban Solomon from. Sorry to digress as well, but you said you wouldn't ban Solomon from your tournament, right? And you don't believe in the banning thing.
No, I just haven't seen too many. I think it's a very strict condition where that should be enforced, and I haven't seen too many. Yeah.
So that's why I was going to ask you: is there anything that you can conceive of right now, off the top of your head, that you would think, I would ban this person for this reason?
Specifically, if it's one party, I love what Mike said, and I'm glad he said it. Like if it's if you go get, if it's something based off an image, you get rid of both people. I think that's totally fine, right? But if it's like a judgment that you have to make, I guess off of one person, unless it's something you're being like it would be in correlation like with the law, right? If you put your hands on somebody, something, or you're an immediate physical, if you're creating an immediate physical conflict, I even like, the driving drunk thing, because I was like, you can't leave after a certain point, restaurants and stuff, they got to stop serving you because they're liable for you driving home and, committing a, DUI and, hurting somebody else, so all of that is in correlation with the law. And I think that's exactly how it should be handled, but yeah, if it's not something you putting yourself or someone else in immediate physical danger or causing a like extremely abhorrent, what is it called? Disruptance, disturbance. It's not too much room for me. Don't come to the, like they said, like them people, like it was some combo breaker, one of the combo breakers. It's I'm part of the Tekken scene, but I've heard Smash takes it to a new level with how they smell sometimes. So they were like, bro, you can't like. I understand the metagame, you know what I'm saying, and you sit next to the person
inside their head.
Yeah, I understand them. I'm all for the metagame, bro. Like, but this is like after the game is over, you still smell like that, homie. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's more than meta at that point. You know what I'm saying? You were disturbing the venue. I'm trying to buy, you know what I'm saying, a hot dog and some Gatorade, cuz, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no metagame with that. So yeah, bro, that's when it's a disturbance. And I think, yeah, if you go like even I'm not to shout out Joe Budden, you know what I'm saying, but they said he couldn't come. I think they banned him or he got in trouble. I know he got in trouble. He can't, I don't know, like he got in trouble. He can come back to CEO or something like that. Like I was like, come on, bro. That was just good. He didn't hurt nobody, wasn't a threat to nobody. He broke some rules. He broke some clear rules. But he got kicked out. So I was like, come on, bro. That was so like yeah, he can come to the tournament, man. And there's very clear and easy, I in my perspective, easy conditions why somebody should be banned. And I have not seen that yet. You know what I'm saying? I say free Hungry Box all the time. I'm hate what he did. I didn't like what he did. I say free Hungry Box all the time.
Wait, what did Hungry Box get banned for?
He did he was drunk on stream or whatever, remember? And he had, I don't know, whoever
that was Mango.
No, that was Mango.
That wasn't Hungry Box, was it?
Smash, I don't know. They're all the same to me, you know what I'm saying? Kirby, Fox, Pew Pew, so yeah. I've been saying Hungry Box. I'm gonna freeing the wrong person.
I'm gonna bring on Tyree. So I want you guys to let Tyree say whatever. I don't know if it's a guy or a girl. And then we'll respond. Whoever he or she wants to respond to.
Hungry Box, Mango, same thing.
Tyree, can you hear us?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, floor's yours.
Well, there was kind of some things that y'all were saying. There's quite a few things that are like, so I'm not really sure what to. I don't want to just jump in and start, just going crazy. I will say I am consider myself a communist, so I am much further left than all of y'all. So again, I don't want to just go off. So
okay, well, I mean, earlier on, the last message I recall seeing from you is that you said that Charlie Kirk was like Hitler.
Okay, obviously Charlie Kirk is not equivalent to Hitler, and even saying that, you have to understand that Hitler had the apparatus of the German Empire behind him. No man will ever have that power, except maybe Trump coming up. So to even make that comparison, you kind of understand that like there's an epistemological difference. I mean, a hurdle that you have to jump over just to even think about that. Okay, but
so were you saying it to be inflammatory?
No, I'm saying I wasn't saying it to be inflammatory. I'm saying I did make a response video. Hitler didn't fall. I mean, a response message. Hitler didn't fall out the sky and just gain power. He was given power by liberals over and over, who said as an example, the Piper strategy that Hillary used. I'm sure most people are aware of it.
No, break it down for me, please.
The Piper strategy was that Hillary would give Trump lots of airtime in their estimation that would make him look like a fool, and instead it was arguably the main thing that got him elected. That was conceived by a German liberal. They tried the exact same thing with Hitler. He got power. That's how he got power. All throughout history, there are examples of liberals people not stopping Hitler or giving him a little bit more power.
Sorry, Tyree. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. All right, and then let's go. Let's do this. I know you got this, but it's kind of disjointed when you're trying to talk and you're not flowing. So just take a deep breath, think about it, and then let's go. Yeah.
Well, I've kind of already said he's not, obviously Charlie Kirk is not comparable to Hitler, but Charlie Kirk is how Hitler got power, as well as his political agenda is to get Hitler into power.
So you're saying, if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that the methods in which Hitler used to get power or was given power, right, is what Charlie Kirk was weaponizing. I would feel like is the best word to use in this situation, right? In order to get his following. Is that what am I following the
Yes, but this isn't an analogy. This is
like
actual reality. Like the Heritage Foundation, Project 2024, all of it, all of this. Can you directly or repeat?
So and also I'm not too familiar with. I mean, I am and I'm not too familiar with a lot of the events that you're referencing or the stuff. So like when you say what did you just say? Politics 2020 or something like that?
Project 2025.
Project 2025. Yeah. So I'm not too familiar with that. So can you also break that down for me and kind of let me go from there? So then I've got everything. Speak to me as if I'm a pupa and I know nothing.
Okay.
What?
Basically, what I'm to break down Charlie Kirk real quick. He basically fails out of college, then gets picked up by a billionaire who's associated with the Heritage Foundation, which is a far right wing think tank that also conceived of the most it's Project 2025, the 1619 Project, all of these political and institutional ways that they're trying to send us back to the 50s, the 60s, whatever.
But when you say Project 2025, could you specifically tell us what it is? Because I believe I know what it is, but I don't know what your understanding of it is.
Project 2025 is just a roadmap for how the conservative Republicans will gain power and then institute their power. So it's not, it's just a playbook. So,
but I've heard a lot of them denounce it. I've heard quite a lot of the right-wing pundits say that they have no part in it.
Just like Solomon says he's not racist.
Can I ask a question? I'm probably gonna bore everyone, but to bring it back to the original topic just a little bit. Tyree, is it right if I ask you like a couple of questions real quick and then like short answers?
No problem.
Yeah. It's gonna sound crazy, but if someone like Charlie Kirk wanted to come to your tournament, would you let them come to your tournament? Would you ban them?
I wouldn't let Charlie Kirk come to my tournament.
Would you let the people? Oh, sorry, go on. If you want to.
If I could just real quick, there's a difference in I guess the person. Like I'm Tyree, I'm a nobody. Okay, Mike is a low level content creator, but you know what I'm saying, he has clout in the community. Then above
You have to
that,
call me low level, bro.
Low level.
I'm sorry, bro.
That's crazy.
I'm kind of hyped because I do have a lot of respect for you, and
Let
so
him land his plane.
Called me Reddit.
we're having it.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
bro, you're not.
Standing in your head.
My man
Not
said
just
two
one
more
raid, bro.
warriors of a greater power level than I are on the way.
Yo,
Don't
said you
worry,
don't
my
put up on
Warriors,
the
my
scouter,
Warriors
so-
team will kick in. We'll see
Oh,
you
for
low
God's sake.
he said he scanned the scouter and he
Okay,
said he don't even see you, cuz.
level. Oh,
That's
sorry, Terry, go on.
Charlie Kirk is a political influencer. He can call up what's the president? So many H names. Trump. He can call up Trump. So to put him on the level, his speech on the level of ours, anybody in this cause, is a, you see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
We're
You're calling
already
it a
kind of,
fallacy, basically.
yeah.
But you'd still let them come to your tournament.
Yes, because at a tournament, he's just there to play. He's not there to,
That's
political.
fair.
But
Would you ban the people? You know the Discord that Mike showed about people, celebrating his death. Would you ban those people?
This is a hard question because obviously I'm biased. I feel like so even if I try to think about it, like would I ban somebody who celebrating the death of Obama? I don't feel like those. It's no, because that's their person's personal opinion. That's their feelings. That's whatever.
No, I wasn't trying to catch you out. I just wanted to see, again, trying to bring it back to the topic. What is bannable? Like, and a lot of us said we would ban those people in the Discord. So you're saying you wouldn't, but you're saying even beyond the biased, what would be the reason? Is it that you think that person that is celebrating someone's death is a threat, or they're just an arsehole? Where does it kind of lie?
Yeah, the threat part. The thing is, I don't feel like. But again, it goes back to the fallacy. Those people encouraging it aren't. They don't have it's sarcastic terrorism. They don't have the ability, whereas Charlie Kirk does. So, also the thing is because we're also Discord versus local. Like I'm thinking of this. I'm like 31, so I'm thinking of this more of locals. I feel like Discord, I would actually say is different because of the way that, like, you know what I'm saying, I can have a conversation about Charlie Kirk at my locals with somebody off in the corner, but I can't do that on Discord necessarily. You know what I'm saying? We would just be in a private message, but that's going to be on the wall for everybody else to see.
Okay. Yeah, no,
I feel like that. Yeah.
I mean, in fairness, I'll give credit where it's due. I like the fact that you brought up, like, what if someone was like celebrating the death of Obama, and then, like, I wouldn't ban for that either. That's like acknowledging that it's a stance he'd hold, above the bias of wherever you're on the political spectrum. So, like, I think that's a fair one from Tyree right there. That's a good example.
But are you saying Are you saying celebrate the death of Obama because he just passed away of old age, or because he was shot? Because I think those two things are different.
Well, I mean, Tyree, I guess my question's for you there.
That's fair.
Yeah, you said if they were celebrating the fact that he was assassinated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you're to be honest, okay, I'm thinking because I'm a communist. I actually do not care for Obama. So if it was Huey P. Newton, okay. The thing is, again, it goes back to the reason that I'm celebrating Charlie Kirk's death is because he explicitly believes that Black people, trans people, and LGBTQ people should all die.
Okay.
So somebody celebrate.
I've never heard him say that, but okay.
Of course, he's not going to say that because then he would never be able to be on CNN or have the platform that he has. He wouldn't be able to do
it. Man, I'm not gonna lie.
Sorry. I think he would be though, because I think isn't CNN and all NBC and all of that, aren't they like conservative?
No,
last time I checked, the other one.
Yeah.
Other way. Okay,
liberal.
sorry. Liberal.
He definitely wouldn't be on
Charlie
CNN
Kirk is
saying that.
conservative.
Super quick. On a scale of 1 to 100, where would you put yourself as in the confidence that Charlie Kirk actually believes what you just said that he thinks? Like, are you 100% sure
100,
he thinks that all those people should die, or are you like 80
not.
to 90?
Yes.
He's dead.
I don't. Okay, when it's like the whole MAGA thing. If you say "Make America Great Again," when was America great? Their only answer can be 50s or the 30s, a time when Black people were subjugated. Therefore, there's no way to wiggle around the fact that they're saying they want to go back to a time when Black people were subjugated.
No.
So-
I get the logic tree. I get how you get to that conclusion. I'm just asking,
Right.
do you think is there any percentage where you could be wrong? That's what I'm asking. Are you 100% sure in your mind?
Oh, in my mind, I'm 100% sure. In the objective, I would say maybe 99.5%, because again, his project is that he's not just a regular person. I would say so I was gonna say Charlie Kirk because not Charlie Kirk. What did I say? Nick Fuentes. He's only on Kick and Rumble because he's banned off of YouTube and Twitch. So you do have to tamper your message, but
just to push back a little bit, when I have family in America and I've got friends out there, and as far as I'm aware, didn't Trump win by a landslide? Like, he won by a landslide, which would imply that people of color voted for him as well. And when I spoke to people, when I spoke to people about the whole "Make America Great" thing, because I always heard they're talking about the 50s and 60s. So the people said to me, it's not about a particular time period. It's about the kind of like crime and the issues that they have in America now. It's not down to like having people as slaves or like bringing Jim Crow back or anything like that. And I'm not saying that people in that camp don't feel that way, like particular people, because everyone's different. But just saying that all Black people, that he wanted them all eradicated, at no point in any of his ramblings have I ever heard an inkling of that. If there's a video that you could even point to that would even suggest that, I would love to like bring it up on stream, because that's a crazy statement to make.
And sorry, just off the back of that, before you go, Tyree, I personally always thought "Make America Great Again" was more of a philosophical slogan, because from I've got for those of you who don't know, like, my family is from Dallas, like I'm from Texas, so that's where like I grew up, right? But I don't know, and I don't remember much of it, but from what I was told, right, it's always been, the American dream, right? You come here with nothing, you leave with everything. Like, you make your money, you make your livelihood, you build up, and you become something, right? That's always been the dream, the American dream. So that's what I always took away from it, and I thought, because of and like you said before, like the problems that you had, like the prices of houses and all of that, like, and the crime and stuff like that, like, if people are turning to those routes because they don't have any means of making money legitimately, or they aren't given the tools to succeed to make money legitimately, and this is why they're doing that. So that's what I've always taken away from it, and obviously now the floor is yours, Terry, but that was just my personal 2 cents on the matter.
Can I ask something, actually? This is to you, Tyree, because I feel like you were almost on the verge of making your point, or at the very least getting your line of logic across, and like, that's perfectly fine. But I've been trying to go back wherever possible when we've been naming examples to, understanding the subjectivity of this very topic. So I'm going to ask you about those like 3 people that you named. So first of all, this is just a yes or no question. You don't have to explain it. You just need to think about it for a second and tell me your honest answer. If you were at a tournament, like you were TOing, and you found players that wanted to come to your tournament that were wishing or celebrating the death of Obama because he got shot, would you ban them from coming to your tournament?
No.
If you saw people celebrating the fact that Charlie Kirk has been shot, would you ban them from coming to your tournament?
No.
And what was the third one that you named? Like it was Huey D. Poot or something? I'm not quite sure. Oh
Huey
yeah,
P.
what
Newton.
Huey P. Newt. And same thing there. What about then?
I would just say no.
You still say no. Okay. Because I noticed you were like unsure about that specifically, but are you understanding the point that's being made here about the fact that yes, you may have that opinion about like calling for that, well, not even calling for it, but like maybe celebrating that instance for Charlie Kirk. But when it comes to the level of access to a fighting game tournament, there's a difference, like in terms of whether that should be fair or not. Like, because again, we're going back to the original topic of tone police.
No, not necessarily that it's fair, but that there's a I guess what I was trying to get at was that we're keep flattening it to difference of opinion, and I feel like there's my favorite color and your favorite color is different than whether or not somebody should have rights.
And I mean, yeah. Go on, Sif, actually.
I was going to say, I think this is kind of interesting. Maybe not to anyone else. Do you think it's a right for someone to attend a local, like a fighting game tournament? You think it's a right that they have?
No, but no. Okay. But I could have strong opinions, but at the end of the day, we live the law. You know what I'm saying? Free speech. It's your private property, tournament organizer, all that good stuff.
Okay, it's interesting because I feel I resonate with you because you're basically like crippled by consistency. So even though you said that you was biased, you would be like, no, they can all come. And I kind of respect that. Like,
I do
even
as
though
well, yeah.
you feel like, oh, I wouldn't say that, but because I would be unfair and be picking and choosing, I'll say all these people can come, even if I dislike the ones that celebrated the death of someone that I thought was good for humanity. You still said no. So that's what I thought. Is that because of the consistency, or is it because you feel it's a human right that people are allowed to go to not just like tournaments, but like two places, be part of community? But you don't, and I also don't think it's a right. I don't think anyone has a right to go to a tournament. I think it's a privilege that you have to earn. I don't think it's a right. So
I do have a question because I might be interpreting your question a little bit different. Y'all are asking me if a person celebrates it, and it sounds like, and I don't quite think celebrating I feel like there's a difference between somebody saying I celebrate this happen and I think someone else should do it, or I think this thing should happen.
Okay.
And I feel like y'all are saying they're the same thing.
I don't think they're the same thing, personally.
I don't think. Yeah, that's fair enough. They're different. Yeah.
I've seen like tweets where they were saying, "Oh, if someone was to throw a brick at technicals, that would be cool." I see that difference to someone mocking that someone threw a brick at technicals. I think they're two different things.
Yeah,
I think one's worse
that's
than the other. Yeah.
Okay.
Kyrie, can I ask you a question? I've been listening to you, man. And I wanted to know, like, just in reference to Charlie Kirk and his work, his accumulation of work that he's done in public and in media. Do you think that the conversations he's had and let's just leave it at that. Like, the conversations he's had surrounding him and his topics have been productive to let's say are you in the US? Sorry, you're in the US?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So do you think that his discussions and his impact has been productive to like the social landscape of the US or counterproductive or negatively impacted? What do you think?
Well, extremely negatively impactful. I am Black. But the thing is, so to answer your question, negatively, but I feel like we keep asking this as if Charlie Kirk is an individual, and I feel like we need to be talking about him as a brand, because he is an extension of not the Republican Party, the far right elements of the Republican Party. Also, again, he can call Trump. He can call Trump right now. Well, not now.
Well, I'm sure
but
Oprah can call Trump too. So I'm saying, like, I don't know
I
if
don't
that,
think so.
you know, that don't. I'm sure a lot of rich people can call Trump. You know what I'm saying? Trump was,
But
you know,
okay,
a
but
rich
he's not
dude
rich.
before he was the president. So,
But
um,
he's not rich. He only has that because they share a political agenda.
no, I'm
So
just
you
saying a
think
lot of people can. I'm just saying a lot of people can call Trump. Is all I'm saying. So, like, a lot of
And
people
I'm
can
saying,
call Obama.
and I'm pushing back. That's not true. I don't think Oprah could. I think Oprah could call Obama or Biden. I don't think she could call Trump.
I'm sure she probably wouldn't want to call Trump, but you don't think Oprah could call Trump if she wanted to call Trump?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, all right, all right. Yeah, a lot of those people at that level could call whoever they need to call, you know. So, but I just wanted to know what you thought his impact was. I don't know. I have to like sternly disagree with that because I think it's been, you know, I think just the opportunity for two opposing sides to be able to come together and, you know, even if it's at odds, you know, conduct discourse is something that is objectively productive, you know, because the times
Can
when it becomes
I ask?
violence. One
I have a
second, one
question.
second,
Okay.
one second. So like whenever the times when that becomes violence is when those people are isolated in their own, you know, you guys were using the word echo chamber, you know, like, you know, when that's when that becomes violence, right? Is when ignorance
No,
is propagated
Charlie
and
Kirk's
circulated.
entire platform is violence. Fundamentally, is violence.
What can you educate me on what that how that manifests? Because maybe I'm ignorant. Tell me what,
Project
you know, what you
2025 explicitly calls for trans people for the erasure of trans people. All of the like there's over 500 bills in different American states that explicitly ban trans people from sports. Although there's literally less than 100 in the country.
so
Sorry.
you're talking about trans as a
They're not.
as a ideology, not trans people as the manifestation of the
Uh,
individual.
mm,
So you're just
trans.
talking about theoretically the word trans.
No, I misspoke by saying trans people. I
Oh,
was
bro,
I,
you
was,
can't
I
misspeak,
specifically
homie.
meant
You saying
trans
some serious
underage.
stuff. Huh?
I specifically meant underage people. So trans athletes within high school, middle school, there, because there's yeah.
that's
Okay,
not
All right.
erasure? That's not erasure though.
that's what
That
I'm
is
saying.
that's
You
a
can't
Bad.
you
just
can't
saying
use that
like these are
word.
some strong. These are if you go come with you're saying some really important and really uh like I don't want to, let's just say important, really important stuff, right? And if you're gonna say that, if you're gonna come with that kind of, you're gonna lead with these ideas, you can't misspeak, homie. That's dangerous. It's like that's actually dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Because you're coming with someone you're coming as someone that has something to say and is worth listening to. And I'm a big as much as I want to tolerate, like I said at my tournament, somebody who was, you know, I tolerate ignorance and talking out your ass and trash talk and all of that. I love that. You know what I'm saying? That's especially when they lose. You know what I'm saying? But if you're coming at somebody with something very legitimate to say, something really legitimate to say, something really important to say, and then someone listens to you, and let's say you misspeak or say the wrong thing, that person is trusting what you're saying, and it's not right, and that's just dangerous, you know.
Um.
Are you saying we don't all misspeak? I'm kind of lost at. It's like a
No,
meta
no, no,
conversation.
no, no,
Can
no.
I ask?
I'm not saying we all. Of course, I'm saying. Of course, we all misspeak. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. These dogs.
Yeah. He's just saying like if you misspeak, right? People are. Let's say people are taking your word as gospel, right? So now you've misspoken. You've painted a different picture. That person that you're painting, or anyone, let's say anyone in the chat right now, they take what you said as gospel. They then go on to parrot what you're saying, right? And then it's fundamentally wrong, right? And then
It's
they look like an idiot. That's
okay. Well, it
I might
wasn't
be
fundamentally wrong. I also wasn't given the chance to. It wasn't like I misspoke, stopped, and
yeah.
then conversation happened. Like somebody interjected with a question.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying that was his point in general. I just have something. I feel like that was his point in general. I might be paraphrasing, or I might be getting it
No,
wrong.
no,
But
you're good. So my fault. I might have interjected. Go ahead, because you were gonna orient what you were saying. So go ahead.
yeah, I just wanted to ask you a small question, because you said eradicating trans people, right? And I don't know if we actually touched on if the in middle school and high school, right? So in middle school, you're like 11, you shouldn't be,
Yes,
in
that's my
that
point.
realm.
That's
But you
actually my
should.
point. So
But
why
but
is there legislation against it if
but
it
my
can't
point.
happen?
No. That's it. See, that's the caveat. That's where you're wrong, right? It's not that it can't happen. It's that it is happening in some places, right? There are studies shown, right, that people are being put on puberty blockers and some other things,
Right, it is
before they're at the age of development, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if I know, right, because I've got trans family members, yeah. So
Yeah.
I know that because you're told when you go to the clinic, right? They're like, yo, like you need to be past puberty because then we have more skin to work with, and like your bone is like in a better place and whatnot. You doing that earlier than it needs to be done or should be done, yeah, can have drastic ramifications on your body's development. And that's
Okay,
probably why the legislation is being put in place, because there are some shady people in doctors. Remember, you get remember,
this is the game though, because you're saying you can see why, but at the same time, have you ever seen any TikTok about RFK? RFK.
the floor is yours. Go. I wait. Let me just finish my point, and then you can finish do whatever you're doing. But the point is, the way your healthcare system works, right? You get paid for prescribing these medications and whatnots to people, right?
Right.
So
Right.
it's in your best interest. If someone comes to you and said, "Hey, I feel like I'm a girl, but I'm a boy," right? And you then go, "Okay, well, I think you're trans. Let's put you on some hormone blockers. Let's go put you on this, and let's start therapy." Boom. I've now got anywhere in the realms of like 20 to 30 grand. Right? It's in my best interest to prescribe it to you, even if that's not the root cause of the problem, or that doesn't fix the scenario. And then you get unlucky because some people might not be in that camp, right? And then later on down the line, right, where there are people that have come out, have said these things on sorry, what's his name? Kirk, is it Kirk?
Charlie.
Kirk,
Yeah.
Sorry?
Charlie
Kirk,
Kirk.
Oh, Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk, that's the one. Charlie Kirk's pod, like when he does the debates, I've seen it twice. People have gone, "Oh, I started puberty blockers when I was staying. It's messed me up. I'm now thing." I realized that it was something within me. I went to go and get it fixed. They might be plants. Like let's just throw that out there. I'm playing devil's advocate now, but I did go on puberty blockers. I did do this stuff, and now, yeah, my body is irrefutably wrecked because of it. And now the floor's yours, because I finished. That was my whole point.
I mean, yeah.
I'd like to hear from Serrt, because obviously, Serrt, you're transgender, so I want to know what your position is on this.
Like, I can't deny that there are certain individuals who do get put on these blockers before they've even started development, and that is like a very risky thing, because obviously there's like health complications, as Wasabi has pointed out here. But I think the point that Tyreek comes from isn't that, though, and it's the sort of it's using actual genuine arguments to legitimize the disingenuous, because when you see tweets from the circles that are pushing for these legislations to be put in place, you're never seeing it in the instances of just, well, it's healthcare, we have to stop people from making decisions before they're informed, and they need to have protections. It's from the perspective of oh, these people want to pretend to be something they're not and take an unfair advantage in sports, and we have to protect the legitimacy of competition in that sort of regard, even though there are numerous papers that dispute that is even a legitimate point in the first place. And that's why this is such a difficult topic to navigate. Because I'm going to say this, Wasabi, you're right about the whole. There are medical risks, and I mean, like even me, for example, I am aware that going through the process is a medical risk. But the problem is, it's almost like a mask to legitimize the sort of arguments that become talking points for people that you see on like online where they're saying these things.
Oh, yeah, 100%. But I would.
Can I just
I
ask a
would-
question?
Oh,
real
go
quick?
on.
I was just wondering because I have a little bit of skin in this game. Just to, it's not like a brag or anything, but like my girlfriend's a kickboxer, and I don't like, although she does kickboxing and she's very strong for a girl, it's very easy for me to just grab her and floor her. Like there's nothing that she can really do, despite the fact that, you know, in her class she excelled above everyone. She
Not that
can't
he
do
did
anything.
that. You know, not that he did
I have done that. I
Oh.
told her try your luck and see what happens. And she tried her luck.
Don't we all?
Anyway.
Right.
No,
I
jokes
tried-
aside,
I
jokes
tried the
aside.
free mic real quick.
But I would not feel comfortable with, and again, this is not me hating on someone, because obviously I have no hate in my
Yeah.
heart for you, for your personal decisions, but I would not feel comfortable with somebody that has transitioned fighting with my girl, because I know that if I transitioned, or like when I've seen instances of this happening in cage fighting with Fallon Fox, for example, who caved a woman's skull in despite not being a very good fighter, I would be uncomfortable with it. And I don't know if Tyree is saying that counts as erasure. I think it's more just a concern, you know. I don't really want my girlfriend to get turned into an omelet, which is, you know, I feel like what would happen.
No, this
Mm.
conversation is spiraling because the point that this got brought up was that they are passing legislation against it. All to say about the erasure. I can bring up a different point about it. It's
Go on.
I think erasure is a really
Oh.
like.
Oh, and also, just sat off the back of that, right? Real quick, while Tyree looks for his point, I would say personally, right? Why don't you just have two more categories, right? Male transitioning and women transitioning, and then bam, then we can all like. I don't know why this isn't a thing already, right? Because then you would.
Because that wouldn't be the identity, bro.
Huh?
Yeah,
wouldn't be
C4's
their
C4's
identity.
kind of stealing the words out of my mouth here.
What? I'm just.
Because Terrell, I understand what you're trying to say because of the fact that there's differences. I get it, but think about it like this: the whole point of like transitioning so that you can like change who you are with your identity is that you want to be recognized as part of that group. If you're put in a different category, then you're being still told you're different.
But
Yes.
then should
Everyone-
society bend to the wills of the few?
That's the conversation. I'm just mad that Wasabi didn't get the point.
No.
If a man
Because
transitions into a woman,
Yeah.
they're not a trans woman. They want to be
No.
a woman. So they don't want to be in
because
that
I
category.
because I got the point, right? I got the point.
I think you missed it. You missed it hard, homie.
He did. It's whipping,
no.
bro.
Wait. I still don't understand, right? Because everyone is intrinsically different, right? We're all different. Yeah, you're just in a different group now because you decided to transition. Like that's what it is. Sure, yeah, I'll call you by your pronouns. I'll do all of that. I'll be nice to you, right? I don't business. I don't mind. Yeah, but I didn't like. I'm just thinking about the sport itself, right? And that's all I'm thinking about. I'm just thinking about this. Like, regardless, you're never going to be that because you weren't that. Like,
I'm gonna ban you from a tournament if you carry on, bro.
what? That is, am I?
but it's
Come on. Like, I'm
Tyree
not,
got
No, we're listening. I'm just.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
whipping.
listen,
know what?
Tyree,
You know what?
I'm gonna let you have the floor, not me. I feel like you need to
Fine.
like go to your
Fine,
point.
you know what? Maybe
I wanna hear what
maybe I'm
Serrt
just a
gotta
bigot
say.
then. Maybe I'm just.
All right, do you know what? Let me just stop everyone. Tyree, I'll give you one final thing to say so that we can move on because we've been here for a while now. And I'll bring on some other people.
Are y'all aware of Michael Knowles?
Yeah,
Not particularly.
Yes,
he's the guy on Daily Wire.
No, I don't know who that is.
Oh,
Yeah.
Not Daily
okay,
Wire.
okay.
he has said at Turning Point USA's we must stay out trans ideology at its root. That
I've heard him say
is,
that.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
he's associated with Charlie Kirk. They're all that's Charlie Kirk created Turning Point USA. I mean,
But didn't he differentiate the two? Like he didn't say that he wants to kill trans people. He said he wants to tackle
What
the
is that?
issue of the idea.
Right. That's why I was trying to differentiate.
I mean,
Is it the person
No,
or is it
no,
the
no. Hold on,
ideology?
hold on.
kind of the same thing.
You can't say they're different.
Yeah, there's
No,
kind of
why
If
not?
I as a concept didn't exist because it has been rooted out of society, then I would not be the same person.
No, I think
Why not?
what he's
That's not
getting
how
at.
Wait,
What
I
he's
can tell you how
getting
it
at
works.
is
Sorry.
what he's getting at is that because I fortunately have friends in Thailand to like run this by them because of how many they have a lot of ladyboys out there, right? And they see it very differently to us. And from what they understood from it, it wasn't to erase them; it was to erase the idea that they would not refer to themselves as ladyboys and just ladies because they see it as we are transgender, but we don't see it the same way Americans do, or people over here in the UK where they're like, oh, I'm a woman. They refer
I
to
was
themselves
just about
as
to
a
say
lady
that.
boy. So that's the idea I think they're trying to get away from. I don't know if you agree or disagree with that, but that's my understanding of it.
Well, yes, but you just kind of said it. That's their interpretation of it. We exist in a different cultural context.
Mhm.
The concept of ladyboys is new to us. We don't have the historical memory that Thailand has. So it's just different. He's not referring to that. He's referring to this, what he would consider this new ideology that's just sprung up in the 2015s that would refer to these specific people.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that even though he's referring to this new idea that is propped up in the West, I don't necessarily think it means that they want to kill trans people. I think they're against the idea of how it's put across in society. Sorry, C4, go on.
Yeah, no, cool. I was just about to. If we change the word, I think it will make more sense. So I think what Tyree's saying. Tyree, let me know if I'm on the same wavelength as you. If we said from now on, we are gonna scrap the idea of being a race car driver. So from now on, we're not gonna have any kids that want to grow up to be a race car driver, right? The current race car drivers are still gonna race cars, but eventually they're gonna pass away. But if there's no more new race car drivers as a concept for anyone to be, there's going to be no more race car drivers. So the eradication happens as a byproduct of getting rid of the idea that you can be a race car driver. Does that make sense? Oh, Tyree, actually, no. Don't worry about it. It makes sense. Tyree, is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. If you get rid of the concept, no one will become it. So eventually it dies out. That's what the word. I don't know if the word erasure maps on properly, but the concept of it being gone eventually is what we're getting at.
Would that pertain to other cultures as well then?
No, because Thailand, when they, like you said, your relatives in Thailand, when they're referring to ladyboy, I would almost say they're referring to a different construct. I would almost say they're already referring to gender and expression, whereas that's all I said. They're referring to a different concept altogether. So it's for them. They're not thinking of. Okay.
It's still transgender people though, right? They exist out there. People recognize them out there. We all recognize them, obviously. The same way that I recognize people here in the West. It's just that the way of thinking about it is different. So even though the Western way of thinking about it by Project 2025's goal, if that's what it is to erase that way of thinking, it doesn't necessarily erase the people because then it would erase everyone.
But the label's different, right?
Yeah, I'm saying as a Western society, we think of it different. We confer certain properties onto male and female differently than they do in Asian countries.
True, but do you think I'm not saying that we should. Again, I'm not even necessarily taking a stance. I'm just asking questions. But do you think if we did apply the Thailand's way of thinking, that there would be as much pushback here in the West?
I don't think it's possible. I actually agree with what's going on in Thailand, and I didn't want to get on this, but this is kind of to Sakil's point. What he was saying earlier was about the extra genders. Is that I'd say most, but a lot of trans people are gender abolitionists, and what that more or less be what they're the whole trans thing right now is just a band-aid solution to the fact that our society forces people to be male or, to be man or woman.
Mm.
But we would prefer to just be whatever you want to be.
Yeah. No,
So
I
it's
hear
just
that. I'm not necessarily
structure and
pushing
identity.
back on. I'm not pushing back on it. I'm just trying to ask questions because we've got Serrt here, and it's not every day that I can sit and talk to somebody that is transgender and ask these questions. So I'm just curious about like the line of thinking, considering transgender. The concept of transgender people has existed for since the dawn of time, right? It's been in so many different types of literature and mysticism and whatever. So it's not a new concept by any stretch of the imagination. Obviously, being from like a Greek background, like there's things in our mythology as well. So it's not that I necessarily like have a problem with these people. I'm just acknowledging the problem that exists and trying to understand if the problem might go away if the line of thinking changed and the way we word things and the way we try to maybe like shape society. I don't know if that the toilet thing is an argument anymore, if like the sports thing is, but I know there's a lot of pushback on that where I don't see that kind of pushback coming from like Asian countries.
Can I say it's I don't know the cultural context of Thailand, but if just assuming what you're saying might work there, that sounds great. The problem is in America, the trans issue is not a real issue. It's just the latest issue. So before trans, it was LGBT. Before LGBT, it was black. Before black, well, there was no before. Before LGBT, it was Irish. Before Irish, it was Italian. You see what I'm saying? The right will always find a new boogeyman. Fascism always finds a new boogeyman.
I mean,
So
I kind of see the point being made there. Yeah, to be fair, but like the argument being made, Mike, especially about like the whole like killing it as a concept thing, it's hard to like put that into words. But like, just here's a hypothetical for you. Imagine like, time moves on by 50 years from now. Like it's 2085, and instead of being born when you were Mike, you were born to like grow up and be an adult around 2085. And in the background, those things have been happening in terms of the concept of erasure. If then all of a sudden I appeared and then said to you, like, I'm trans, if that concept didn't exist, how would you be able to acknowledge that that is a legitimate thing? Because it's the same thing as like what gender abolitionists are all about. Because gender is a construct that was defined by, man, woman, and what have you, based on our understanding of the sexes. If there was a point in history that could be changed where that didn't end up happening, it wouldn't be a concept. Just like if you got rid of that like name or belief system for a trans person is, you wouldn't actually be able to recognize what they are if they just came up to you one day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean. But because trans people have always existed and people have framed it in different lights, all I'm saying is that the current light that we're discussing this in, maybe that's rubbing people the wrong way, and maybe that's not fair on you guys, but it does seem to be a problem, and it doesn't seem to just be a problem that is being looked at from people in America. I know people in Europe that from all over that are like don't really understand the issue too, or even people in my family don't understand it too well, and I don't know if it's the way the wording is being put across, or like things being legislated, or the age at which people are transitioning. So I don't know. But I think a lot of the time when you ask these questions, people assume automatically that you hate them. And I don't hate trans people. I'm just curious. Because it's this whole like debate is very or this conversation is it's still very new. And I don't think people really know how to tread this road properly yet.
I mean, look at like the tentativeness around like the acquisition of Evo, for example,
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
that's a thing in and of itself.
Tyree, and there are other people waiting in the queue. So, was there anything you wanted to end on?
Fight fascism, and honestly, I just think that you guys are giving too much leeway to the right wing or the conservative movement of America. That's more. I believe that you think that they're more honest or and are just good faith interlocutors, and like the Solomon showed, they're not. They will do any type of rhetorical trick that they need to get their point to It's not even about getting their point across. It's just about being seen.
I think both sides do that. To be fair, I think both sides are pretty good at doing that. But that's fair enough. We probably just see things. Although I am considered a fencer, so that's probably why I see it that way.
Thank you, Mike.
No worries, man. Take care.
Same. Everyone.
All right, that went on for a little bit longer than I thought, but it was a good conversation. I hope I didn't say anything that offended you. So I'm more curious about like the whole discussion.
I mean, I appreciate anyone who's at least willing to ask questions on the subject instead of just immediately going to dogma, like about like the stereotypes. So I don't really have an issue with it in the slightest. Like, it's kind of an opportunity of the platform that I have through like being a commentator, for example, where I can like set a good example in a more public fashion. So I'd rather have the discussion than not, you know?
Yeah, of course. No, that's fine. That's just read these super chats. Darky Days, thank you for the £5. Man said wasabi, al sabi, get this man off air right now.
I concur. No joking, he's all right.
Yeah, no, this is an old friend of mine. He actually taught me how to play Third Strike. And Rain, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships again, bro. Appreciate you. All right, I'll get the next guest in here. Are you guys still okay on time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably got like about an hour available at me, so
that's probably as long as we'll go.
Yeah, sure. Whoever's next one.
All right, the next person is Lord Funnel Cake. Can you hear us? Lord Funnel Cake?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, how's it going, fellas?
Yeah, not bad, man.
How are you?
What?
How are you?
I'm doing all right.
That's good.
What was your question?
I just had a couple of things. The first one is it's more silly than the other one. It'll go back to Solomon. So about in his IQ debate or whatever the hell he's talking about.
Okay.
But it's more so I'm from Philly, right? So in the Black community, it's a lot of people not a lot of people are able to move out of the Black community, right? So what due to poverty and stuff of that nature. So in a way, if I have a cousin who lives on the other side of town, and I have my offspring and they have their offspring, but I don't communicate with that person, and such offsprings meet, it can in turn, in some way, affect the Black community because IQ-wise, quote unquote, in that sense that unintentional inbreeding is the term I'm thinking of. Because if nobody's moving out of the neighborhoods and everybody's continually breeding inside of these cities such as like Chicago, Philly, St. Louis, it can lead to that. And from my point of view. And it's the same way that you have in like a West Virginia with white people out there. I would say they suffer from unintentional inbreeding because nobody paints West Virginians as the brightest bulbs in the cupboard. And now
what was your question? What was your question, bro?
No, that was just my stance on that. Like my stance on his take on his reasoning as to why certain things of the Black community may act a certain way.
Right, okay. Fair enough. Did you just want to let us know what your stance was?
For that, and for as far as like the trans issues, I don't think anybody, well, I'm not gonna say anybody, but I don't think most people have an issue with the idea of the trans community. I think that a lot of the issues stem from the children. And so my question would be, why does it feel as though the trans community from outside looking in, it feels as though there's like a sort of indoctrination of children into the trans community. Oh, you could say LGBTQ as well. Just based off of that, the same way like you can be indoctrinated into Christianity or indoctrinated into Islam, but in the sense of like trans, because there's like a sexual nature, it tends to feel more nefarious rather than genuine.
So wait, is your question, are transgender people nefariously indoctrinating children into their way of
Yeah,
living?
like if that is your honest opinion, I want to know. It's just like that kind of is how your question's coming off right now, funnel cake. So
I would say yes. If that's because I do know trans people, and unfortunately a lot of the trans people I tend to know suffered from sexual violence throughout whatever, and that just tends to be the way the cookie crumbles.
Sorry.
So what's your question though?
Can I? So, are you saying that they're being indoctrinated at a young age by all adults for nefarious
Correct.
purposes?
I would. Yeah. Correct.
Okay. So and if I'm understanding you correctly, I don't even want to touch this. I'm good.
hey, Drell, I got this, bro. Like, Mike. Obviously, like, no issue here. I'm just kind of pointing it out. Like, I came here to talk about the whole tone policing thing with an alternate point of view because, like, I'm a trans person, and now I've got people in here talking about, like, oh, yo, are you guys just like kid groomers or what? Like, what is this? Like,
Yeah.
I do not know how to begin addressing this. Like, I can tell you my opinion and what I think that would incline differently, but we've jumped quite a few levels up here, and it's just, I can answer this if you want, but we're getting into messy waters. Let me just tell you that.
Yeah.
I feel like the water's been messy for a while at this point.
He's kind of spitting. Could I try and steal, man, to make your question sound a little bit more palatable?
Okay. I'm sorry. I was just like, I'm sorry. My bad.
No, you know what it is? Because I was gonna go for a smoke, and I was listening to you answer, and I was like, he's trying to be so careful. He's made it sound worse. When you was trying to not say certain words, it sounded more like, yeah, I get it. Don't worry, I've been there. Right. So you're concerned about the way society is kind of giving the green light to children acknowledging people that are trans at such a young age. Is that kind of the concern?
Yeah. And mind you, these are the same children that want to be fucking dinosaurs. So like,
yeah. And in your mind, it's a case of, well, more people are deciding that they are trans, so it must be kind of like a social push that the kids are getting involved in it, and now more kids are turning to puberty blockers and whatnot. You don't think it's like a natural thing? You think it's kind of
correct. I think it's more nurture than nature.
Yes, so that's what he means by kind of like when you gave the example about religion and where you are like born, you're more likely to be of that religion because of the culture that you're in. And you think that the culture is moving so much towards accepting trans people that it's pushing kids to want to be trans. They're making it look cool or something, right?
Correct. And there are other examples that I can say, like,
we're safe here. Like, let's not.
No. I mean, like with tics, like people would say like they have tics now. They have like Tourette's or something because they saw some famous person with Tourette's, and now these kids are getting these same tics. And it's like,
let me stop this conversation because I've played a part in this nonsense. Let me just stop. We have blown off the rails, and I am partly to blame for that, so I take accountability for that. But this really doesn't have anything to do with the original point. Again, I take accountability for my part in that. I 100%, when Charlie Kirk got shot, it went off the rails a little bit. But I don't feel like we need to go further with this thought funnel cake. I feel like
we all gonna get in trouble.
Yep. Would you ban those people from your tournament?
Which person?
Back on topic. Those nefarious people that you feel are indoctrinating the kids. Would you ban them?
Sorry, I hate and love you, bruv.
Yo.
Okay. What I correct? Yeah, I would ban them. Yeah,
Okay, good.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
they would be
So I mean,
banned.
like, well, Mike, do you want me to like address anything that he said, or is it like, you know what, this is so far off the rails, we're just gonna put a pin in that and go no?
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the topic. This is not an inquisition of Serrt because you're transgender. So I would like
Yeah, it
to,
wasn't like it's not because you're here. It's just genuinely.
I would say
topic.
DM him on X.
the whatever.
Yeah,
like,
calm.
as you can see, Sert's very easy to talk to. So if you want to ask him questions, then by all means go ahead, do whatever. But I think maybe we should just get back on topic and move away from
Alright,
this.
then.
We
Fair
appreciate
enough.
you, sir. You
I'll
you
dip
helped
out.
us out.
But on a lot, if we're gonna talk about tone policing, as a quick question, I'll dip out. Like, in terms of like Monty from he was on the stream, whatever. My biggest issue with that is like, why do people feel the need to want to do that? Why? I'm not sure why your feelings are
Have any bearing?
so like, I don't know why. I just don't understand. Like, if you were to come up to me and insult me, I'm not gonna backslap you. I'm not gonna nothing in that nature. So I'm not sure why people feel the need to physically respond to like words.
Because your warrior gene hasn't activated yet, that's why. But
There you go. There you
This
go.
is nothing to do with physical responses, though. The whole point is that it's like a material choice of your stance is potentially a risk, and we don't want you at our event. And like, if you don't agree with that, then that's fair. But I mean, again, like a funnel cake, you're like a guest that's just been brought on here. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Are you religious in any capacity?
No, I wouldn't say that I'm religious.
I mean, okay, that's fair enough. What sort of political stance do you have? Like, would you assign yourself to a wing, like left or right?
I would say I'm more center. Like, I don't agree with abortion, but I don't think that we should
stop.
fucking get rid of the homeless or whatever. You know, like, I think that there should be social services, but I don't believe that I don't know. I'm pretty. It depends on the day. Like, what
It's
topic
okay.
are we talking
Don't worry about
You
it.
know what I mean?
Like any topic will do. But can you name something about yourself that like you have come to have a belief system in? Like throughout you growing up as who you are, you've kind of gone, I believe in this. Like this is part of my identity now. Anything.
Sorry, real quick.
Like,
So
what do
can
you like? Do I
streamline to
identify
your
with the
point?
group?
Real quick.
See
I can
what's
get to
up?
this point real quick. I can get to your point real quick.
Okay.
Do you, Kate, do you have a job?
Yes.
Right. If someone started posting on Twitter and your boss saw it that you're a weirdo and then you got fired, I don't want to put anything out there, but if they were saying something that got you fired from your job and then they kept doing it, could you see yourself acting in violence if the police weren't going to do anything because they said, oh, it's free speech?
If I were to get fired from my job because somebody is talking shit on Twitter, I would definitely be upset. And was it true, or is it just?
It doesn't matter because your boss believed it and they fired you.
I was gonna say the fact of the matter is like the outcome has happened.
Yeah, you can't get a job because this person keeps chatting shit.
Yeah, I'd be pretty pissed off, but it would be hard to unless they drop the location, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But
I know you can find it. I'll tell you where it is.
Yeah, this is a hypothetical, but like if you really could,
if I could harm them,
go and fight
give
them
a chance
after what they've done to you, yeah.
It'd be hard to say. I'd like to say no, but then I might crash out. So I wouldn't know. But I initially like first quarter, I'd say no. I wouldn't wanna. I'd want to, but I wouldn't.
Yeah. So my example is to show that words can affect you physically. That's my example. So to give a physical reaction back can happen. I mean, Black, if you can't earn money because of my words, you're physically being harmed by my words. Are you not?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
my
but
God.
guess what? Like tends to be what on track record, the left tends to do to the right.
I'm not saying, I'm not prescribing that people do this or what side does it. I'm saying words can affect you physically, because everyone keeps saying that, oh, the only words, why would you react physically? Words can physically harm you. They can.
Alright. Well, if you call me like a dumbass or something,
Yes. That's,
like,
yeah. Don't
yeah, it's
punch for that.
terrible.
No.
If you say that my imaginary friend isn't real, like, I'm not gonna run you down over with my car.
Mhm.
Like, but if you're affecting
if I call the
somebody's
police to
life,
SWAT your house every weekend, you're
Can I say
physically
something?
going to feel a type of way. Sorry, go on.
yeah, of
Okay.
course you'd feel the type of way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, they can affect your physical circumstance, right? But like, that's because if you call the police and you just keep calling the police, or what was the example you gave before? If you get somebody fired from their job, right? And like, because what he said was relevant, right? Was it true or not, right? You can sue somebody for false allegations or calling. You go to jail if you keep calling the police. This constant, you know what I'm saying? So like, it's not this this something that you can do without consequences coming back to you. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to say, like, yeah, I understand when you're dependent on somebody else, you can manipulate words, can manipulate physical circumstance. Sure. But like I don't know if you're trying to go down the road of justifying a physical reaction. I don't think that's ever like that's just something I wouldn't like, unless it's something extremely super extreme, justify or like consider, as a reasonable reaction. You know what I'm
Can
saying?
I jump in?
Yeah, go on then.
I want to emphasize, like, the reason why me and C4 are going down this logic line is because of the very initial point that Funnel Cake made here, which is I can't understand why someone would feel the need to, like, get hurt over someone's words and, potentially ban them from coming to my event. But the point is, this is when we're talking about things like opinions on religion and stuff like that, relevant to the context of what brought us here today. But in a hypothetical like this, where it's to do with the job, for example, you've clearly just demonstrated you can't say with certainty if that sort of thing happened to you, you would not ever have a physical reaction. And that's the sort of point being made here. Like, I'm not trying to convince Funnel Cake of, this action that was taken is justifiable. I'm trying to show, like, yeah, words do have like meanings to different people. Your value here is in the security of your job and if you can like continue to work.
Right.
For others, in like especially a private venue space, if their choice is the religion, and also the risk of potentially bringing harm to people in the venue who are religious, then that's where they've chosen to draw the line. Like, it's a different context, Funnel Cake, but can you understand why it can still potentially like inspire someone to take behavior and like change or ban someone?
If I were to say, I can say, okay, I can in a way I can understand and say, hey, you called my grandma fat and ugly. We gotta fight. But me personally, that I'm not gonna run you down because you call my grandma fat and ugly. I'm like, all right, you got it. I'm not going to, because
what about
each
hold on.
escalation.
Hold on. What about if your grandma hurt and you saw her crying, and she's like, "Son, he really hurt my feelings."
Hey, that's real. Right.
Yeah, that's
a legit
like
question.
that.
Grandmama, get
that's
off Twitter.
true. Like, it can like action stuff like that can put a battery in your back, and that's where you have to like use, like, you have to, I don't know, you just have to be chill about it. You can't crash out because your grandma got her feelings hurt. That means your ass is going to jail. That means you're like, she's gonna be crying even more now. Like,
there's a bigger problem with your grandma.
Funnel Cake. Quick one, and this might be going off on a tangent, yeah. But
Wait, do you want to?
are you black or you white?
Oh my!
I'm black.
You're black.
You hit
Okay,
the
cool.
Funnel Cake.
Let's say for example, right? Your gran was Rosa Parks adjacent, right?
What
So she no, wait, hold on. So she's been through so many different things, right? She's been through so much trouble and tribulation, right? Now, someone was being racist towards your gran, right? Now,
Okay.
because there's a familial tie, right? You'll know what the backstory is behind all of this, right? Are you telling me that wouldn't urge or spur some kind of response on your part of any kind? And you just be like, hey bro, you got it, bro. Like, you're a dickhead, but I'll see you when I see you. And you just,
I feel as though everybody has everybody can have a breaking point. It's just that some breaking points are logical and some breaking points are illogical. If I'm in high school and I catch you like kissing my girlfriend, I'm gonna be upset. I might not, physically approach you like, listen, girl, we're done. If I catch you in my bed with my marital wife of 30 years, you're getting shot. So it's like,
so
We talking
like,
about words,
like-
I'm talking about your gran.
Whoa.
listen, I'm saying like there's like, obviously there's a breaking point.
Yeah,
like-
and I was asking if that could be
My-
your breaking point, right?
If Rosa Parks was my grandma and you're being racist to her, like, I'm still not willing to go to jail over that.
No, I'm actually with Lord Funnel Cake here, man. I think he gave a perfect example. 30 years. Something. You got
30
to pay
years.
something. You're gonna
Yeah,
Right.
somebody's got to pay.
But all I'm saying is, like, if your marital wife is cheating on you, right? Like, for 30 years, that's adultery, right? That's grounds for termination of your divorce.
Yeah,
right?
no, I'm not gonna.
They will be terminated.
You'd be fine in that regard. So that's why I used the grandma one, because it's familial ties, right? And knowing me personally, knowing the hurt that a family member has gone through for whatever reason, right? That would spur some, and I think we're in the same vicinity as me as well while it was being done. That would spur some kind of response from me. Maybe not fist fight, or depending on how grievous it was on my part, right? Then I might jump a guy. But like,
It's the worry.
like I just thought maybe that might spur something, but like, because you seemed like a very, I want to say, chill dude, like just I work, but I don't really do this. Politics, I don't really care. I still pay my bills, though. I still pay bills and I pay my taxes, but I don't really care. Like, that's what it just seemed like. So I wanted to kind of gauge where your head was, or what you felt so strongly about, right? I was going to use anime because everyone gets irate on anime when it comes to Twitter, right? Like, My Hero, it's a terrible anime.
Yeah, it's like, not even that's going to get me heated.
But if not even that is gonna get you heated, you're just a chill guy. Like, it just doesn't. It doesn't make sense.
I actually think he's a rational guy. I mean, what he's saying is probably similar to me. If someone insulted my grandma, I'm not gonna go and get myself in prison over it. My grandma wouldn't even care. She's old and Greek, and she's got enough hate in her heart to like dish it out to other people. So she ain't gonna care. But
that's also why I used the racism, right? I used something that would be tied like something that would already produce some high level of emotional response.
No, you can't. We can't become another statistic. Like, we have.
No. I know that. But I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, right? That would normally,
Yeah, if you touched my grandma, like if you put hands on her, then I feel like you've crossed the line. But you're just saying stuff.
Yeah.
I'll just tell her, listen, grandma, this guy will probably end up in prison or something. Just ignore him, and just leave it at that.
You're setting us back, bro. Like,
maybe I am.
Solomon's right.
maybe he is right. Maybe he is right.
Don't go down that route. I beg, but no, like I get it. Like,
every time someone comes on, we just justify hurting someone. We need to stop. We need to talk about banning people again.
I'm going to talk about like what I was saying earlier, like the focus point, like Funnel Cake. You do really seem like a chill guy, and like big respect to you for that. That's fair play. But you personally can't seem to understand why someone might take an escalative action, like discussing, don't do this, or you might get banned. Or initially you said that, but with the context of like the understanding of how words can affect people, you know, because we've given you these different contexts, would you say you've like maybe changed your mind a little bit and you can understand where the TOs came from, bringing it up? Because remember, going back to the original source topic, the TOs that reached out to that fella about his tweets were not banning him. They were just bringing like up the fact they didn't want to see that at the venue. So can you see where that came
It's still
from?
disciplinary action. It's the same thing.
I mean, I
Yeah,
feel
a
like
warning is still disciplinary action. It's the same thing. There is
it
no,
wasn't.
there,
I wouldn't even say it was a warning in the sense of, hey, you're being like warned for a code of conduct violation. It's just, look, man, we found this. We don't agree with it. You're not being actioned. It's just so you know, this isn't like tolerable in the venue space. They didn't say
that's a
to this guy.
warning.
Okay,
What's wrong with a warning?
That's a warning, cuz.
yeah, like I don't think that that's a bad thing. Warning
Okay.
somebody about something that may affect them, like in Florida, you have signs: "Do not swim," gators, etc. Like there's like it's just letting you go, like, hey, these do exist. But yeah, I can just concede on that. As I don't find an issue with them saying like, hey, this is an issue for us personally.
Okay,
But
sick. Yeah, like,
yeah,
I feel like you've gotten somewhere from having this discussion then.
yeah, I don't mind that.
All right, I'm going to bring on the next person, Lord Funnel Cake, because I know Serrt doesn't have all the time in the world. So I appreciate you jumping on.
Alrighty, fellas, it's been real.
Take care.
No,
man.
like
Take it easy, bro.
productive
Take
talk,
care.
final
Have
cake.
a
Take
good
care,
day.
bro.
Later.
All right. Let's see. Next person is Ian Conway.
Hey.
Oh, I
How
saw
you
this
doing,
guy
man?
in chat a lot. Yeah, nice.
Love
Hey,
that.
Ian.
How's it going? Yeah. So my main question is actually going back to the original topic. Is like, what? So I had this thing I had to stop when the technicals thing came out about infiltration and him being banned from Capcom. Now that was obviously Capcom being self-interested in their brand. They're just trying to protect their ass. That's all that is.
Mhm.
But the problem that I had is that, like, okay, so infiltration did a bad thing objectively, but domestic violence is a very, very common thing. It happens to around 10% of Americans. It's the amount of people that have a domestic violence thing in the fighting community. It's huge. You just don't know about it. It's just how it is.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah. And I also had a concept of like, okay, so let's say you did a bad thing in time. Let's say you're like, you went to prison, you killed somebody. At what point are you technically a danger, even though you killed somebody? Like, are you just presumed a danger by default, even though you went through the crime, did all the thing? You can get a job. You obviously can't get a job everywhere, but can you go to your local and play? Do you think it's the morally right thing to ban somebody preemptively? I mean, they killed somebody.
Can you specify? Like, are you saying as if like someone has gone through like a trial, has been found guilty?
Yeah, has been found
of-
guilty, went through the thing,
Yeah, that's a good
been
question.
through 10 years.
Served their time.
They're 30. They're like, they did it when they were 20. They're 30 now. They're good. They just got Street Fighter 6 or whatever. They're like, man, I want to play some Street Fighter, man.
And they want to play another fighting game? No.
Can I ask a question? In this scenario, right? It's only one time, first time offender, and this is what's happened, or
Yeah.
is there and there's no previous
Yeah, but I mean,
behavior.
like he like stabbed a guy. He was like,
How many
Okay.
times did he stab the guy? Like, I want to be.
It matters.
well, actually, okay. So there's a actually, I'll just use a guy I work with as a friend, for example. So when he was young, he didn't kill a guy, but he stabbed a guy,
Mhm.
and it's like for the first 8 years of his life, he was like a bad
in
person.
juvie. Oh,
He was
oh,
like
he's just a bad person.
he went to prison. He like married 3 times, but now he is like the chillest person ever. But if you were
course,
to
that's
use
true
the
shit.
preemptive thing of like, could he be a danger? I mean, obviously he's like 55 now or some shit. So obviously that was forever ago.
Yeah.
But like, at what threshold do you would you determine that somebody is like not fit to play a video game in a room with 10 other guys?
For me personally, I would say, okay, provided he's done his time, because in the eyes of the law, if you've done your time, right, you've served your sentence, you're a free man. I would say, hey, why not? Everyone deserves a second chance, right? But obviously, with taking his age into account as well, I'll use your example verbatim, right? Taking his age into account, right? He's old now. As you get older, you start to be a little bit more wiser, a little bit less quick on the draw for violence. So for me personally, I'd say, yeah, fuck it, why not? Let him in.
I think that's a sensible take. Although, can I just ask something, Ian? I've got no idea anything about you. Do you have children?
No.
Okay. So hypothetically, right? Imagine that you had a child. I don't know, somewhere just a young child before teenage age, and you and your kid are off to the park. It's a sunny day. You want to go for a walk, right? And you and your kid have a sit down, and just oh, it's hot. I want to take a breather before we get walking again. Now, if the person who had been convicted of murder sat down on a bench, that very same bench next to you, and you knew this person, I don't know, they might have been a distant friend before they got sent to prison, are you going to be comfortable with your kids being next to that person, even if they have been fairly processed and haven't done their time in the eyes of the law? Yes or no?
It would depend on if I knew them. If I knew Dave how he currently is, then totally, yeah. But if I didn't know them and I knew they murdered somebody, obviously the default is fear. Default is
the default is thank you. Yeah, that's the very point that I'm trying to make, because Wasabi, as much as I agree with your hypothetical, it goes back to that level of risk, because you're asking, where do we draw the line? Well, you've kind of just answered the question. The line is drawn wherever the human irrational sense of fear takes over your logic. It's you might view a certain crime as not something that would put a person in a risk category, but if someone else does, then, and they've got that fear feeling, they don't want that person there, obviously. So again, do you understand why someone else might not want that person there?
Yeah, I understand.
Wait. Can I say something?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I totally disagree with we was on the same train, Serrt, but I think it has absolutely nothing to do with the way someone feels about that person being there. Absolutely, it doesn't matter how they feel. It's so if that person has committed a crime, and maybe it's just super simple for me, like he said, if they've committed a crime and a violent crime, right, and has been convicted of so, and have done their time or whatever it is, they're still a felon and a violent crime. They're still they've still committed a violent crime, right? And in a lot of regards, in a lot of different places, you can't even get hired because of that, right? Because of being a felon, period. So just as I said before, in correlation with the law, as a precaution and a reasonable one, I would say, someone that's committed you could just leave it as a felon, or someone who has committed a violent crime cannot participate in a social event like this. That's really easy, but that precaution has nothing to do with the way you feel about someone being safe there or not, because someone can have I'm sure I'm not gonna use me. I'm gonna take me out, right? I'm sure there are people that can really upset somebody by the way that they speak, or be the most non-violent person, right? Non-physically confrontational, but just they have a great way with words, making someone feel unsafe. And they can express that, and we've seen that consequence of that expression get someone banned, or someone a warning. That is unacceptable. That is just because you know what I'm saying, can't get, can't handle the metagame, you need to stay online, because you know what I'm saying. But it has nothing. I just have to totally push back with the idea that it's about someone's feelings and someone feeling safe. Not that that's not a discussion that should be had in certain contexts, but in terms of it being removing someone from the vicinity It has absolutely nothing to do with that.
I wanted to ask Black a question, but Conway, do you agree with like Serrt or Black Pharaoh, or you somewhere else?
I presume that you presume innocence, you let them be part of the community. The instant they cause problems, you dig up what's going on. But like if they're not causing the problem at your local or wherever, then what's the problem? If like if they're legitimately not causing a problem at, like, let's say they're terrible at work and they're an asshole and they're all these things that have nothing to do with the community.
Mhm.
They say unhinged things on Discord, say racist jokes that they shouldn't say with their buddies. Okay, but when they go to the local, they're cool with everybody. So you could do the virtue signal thing where you're like, okay, this guy could potentially be a problem, but he's been going here for X amount of years and never caused a problem. This is the one thing why I'm somewhat tepid about, like, X thing happened in my life that was a terrible thing, and then I get banned from a tournament. To me, it feels like so disconnected from these two things aren't the same. Like the Umi Show thing was different because the Umi Show was like, that was within the community that clearly affected the community. But a DV case at your home with some horrible, terrible thing you did, that doesn't necessarily affect what you do when you go to your local or when you do when you go to a major. There's not the same thing.
Yeah, I got that.
Ian.
Actually.
Sorry, Ian, did you you mentioned infiltration, right?
Yeah.
Did you say you would ban infiltration?
If I'm Capcom, I'm banning him just for money reasons. I'm a pragmatist.
Right.
But,
what about
like,
your tournament?
Like if he was coming to my tournament, yeah,
Mhm.
he'd be there.
He's allowed. Okay.
Yeah. If I ran tournaments, but like the thing is, he isn't banned from like ArcSys stuff. He's been to ArcSys stuff and he's not banned. But anything
Right. It's just the established, just the private tournament.
Yeah, but like he can't go to Evo because that's technically a Capcom partner and stuff.
So,
but like I get it.
What would you
from the
ban
pragmatic.
someone for? I'm just trying to get where you're
Like
living.
if I ban somebody for being a general nuisance and problem within the community, it doesn't even have to be a serious problem. Like
bro.
So you would let a drunk driver enter your tournament, a known drunk driver?
If they're taking people home, then no, that's a danger to the people in the community.
How are you going to stop that until they've gone to a tournament?
We need registration.
But
Wait,
you presume innocence. So like, but by default, you presume innocence. You don't know any of these things.
This person, you see them on the weekend when you're not playing games. They're leaving the club in their car, pissed up. But then on Tuesdays, they're coming to your event. They're helping you set up. They're coming second and first place all the time. So in the event, they're totally fine. But you know that they drink drive. Do you ban that person from your tournament?
No, I would not ban that person.
I'm just testing your consistency. You're maybe consistent.
Because like logically, like people like I presume innocence until it becomes a problem with whatever I'm dealing with. Because I can't.
But you can't presume innocence because you know that they do it this time.
Oh no! I'm presuming in this case I'm presuming innocence because I know that this is if they're coming to the tournament sober, then it's not a problem. If they come drunk, no, it's a problem.
So they basically, the person could do anything outside of the tournament, and you let them in the tournament,
unless that behavior was deemed that it would be unsafe, and it's a pretty high bar.
Well, drink driving is unsafe. You just can't do it in the venue.
Right? Yeah, I mean, if you find a way to drunk drive kill somebody in the venue, you're doing something.
I mean, I'm
saying they're doing.
Wait, hold on. He could even be driving drunk to your tournament and crash into your venue. Like, are we?
No. He said if he's drunk going to or leaving the venue, he would ban them. If he's sober at the venue, say Tuesday he doesn't drink, and the tournament's on Tuesday. If he drinks every other day of the week, he's like, well, on Tuesdays he doesn't drink, and that's when he comes to the tournament. That's fine. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, but let's say he's not even coming to the tournament, right? It's just a Tuesday, and he's drunk.
Then how can you ban him?
Wait. I'm just saying in general, right? Like, and he crashes into someone that's leaving your venue because he's in the area, right? He's still in the community, right? Even if he's like. I'm breaking.
Again, my ability, me having him I'm gonna be just from a harm reduction perspective. Him playing Street Fighter isn't what's making him not, kill people. Okay, with the drunk driving. If anything, it's one less day that he's driving. Driving drunk. Okay.
I mean, if we're going down the hypothetical route, how do you know that he's like not driving to get to your venue?
Oh no. I mean, if he comes there and he's drunk, then I obviously know he was inebriated on the way there. So then it's like, oh, he's tipsy. He's there. You gotta leave, brother. You can't come back.
Yeah. See, it's like
But
I understand
what
what you're
if-
trying to say. Oh, go on, Mike. Actually,
What if he comes to the venue because he's not drunk coming to the venue, but he gets drunk at your venue?
If he gets drunk at the venue, I mean, it's gonna be real hard because if you had to sneak some stuff in, and you're not allowed to drink at the Game Grove, so that ain't.
No,
happening.
not necessarily. You can leave the venue grounds, go to the local bar, come back because tournaments run all day, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, when you're winning.
Let's say
I guess no. If he comes drunk, I'm just he's. I mean, if I don't know it, then I guess I'm SOL. If I
wait
do
a second.
know it,
Wait a second. I just had a thought.
I don't
Let's
think you're
say-
gonna break this guy. He's too consistent. I don't think it's possible.
No. Like, you know what? If he answers like in a fair way on this, I'm gonna just say this guy's just fair enough. But I'm thinking about this now because there's a comparison emerging. You said that if this guy, after you knew him as a drunk driver elsewhere, you would not ban him unless there was intoxication going on at the venue, right?
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So let's say he's a drunk driver. He shows up drunk, but he came here by like a bus, for example, but you don't know that. You're saying that because of the weighting of the fact that you know he's a drunk driver, you have assumed something about him in terms of what would happen to him if he then left the venue. There's a risk, right? So then it goes back to the whole point of what caused the TOs to reach out to that individual from the FGC scene over in the UK initially. Because you're talking about policing or warnings or disciplinary actions, and Pharaoh is doing that as well. But again, that was done based on a presumption, and they weren't stopping him from coming to the venue. They were saying to the guy, you're still welcome here. It's just a notice in advance. So how is that problematic? But your presumptions about him, if he shows up drunk at all, aren't.
Okay. So let me try to understand the question. So basically, is warning incorrect? Is what you're basically asking?
Let me condense that. That was a lot of rambling.
That's a guy. Oh, good.
Yeah, so in the instance of the TO and player interaction from the thing that started today's stream, he was warned because of past precedent in terms of his tweets, but he was not banned. You are saying that if this individual was to show up at your venue drunk with a history outside of the venue of drunk driving, you would probably presume and likely end up banning him. Therefore, this is two cases of using precedent to take these sorts of actions. So how can you understand one but not the other?
Okay, because it's the difference of the level of harm. It's like if somebody's saying mean things on the internet, and if somebody is saying improper things on the internet or offensive things, and drunk driving, these are very different consequences of actions. But let's say I know somebody is openly antagonistic. Let's say I personally have a friend that's he gets heated, he gets antagonistic, he doesn't like to lose. Okay. This person, I would do exactly what you said. I'd be like, hey man, if you want to come to my local tournament, you can, but if you act up, you ain't coming again. Okay? It's just that's the only thing. You can come, I'll give you the warning, but obviously you can't hide what you already know about something. It's just impossible. It's just if you already know something about something, it will be part of your decision. There's no other way around it.
I think that's fair. I saw Black Pharaoh shaking his head.
No,
but I think warning somebody
because
can't come
what
to
do you-
my venue and crash
Oh,
out. I'll lose your temper, and then potentially break my equipment or do something to someone because you can't handle your feelings. I don't even want somebody that is an emotional wreck like that around me in the first place. So yeah, I think that's fair.
No, that's
Come out
fine.
like a
No,
dog.
I'm saying if it's a bannable offense in by your the conditions for your tournament, behavior rules, and plenty of spaces have guidelines for behavior. You know, it's totally fine, right? If that's the guidelines for your behavior is, you know, that level of composure, you know what I'm saying? That's fine. But make it a objective thing. It's not a, hey, I've seen you do this before, you know, and a pre-disciplinary action before, and I just want to warn you about this coming in. Either he's not invited and not welcome from the get-go, right? Or and he can't come at all, which is safe for the community, right? If you already know he has a history of that, or he goes there and he does it and he's banned, right? But you don't say anything before. It's not a, hey, I see you as a risk, because I feel like what we're playing with is just like what we were talking about before, is knowing that there is a risk for this unfortunate, you know, something bad to happen, right? We know that this person is, let's say, mentally ill, or I don't know, let's just say a history of violence, right? A history of violence. And we want to give them the benefit of the doubt. And that person comes and does exactly what we already had an inkling of. And now we're like, oh, we knew it could have happened. Either make that a point of cutoff from the beginning, and that person has already shown this history of this and is unfit and a clear risk to the community. We're not even going to play with the risk, right? Or, you know, invite him in, let it be objective that he is welcome, which is my take. You know what I'm saying? If he hasn't, unless he's he committed a felony or has, you know, committed some violent act. If he's done that, he's not invited in the first place. But for everything else, a DUI or you're
something outside of the game, outside of the tournament.
Well, no, not anything outside of it. It's just violence. If he's committed a act of violence or has a felony, you know, you can't even come over here. You're not invited. You're not welcome. Right. So, you know, I'm just saying either make it objective where he's not welcome, or let him in and ban him. But there is no like the little warning beforehand, and we see it and it might happen, but we're going to give you the benefit. I think that's playing with a very, very serious consequence. And I don't think that person's fit to run make judgments on someone staying or leaving. I think that person is ethically not in line with whatever, or confident with whatever their ethical judgment is of the situations, and able to make that judgment on other people. I don't think that person's fit to run anything.
Do you apply that to like a boss?
To a boss, or like an employer into an employee?
So I actually kind of like, this is actually kind of where I came from. I think I used to be a GM of a Taco Bell, and Taco Bell's, if you know the quality of employees you get, they're not that good, right? Just gonna be straight up. So I had literally a guy who used to be a pedo. He tried so hard to be good, but you know, obviously a lot of people didn't trust him.
Couldn't do it.
Yeah. A lot of people didn't trust him. It didn't matter how good he tried to do at his job. People wouldn't trust him, and I ain't gonna try to defend that. Okay, and ain't my place.
Did you hire them? Was you the boss of this?
No. This person.
Let him go. Let him cook.
No. I'll explain it. So he was having problems at another store. And then they got transferred to here. They're like, my area coach was like, hey, here you go. Here, take this guy. Here's your problem now. I'm like, okay.
Yikes.
And then he was a fine worker. I mean, then he randomly fell in love with a chick and disappeared. But I don't know.
Just couldn't keep his hands off them kids, though.
Hey, yeah. just couldn't keep his hands to himself.
Yeah, anyway. But like the thing is like they're like, if it was my choice, I would have never had him there. That's just a problem.
Right.
I would have never hired him if I would have known, right? But like, it totally could have been that because like I didn't do traditional background checks. I couldn't have checked that,
right?
So I would have hired him maybe, other than his, you know, he was like twitchy and stuff. But I've had lots of employees that are like this, and I've worked with people that are like this, and some of them end up great, and some of them end up terrible. And I mean, like, the fighting game community is a bunch of weird oddities. You guys have been to locals. There's some weird kids there. Okay, there just are. So I would presume but maybe because of that experience of dealing with people like this, I presumed innocence, because I had to deal with people like this, like terrible people all day for years. So maybe I'm desensitized to it. But yeah, maybe my I'm closeted because I've, you know, had to deal with with terrible people for so long.
And you've seen them, maybe not do what they had did in the past too.
Yeah,
You've seen them come out on, So no, that's fair, and it's not practical for us to be to run a background check on everybody that goes to Evo, right? That's not a practical thing. So it's hard to say, even like with my objective perspective, like how we would vet people. That's going to be difficult. So I think, right, and the only other stand we can take is, unless some behavior has been exhibited, there can be no consequence or judgment given. I think that's the only other.
That seems the most fair.
Anything else is going to be biased, and up to some subjective moral influence. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that's how. I wouldn't be the one taking that stand. I wouldn't be the one taking that stance.
Understandable.
I know that Serrt hasn't got too much time there, so I want to get Finty in here next. But Ian, was there anything you wanted to end on?
No, that was good conversation, guys.
No, I appreciate you.
Take care, man.
Appreciate you,
Take
King.
care, bro.
In a bit, bro.
I'll give it until like 1:45, I think, Mike. So I mean that should be enough for like someone else, I'd say, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We've only got like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Yeah, so I'll add Finn in here, and then the last 3 will just deal with them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind if you guys just keep going when I'm gone. I'll just jump in the chat. It's just like I can't be yapping into the void that late. So yeah.
No, that's fine. It's all good, bro. All right, let me get Finty in here. Finn, can you hear us?
Well, am I here?
We hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was just confused. I was taking care of business in chat. Doesn't matter.
How are you, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. C4. Is C4 here?
I am here, yeah.
Yeah, you had UFA, right?
I will be, yeah.
You will be, yeah. Okay, so I would appreciate it if you walk up to Pun Life and Chicken Chakra and just tell them the Great Dragon sends his regards, and then simply leave in silence, if that is possible.
I'll 100% do that.
Okay, thank you.
I'll do that if you say my name right now. See the name on my screen?
The thing is, I told him this, right? No, maybe you don't know this, guys. The name he has is very, very dangerously, like just one letter away from the German version.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
I mean, he
Oh,
knows.
really?
C4 definitely knows.
He definitely knows. So it is Nenger. I will be very
like how
careful
you
with
said
this
it.
because
It's
you already
Nunga.
planted this in my head.
It's Nunga.
You did it well. You said it correctly.
Yeah. By the way, what's C4? Just very quickly, what's the most broken character in an Impact? Is it, and why is it Uvogin?
Yes.
Okay. So wait. I have a case because I want all of you. I will describe a case, and I want all of you to play TO. Like I will give you the power to decide if we need to ban this. So we probably all can agree that like throwing chairs and shit like this one instance in Hong Kong involving a King of Fighters where a dude ate a raw super and then like a shanking ensued. Like this shit goes obviously too far, right? Because we don't need like we don't need dudes to perform like fatalities in real life. Like this shit is obviously insane. So you are the TO, right? So this is a real story. I will just not mention the names unless whatever. So we have 3 players and an OnlyFans lady. Now that is actually important because so these 3 players they harassed her a little bit, made a little bit of fun of her on Twitch, and they made an emote out of one of her OnlyFans clips where she is licking a phone, like POV style.
I know who you're talking about.
So I'm not gonna, we don't need names, but so they got consequences for this, like on the platform on Twitch. They got temp banned and shit. Then, and it is heavily suspected, it is a fact about it. It is heavily suspected that the OnlyFans lady, who shall not be named, has ties to a person that is also like the esports manager at Bandai Namco Europe. And suddenly, from this person's bureau, bans are handed out for a specific tournament, so for the EU Cup finals. And these 3 players in question are barred from entering the LCQ. They are not banned from the whole Tekken World Tour, though. So I want to ask you, as the TOs now, is that like tone policing, or is this simply the enforcement of a rule? Because I'm just interested in your take, because streamers on Twitch say shit about their opponent constantly, even insults. And per that logic, this might also qualify as like a form of cyberbullying and could maybe also result in a ban. So, Serrt, why don't you go first? I want your takes.
Okay. Can I just ask, because like I'm going to be fully honest with you, I have minimal context just before you've started describing it. When you were saying the 3 players were like going at the lady in the first place, can you like elaborate a little bit what sort of actions they did?
Just chat related stuff, like posting the emote and stuff like that.
Just to clarify,
Okay.
though, the emote is something she did herself in a video for a subscriber,
Right.
and then they turn it into an emote.
Yeah, they turn.
This is juicy.
So basically, someone even legally basically paid to get that, and then he turned that into an emote, so to speak.
Right.
So they're bullying her with something she did herself.
It's your takes, guys. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
gonna-
mean, what a weird one. Sorry, like I genuinely had not heard too much of this one before. I mean, what was her complaint that like she felt it was being used in bad faith, that they were harassing her? Like, was there? A
yeah,
specific-
basically.
Do you want me to go
Like
first? I
sort
don't
of,
even.
it goes under the cloud of cyberbullying.
Hold on.
I'm ready.
Okay, I'm gonna try and think about it. If I can't come up with anything in 30 seconds, I'm fucking a handshake tagging to drill, bro. Like,
Okay. Are you tagging me in? Tagging me in?
I forgot handshake tag. Go off, bro.
Yes. Okay, I'm in. All right, cool. So first and foremost, yeah, right. When you do OnlyFans, right, you're a sex worker, yeah. So you've paid. This is what do you call it when people get you to do art?
A commission.
Commission. It's a commission, right? Money's already changed hands for this, right? Now, whatever I do with this commission, that's on me. Yeah. All right. It wasn't bad enough. Yeah. It wasn't bad when you were doing your sex work and all your stuff was going on. Yeah. But now suddenly, because I'm using this as an emote and I'm getting people to subscribe to go and get this as a thing, you've suddenly got an issue with it. How does that work? And first and foremost, I was gonna say also, yeah, Riot Games also has implemented a similar thing. So, for example, any streamers or content creators, if they're bad mouthing anyone on Summoner's Rift or in League of Legends, right? That is grounds for their accounts to be terminated. So I would say if you're and if you know anything about League of Legends, right, you can spend nearly 4 or 5 grand over the course of like 2-3 years, right, on a thing. So you've sunk this money into this account, right, and now you're banned and you can never do this. And obviously, because you're a streamer, right, they'll always see your face, so they always know when your account's on. So our subsequent accounts getting banned. With that being said, I would say in this scenario, nah, I let it rock. I let it rock. I let it rock with my
Sabi,
balls
though,
out.
question.
Go on.
You got an issue with people like reposting specifically commissioned art pieces without any permission whatsoever, or like claiming it as their own?
No, because
Well, he bought it.
I've paid for it.
Yeah,
I do have a
you
problem
paid
with
for
them. I have a problem with them claiming it as their own. That is plagiarism, right?
No, not even the artist. I'm talking like, so you went to artist and you said, hey, make me an art piece. And then they post on their Twitter, like, hey, commission piece, commissioned by your tag here. And then, like, how do you react if a third party, another artist, copies that image, pastes it on their Twitter and goes, hey, look at this art I made. How do you feel?
Yeah, no, I'd feel pissed off. I'd feel really pissed off. But it's not the same thing.
You already knew where I was going with that.
I want to say in this case, it was really obvious who the original artist is.
Yeah.
So, but Serrt, would you ban? Like, it's like, would you ban?
I don't want to say yes immediately. No, I don't want to. I feel like there's more context needed. I feel that like if they've put it out into this like online sphere, then people are going to end up doing things like that.
Crazy.
At the same time, you also have to take into consideration if they don't like it anymore and they start putting those complaints up. I wouldn't say that's a matter that goes straight to just your ban from this event. That is definitely one of those topics where it's like, bruv, you two need to have a sit down in private and talk this shit out. This is not for the internet to be like discussing, you know?
I think you're
Can
lost.
I say
Everyone.
something on this?
Everyone's lost.
No, I know who the players are. I know who the girl is. I won't say who they are, but I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet some of these players are probably paying customers of her
Hey,
work.
yo.
And
Hey, bro. They're supporters.
yeah, and if they are, then you sold your Ahego face licking the phone screen to me. So I'm
It's
sorry,
mine now.
but it's mine now. Like, I understand that. Like, I don't know what the full context is. The bullying. I don't really know that side of it. But girls that go on OnlyFans, they put themselves online, and I don't want them to be bullied for it. I don't want them to be bullied for it. But we also understand how sex work is viewed as well. And when you enter that realm, you're kind of opening because the kinds of people that pay for OnlyFans, you know, they're not really. I don't want to be insulting to people because maybe well-adjusted people pay for OnlyFans as well. I don't know, but I don't know any well-adjusted people.
Right now.
That's their vice. Let's just be nice and say that's their vice, right?
That's
Like,
their advice. That's their advice.
That's their advice. Okay.
I feel like you're opening up Pandora's box, and especially being an OnlyFans model in the FGC, where we already know there's a lot of not very well-adjusted people. I don't feel like you should be bullied, but I feel like you should be expecting some bullying if we're being realistic. It's kind of like what we were talking about with you shouldn't be shot for having a difference of opinions or saying something inflammatory, but you're like you guys were saying earlier, we live amongst crazy people and crazy people do crazy things. So she kind of walked into it. I don't feel like she should be bullied. You know, I don't want girls to just get bullied.
I mean, they fucked with her a little bit, right? We can be real about this. They fucked with her a little bit on Twitch and these emotes and shit, right? It you know.
I'm
I don't
banning
know the
yourself.
extent
I'm
of-
banning
like,
them.
you have to- you have to tell us, what is the extent
guys are moist,
of
bro.
messing with
What?
her? What is the extent of messing with her? Because are they reposting the emote in the chat or are they saying abusive things about her?
Well, I mean, I guess that depends on your interpretation or your limit. But it was clearly, you know, they didn't mean that nice. So I mean, that much is clear, obviously. But you know, it's upon you are the TOs, not me. Don't look at me, Mike. Would you ban?
Based on the information that you've given, no. It sounds like they only got banned because this girl has ties to Bandai Namco. Would they have gotten banned if she didn't? Probably not. I don't think. But maybe if I had the full context and I saw every single thing that happened, maybe I'd think differently. But just with this information in particular, I would probably say to them, I'd give them a slap on the wrist and say, leave her alone. You guys might find this funny, but you know, she doesn't like it. If they continue to do it, then maybe further conversations can be had. Because I don't want to see anyone getting bullied. So,
Yeah,
but maybe if I had the full context, maybe I'd be a bit more harsh. But just based off of that, I'd say no.
We still have Nenger and Black Pharaoh left as TOs.
Do you want to go first, Black? I've waited this long.
I don't know who these people are, and I'm a part of the tech community, and I'll be moving around, so I don't know. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'll speak on the other communities. I'm not gonna get myself in trouble because I might run into somebody in bracket. No, cause
That's clever. Don't shit on your own front doorstep. I respect
You
it.
said that's US people too? No, cause
No, it's Europe. It's Europe.
Oh, it's Europe. Oh,
It's
yeah.
Europe.
Oh, never mind. I thought it. I thought it was US somebody. Oh no, bro. Hey, bro, you put yourself out there. You get consequences for that, cause you know what I'm saying. You licking phones and stuff, cause you know what I'm saying. You knew what you was doing. You knew what you was doing. I don't know what number you was dialing on that phone, but listen, you got to call back. So yeah, bro. No, it don't have nothing to do with the game. You ain't disturbing nobody at the venue or in the vicinity of the tournament. I don't have nothing to do with me, but hey, bro, you also mess with people who know people. So, you know, she pulled her strings, and I'm not mad at her for doing it. I'm not mad.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, you know, because you don't know who you're messing with. and we can't tell her what she can and can't do. So I'm not mad at her for doing that. You messed with her, she's got the power to get you banned. That's your problem. You shouldn't be
But she
messing with people
shouldn't
online.
though.
She shouldn't. She shouldn't because they paying.
What the fuck I'm saying? There's a transaction.
You're going against your own.
Lost, bro.
Hold on. C4.
No, that's mad. I can't co-sign that.
I gotta hear C4's opinion himself, bro.
Yeah,
I
let's
gotta
see
hear what he
for-
has to say.
They're getting banned, bruv. They're getting
Oh
banned.
my god.
What's wrong with you guys?
Give your logic. Give your logic.
Bullying? It's pretty simple, no?
What we bullying?
Is it bullying though?
Bullying. I paid
No,
for
it's not
this.
bullying. It's not.
I paid for this.
This is the edginess joke. Like, I was just putting the
advertising.
joke and it's edgy.
No, turn your camera on.
I was eating. Hold on. All right, then. Cool. Fine. Say less.
He said I was eating.
I was look.
My man
He
said
was
it's
looking at the
serious.
OnlyFans. He was looking at the
I'm banning. The reason of their content is online. Your information's online. Should I take your bank account details? You put it online. I didn't tell you to.
No.
You can't be mad if it gets taken.
Everyone's these glasses like.
I kind of got C4's point. I mean,
I hear it.
Stop co-signing that man. What's his name? What's his name?
Yeah.
Careful.
Wasabi. I got a question for you. I got a question for Wasabi specifically. Imagine that an extremely embarrassing picture of yours from your childhood surfaces on the internet because, I don't know, like a distant relative thought it would be funny to post it. It's like a family memory or something. Are you going to say no? Yeah, you're going to say nothing if that starts getting circulated around there, ends, and like you keep seeing it on your phone.
Did I pay for that?
I just need to understand you. I need to. Whoa, that is a crazy one right there.
I mean, that is the important question, right? Did you sell it to me?
Does it make a difference? Doesn't make a
Does
difference.
that just because you sell something, does that mean you are not allowed to not be proud of it in the future?
No. Wait, sir. Even better. If you subscribe to Crunchyroll, it's okay for them to give your details out to other people. They pay for it.
Okay, but come on, guys. Wait.
Crunchyroll doesn't own that media.
But they have your information.
Yeah, but that's why
if they sell it, you usually check a box that says, I sell my information.
Yeah, that box does a lot, doesn't it? Like, we all know that box means that no one else gives information.
But you can't be mad when they start emailing your ass.
People get mad. That's what I'm saying. People get mad in those
That's
situations.
just natural progression. Like, that's what happens. So, like, how can you be surprised that they would get mad if they aren't proud of it anymore, or they didn't want it to happen, and now it's happening? Like, it's just cause and effect.
You check the box, homie.
I mean,
but wait, hold on a second. So I hear what Black Pharaoh is saying. I don't necessarily agree, but then are you okay with her going and using her power to get them banned?
Oh, I'm not mad at her.
I don't want to concretely say that's what happened. I'm understanding that Dragon is saying like that from this perspective, but I'm also conscious of like this is pretty much the first time I'm hearing of this story, and so I don't want to make assumptions.
Yeah, I'm just going based off what he's saying.
I mean, if we're going off of the hypothetical, like that, it's true that Bandai strings were pulled to get someone banned. I mean, I'm not particularly a supporter of nepotism in any case, so by default, I wouldn't like that, But if we're talking purely about the incident itself, then, yes, that content might have been sold to someone initially, but at the end of the day, if they don't want it being used like that, or they're not proud of it anymore, or like circumstances have changed, they do have the right to say that. Like, I understand, they made money off it. Like, that's material gain, but things change.
What? I don't know what everyone's saying. Three weirdos.
No. Wait. Hold on.
One thing. They were weird, right? They were weird, but
we know they're weird.
She put that shit out there like because of a certain reason. Like she knew people are gonna get it. They're gonna get the file. They're gonna get the video. They're gonna see it. But I agree with obviously it's her right to say I don't want that anymore and to say like I think what you're doing is like kind of bad. But you produced it, so I'm like, I mean, I don't know, guys. Like
Finn, do you know like Netflix works? If one person on the planet bought Netflix and then shared it to everyone else, Netflix are going to be bad because they're losing money. Maybe she's going, well, this is behind the paywall. Why are you sharing it out for free? She's worried about the bag. Maybe, potentially, right? Why is that not?
Wait, do you guys have this same stance with Mia Khalifa?
What's the stance?
Okay, so
Mia Khalifa is a former porn star.
Hey, Wasabi knows this.
she went very viral for doing the scene wearing a religious garb that she right. So she did a couple videos apparently, but now she's into sports, and I watched her on a sports podcast get really angry at the fact that they recognized her as one of the biggest stars in the world, and I was like, are you? And she was saying, oh, I want that stuff taken down, don't talk about it. And I was like, I'm sorry, you were the biggest star in the world, you made your bed. I don't really think that, I'm not gonna bully her over it, and I'm not co-signing it, but I'm also not blind to reality. When you get into that business, you're attracting a certain kind of person. And I mean, this girl aside, you wouldn't extend this to the bigger ones, because you're like, you can't, you saying, I don't want you viewing this anymore is pointless. It's not gonna happen. It's everywhere now.
I understand that, but I think that's the difference between, like, she's saying, like, fucking Men in Black, like, use the pen and erase your memory of everything that happened. That's a bit extreme, right? Obviously, no one's gonna do that. Everyone's gonna have it in their mind. I know where I saw your face. Probably can't save in front of my missus, but I know your face. All right, and it ain't because of sports.
They watch Men in Black in Europe? No, I'm playing.
Now, Wasabi, why do I hear you say it under your breath? Why can't you say it in front of your missus?
Hey, why can't you? Why can't you?
You can't, bro. If you're with your missus and you go, oh, that's Mia Khalifa, that's kind of. I don't know if you're getting any of that.
She doesn't know. How do you know she doesn't know who she is?
Yeah, she might, but like Mike said, that's disrespectful. I wouldn't do that.
That's very disrespectful.
Okay.
But so the final judgment is, because the most important question is, would you ban? So Serrt was like more like, I maybe would try to communicate and not immediately ban them from actually attending an event.
Yeah.
And so Sheik was no bans. Nenger
Can I just clarify
was,
real quick? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say my final position is fence sitter, but I am leaning more towards ban than no ban.
Okay. So we have no ban, ban, fence sitter, and no ban. I think.
Well, do you know what? Let me change my position slightly. I think, like, I'm obviously being a little bit unfair because she's an OnlyFans model, and I don't want to, lean into my dislike for the platform, but I don't co-sign a girl getting bullied, whether she's online doing sex work or not. So if a group of guys are bullying her, I'm trying to think, like, if I had a friend doing that, I don't want to put an emotional argument behind it, but I think if they're sharing it around, that she sold them some material and they share it amongst each other privately, and she found out and got upset about it, I wouldn't ban them. But if they were publicly shaming her over and over again, and we're in a very small community, and she is going to these events and seeing people, everyone knows that what she does for a living, and people have their opinions on it. But I don't think you got to bully her over it. So maybe I would lean towards a warning to them first, and just say to them that I know how people view sex workers. Stop doing this. And then if they do it again, maybe then I'd say, okay, cool, you guys were giving your warning, you're still bullying her. So maybe not a ban off the bat, but a ban later down the line if it continues.
Okay. While Mike amended his, I'm gonna amend mine to make it very more streamlined. I'm banning because I've seen people kill themselves for a lot less. Legit, that's what it is.
Okay.
Fair.
People kill themselves for a lot less. So
I just want to say, first of all, right,
I got you with that.
There's a transaction that was taking place, right? I've paid for this now, right? And from what I was told, we all heard the same story, right? Said, they were sharing it amongst themselves, Sure, they were making jokes about it, but they made it a Twitch emote, right? Now, my brain goes to one of two things. One, they all find her very attractive, right? Obviously, she wasn't trying to buy none of that, and this is why they had some malice towards it, and this is why they took this path, right? Or two, they were like, yo, this would be very fucking funny to have, right? They've taken it, and they've now made it a Twitch emote because it turned out great. Now, regardless, I don't see that as bullying. Like, for me, get off Twitch then. Get off OnlyFans.
I mean, a lot of the things I did, on YouTube could be considered bullying if depending on the person.
In the right hands,
So Mike is already nodding. Okay.
He said some of the.
Wait, I wonder before Serrt goes, Shimbe, can you hear us?
Oh goddamn! Why you put me on? I ain't know it was on damn fucking camera.
Yeah, you did it for like 5 minutes.
Man, what? I could have stood up and everything, bro.
Have you been listening to the
He said, I don't got no drawers on.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Shin.
Shimba, have you
But
been
okay,
listening to
that's
the conversation?
No, I caught the end of. I think y'all talking about bands. Would you ban someone with like a fucked up past or some shit?
Yeah, no, we
I'm
found
not
out
sure.
getting bullied.
But let me say my goodbyes because I need to go. But I will still watch.
Yeah, no worries.
It's an honor to have you here again, Shimblade. Thank you.
How you doing,
No
bro?
worries, bro.
Thank you for
Hey, I
blessing me with your
appreciate you,
presence.
bro.
Yeah, I appreciate the whole panel as well, especially C4, right? You know, right? UFA, you tell Pun Life,
Yeah,
and
Pun Life and
Chakra,
Chakra.
right?
The
All
dragon.
right. The dragon. All right.
I'll roar at them too. I'll go.
Thank you.
I'll do it.
Thank you.
This guy, man.
Right,
But yeah,
take care.
well, in that case, take care, Finn. Yeah. All right. Mark, say my goodbyes to you then.
All right, bro. Well,
Right, sir. We appreciate you.
Yeah, it was super cool to have you here. I really appreciate all of your insight, and hopefully we can have you back on again at some point.
Yeah, of course. Just let me know what sort of timings you have for like future debates. I will see if my schedule allows for us. Pleasure to be on. I'm just gonna like get a cup of tea and then watch the rest of this in the chat. So you guys, I hope you enjoy talking about the rest of the topics. But other than that, have a good night.
Take care, sir.
Take it easy, bro.
Shinblade, how you doing, bro?
How you doing, man? Man, just got back in the house. I was trying to catch the conversation earlier while you had Serrt on there. I wanted to know what would you guys do if you guys had a system on how to ban people? Because I think I heard C4 say something like if it's enough people jumping on it. I'm not quoting you though, C4, that you'll ban them off that alone. Is that correct?
If there is no evidence, I'm going to go with the people. I'll go with the majority. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's the problem right there, C4, to be honest. And I know it's easy just to say it, and I know you're a very logical person. Like, you think that's the most technical thing to do to stop trouble, but people don't know that you're going to cause like the most trouble of to that person more than anything. You know what I mean? Because I believe I'm a living testament of someone who's stood strong, and I'm still here after going through what I went through. You know what I mean? And I think just saying the word ban and so lightly, I know you guys are having a conversation, but I think it's like a it's a huge thing to me. You know what I mean? Because that's just one person, and technically, like being technical about it, you don't really care about that person. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy just to ban them. And I don't think that's the first thing to do, because like I run terms myself. I had plenty of people come to me, be like, "Hey, this person did this to me. Can you ban them?" We always say no. You know what I mean? Like, we always say no. If it's nothing like on paper, like they actually did something like worth going to jail over and stuff, like, yes, then we'll consider it. But I think if it's just word of mouth, you shouldn't ban them. And let's take the conversation with Umisho for a second. Do you guys see any like a lot of negative stuff about Umisho online other than this person should be banned? Is there anything else you guys see about Umisho?
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen it for a while, but when Umisho won Combo Breaker, they were getting all types of hate. All types of hate.
For like 2 days. You know what happens when you ban somebody though, T4? They clown you for months. You know what I mean? Because these people that's online that talk shit, they don't go to events themselves. So like the majority of the people that you mentioned, they don't go to tournaments. The people who's going to play the game and go to tournaments, they're going to still go to your tournament. It's the people that's online that makes people alter their decisions because it looks bad. But if you just hold your composure as a TO or whoever you are, and just be like, hey, we're not doing this. Like how DreamHack did me. Hey, we're not finna ban Shinblade. No one says shit. But if you ban that person, you finna unleash a whole wormhole of a lot of bullshit coming that person's way. You know what I mean?
You reinforce the idea that it happened.
For banning, yeah. You're right.
So I said if you choose, which is why I said either right. If you choose to ban him without evidence, you reinforce the idea that it did happen, and someone can use that banning as then why did it must have happened because he got, I don't even know the circumstance Shin talking about, but like like if you reinforce, then someone can use that decision as evidence, like that it happened, like it must have happened because he banned, you know what I'm saying, even and you didn't even do that with evidence, so it's dangerous doing that. That's all.
Yeah, because it is dangerous. Think about it, because it came out January 1st, 2024. It lasted literally 2 days and it went crickets. And then February came, somebody they went and found somebody to add to the false stuff, and then a major TO came on under that post and said I was banned. And ever since then, I received like so much hate online for like 6-7 months until I took my legal action. You know what I'm saying? So I just think someone saying that this person is banned, that opens up a whole nother wormhole of bullshit. And let me say my hellos and shit. What's up, Mike? C4, Black Pharaoh. Who came for right there? I never seen him before.
Next to you, Wasabi.
Me.
How you doing,
Hi.
Yeah.
How y'all doing? I do want to appreciate Mike.
I agree with you because I think like what I was saying to Sir earlier is that if I was going to ban people on an allegation and they didn't have evidence, to be fair to both sides, I would probably try to ban them both if I was going to go down that road, or say to both of them, look, there's no evidence. I'm not banning anyone until there's evidence. And if you're not comfortable with that, then don't come back here until you have that evidence. Because I think that the kind of damage that you can do to somebody, their brand, their reputation, monetary wise, like they put you through
talk about
hell.
the damage real quick, Mike. I'll talk about the damages. So I'm responding to somebody right now because they want to help me so bad with WTI, but we had to let them know what's going on. And she literally wrote me like a 3.5 essay on good luck, and I hope everything's good for you. She been wanting to help me for months, and I finally got back to her, but we had to let her know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Because people like to still hit you up backdoor. You like how Mike says people message him about not having me on his platform. Like people see who's on my platform, and they get messages still. So we basically just warned her, and she basically hit the high road. You know, so we got that. So y'all know who Agent 00 is?
Yes.
The name is familiar.
Yes.
Streamer?
Yeah, he's guy, the one that always wears the hat.
Yeah.
He was Castanite.
Oh yeah,
He used to be big.
Collab with me. He wanted to collab with me, but you know what stopped it? And he wanted to wait till this is over. Yeah. So I mentioned this to him because I didn't want him to get backdoored by it. And he said, "Oh, I got the text message." He says, "Well, let's just wait till this is over with." Another opportunity. Agents Afro Central, you know who that is?
Yeah. Been on
he wanted to collab with me. We had a 2-hour conversation about this shit. He wanted to wait till it was over. Red Bull hit me up. That stopped it. So a lot of opportunities I missed over someone lying on the internet about me. And where I think because the TOs actually boosted it because it didn't get nowhere when it was posted. So I think TOs play a big part of this, you know what I'm saying, of taking action on it. I think TOs need to just, like how Mike said, you ban both parties if nothing's there. Well, or if nothing's there, you just be neutral until something's there.
Yeah.
Because ever since Mike Hollow picked this up, you know, stuff been uplifting. Like I said, someone of old school picked up this and they've been hitting up TOs like, hey, Shinblade got evidence out here that he's innocent. You guys ain't taking part of it. And he's on the ass about it. And I just came for L2Con. It kind of upset me there. This is why I didn't do good there, because one of the main TOs walked up to me and said, hey man, we're gonna get you back in the door, man. I'm sorry about everything. And you know, man, he patted me on the back and said, hey, we fighting for justice. And I just looked like, bro, you was part of the damn problem. What you talking about? We're finna fight for justice now. So, like I said, I just think as a TO, I think Serrt said something about like you're not in that field crime solving, I think you should just not even get yourself involved at all. You know what I mean?
I'm
I
glad
disagree.
You could really mess with someone's
you
life
disagree,
like that.
C4.
Yeah.
Why? What do you
Yeah,
disagree
I
on?
said C4 disagrees with that. That's why I want to ask him a question. Like, I want to know, why do you feel like you need to like ban people off a majority vote?
In a scenario where I can't get evidence, I don't go to majority first. That's not the first line. I'm obviously going to look for evidence first. If I can't get evidence and one of the people in the situation feels that they're a harm, I'll ban the person who's in the minority, because life isn't fair. I'm not doing this on the terms of fair. I'm doing it on the terms of harm reduction. So if, say, someone's stealing from my event, right, stealing money, and 10 people say it's one person, and that one person's got like one person on their defense, but these 10 people are like, they're like the bartender, so they're not even about the FGC. I'm going to take those people's words, ban the person. If I'm wrong, I can say sorry, and I'll do whatever I can to make it up to them. But I can't allow me to keep losing money. So me banning is a protection. It's a precaution. I might be wrong, and I'm happy to put my hands up and say I fucked up. I'll do that, but I can't just let the money keep going.
Will you compensate the player that you banned?
Yes, if it's a case of giving back the money I thought that they stole, or giving them like a lifetime membership, whatever, anything to reimburse them for the inconvenience, and not just the money they lost, the inconvenience of being banned and being painted as a criminal when they're not.
What would you do to the people that made the accusation?
Ban them.
For life?
Nah, not for life.
You
I
wouldn't
don't
ban
think
them for
lying
life?
is a life ban. I don't think lying is for a life ban.
What if the lie that they told caused serious damages to the person that they spoke about?
Yeah, because it's definitely some stuff that y'all don't even know about what I had to go through. You know what I'm saying? Like he said, some damages, like stress damages. I might smile on stream, but I've had, like, I was hospitalized one time, bro, during my stream. I was like, because the stress is so high. And I used to be one of the people that didn't understand when people committed suicide. You know what I'm saying? But I never questioned it until you actually go through something, though. See, for like when you go through something, you understand. So I understand why they aim here, because it's so much damn pressure. It builds right here, and you want to end that shit. But like I said, I'll never do it to myself, but I felt that shit. You know what I'm saying? So
with
that's
that
how
knowledge,
deep that shit goes. So I think just like an apology, like I said, I received my apologies. It doesn't fix my losses.
Sometimes it's not enough.
Huh?
Sometimes it's not enough. Like having an apology.
Yeah, it's not like
enough.
it's not enough. Like you can't fix the damages that was done to me. You know what I'm saying? Like I could act. Well, it's not an act. This is my character. You know, like I'm a man. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a man at the end of the day. In the way I've carried myself, I think over 95% of people could not help survive what I went through. You know what I'm saying? Because we seen less. I think C4 said we seen less. Actually, I think I mentioned this last time. It was a Call of Duty player that was accused at the same time I was accused. He's gone right now. He committed suicide, and his stuff didn't get half or even a portion as big as my stuff got blew up. You know what I'm saying? They clowned me for 10 months until I opened my mouth and shut everybody up.
So,
but like I said, he was only clowned for 2 weeks and committed suicide. It was
okay. Wait, C4. With that knowledge, what would you do?
With knowledge of what? That I was
that
wrong.
That Shinblade went through that experience, got hospitalized because of the lie these people told. That one specifically. How would you treat those people?
If they were all like equally culpable, I mean, I would ban them for so long that they probably wouldn't come back. But I think an infinite punishment for a finite crime just doesn't make sense. But yeah, like maybe I'll ban them for like, I don't know, 10 years. They probably wouldn't come back after 10 years. Do you know what I mean? There's always going to be a length of time where it might as well be forever, because they're going to move on. So
why not just ban them forever?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to give an infinite ban for a finite crime. That doesn't make any sense.
But if, let's say, for example, the person in question. We won't use Shin's name because I don't believe in doing that. But let's say this person in question took their life, right? Infinitely now they're gone. You are now wrong. Yeah. What do you do now? Do you say, oh yeah, you know what? Now I'm just gonna ban them for 5 years, and then they probably won't come back? Or do you just say, nah, do you know what? You've actually made a grave error in judgment, right? Because perjury is a thing, right? You can take the stand and lie on there, and there's people that have been sent to jail for like SA and all other stuff like that, right? And then it's turned out that the person that was doing it was lying, and you know, they get off scot-free. But like now you're in a position of power, right, to do something to rectify this. You're saying you would just, oh yeah, they lied 5 years.
You change the parameters. Now it's it's not finite because they've killed themselves. So you didn't have to do all of that. If they killed themselves, they'll get
the possibility was already there.
But that's what I'm saying. The possibility was there.
The possibility of it not.
But the possibility is there for the other people to kill themselves. If I let the person who they're accused of doing the bad thing come back, it works on both. If we're going on possibilities, it has to work both ways.
Why is the possibility there for those people to then off themselves?
Why is it not?
How does that make sense?
What? Because if they say, oh, this person is bad for whatever reason, and I go, oh, well, I'm not banning them. It's like, well, I feel unsafe. Come to the event.
Then they just don't come.
Okay, well then I can say it to the single person, dummy.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm with you.
Play online.
My point is, I'm following your line of reasoning, right? I'm with you all up until that point where you say
potential works on both sides. Potential works on both sides. Any hypothetical you can give for the one person, you can give to the 10.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm fully with you. But I can't justify not giving them a full-time ban now, because you've now realized that this thing, that transpired didn't transpire the way it was said. So now I believe that for lying, right? Because now you've shown me that you're not trustworthy. I can't trust you. So I'm inviting you to my place of work now, right? Where I've got all of my equipment and my stuff, right? And now you want me to have faith in you that you're not gonna lie in some type of way or steal something with me because you're not trustworthy, right? I know they didn't steal anything, but you're not trustworthy. Trust. There's a lot of stuff that. Oh, sorry. Go on.
I have to like point this out that you're not just I would give them a lifetime ban. There's a couple of reasons why. You have potentially ruined somebody else's life because sexual abuse allegations go beyond the FGC. So you could cause them issues in their own work, with their family, with how their relations with people in the outside world. B, you have made it more difficult for girls that actually get abused to come forward now because you lied. And now I have doubt in my mind whenever people come up to me. And I have even more doubt now because of the lie that you've told. And I think it's a malicious and gross thing to do, considering girls that do suffer from sexual abuse are scarred for life. And you've used a situation that you know is very sensitive and you know guys want to run to the defense of for your own betterment and to destroy somebody else. So on that basis alone, you can leave the community. I'm doing the men and women in the community a favor by ejecting you. You're a liability and a danger to everybody else around you, in my opinion. So me, that's a lifetime ban.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a good decision.
I can't lifetime ban someone for lying. That doesn't work for me. Sorry.
No, you can ban them for the infinite consequences of that lie, though.
Yeah, potentiality. Then the potentiality works on both sides.
Yeah, if they're both. That's what we're saying. They're both infinite.
At least you're consistent.
I said earlier.
I know.
Consistency.
I know.
I'm not gonna ban someone forever for a finite crime. And if the potential, and then you said the potential harm they do to the single individual, yes, but there's potential to the other 10 people that were liars. I don't know. I can't tell the future.
They're both.
It's not fair. I'm not trying to be fair, by the way. If anyone thinks I'm trying to be fair here, I'm not. I'm doing damage mitigation. I'm trying to do the least harmful thing. If 10 people.
So I have to do this because.
Wait. I'm sorry. I gotta go. I gotta go, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I'm gonna leave. I also wanted to say one thing that's real funny, real quick, before we get serious again. I love how I don't know who it is, and this might be very culturally ignorant, but I'm for that, right? So like, I love how like, I guess it's British people how y'all say like, yeah, at the end of y'all statements. I love that. It's the funniest thing. It is. King J does it all the time. He does it. What's his name? Nenger. You know what I'm saying? He does it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna start doing that. I'm from
That's
Texas.
usually.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Usually
you
we
can
do
add-
that
you can add
when
the
we're
still.
getting
You can add
aggressive.
the still.
True.
You-
When y'all
usually-
start saying, yeah, I know it's hype over in Europe.
Yeah,
I know it's hype.
it's
So,
it's
all right,
usually
man.
when
I'm gonna see
someone's
y'all
getting
later. I
aggressive.
appreciate y'all, man.
In a bit,
All
bro.
right, bro. Not saying you, bro.
Take care, man. Yeah, when people say yeah at the end of
Oh
a
my
sentence, it
days.
usually means they're getting annoyed or they're trying to emphasize something. I saw someone talking about something. He said blah blah blah, yeah, blah blah blah, yeah, and I was like, yeah, it's gonna turn into a fight. Let me bring Tiny Parcel in here as well to discuss this with us because they're the last guest. Tiny Parcel, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just before
All
you
right.
get started, this super chat. It said these dudes defending OF models in the FGC are desperately thirsty simps trying to get a whiff of strange. Thank you for being cool, Hollow. I don't know who was.
It's
You
me,
guys
innit?
trying to get you guys trying to
Are you
get a
trying
whiff
to-
of.
Are you trying to get a whiff?
It must be to me because I was the one who said I would ban them for bullying the OnlyFans model.
Why are you trying to get a whiff? You know what I mean?
Just to clarify before we move on, I think OnlyFans is a net negative for society. I don't co-sign it at all. I understand why some people do it. I understand it's the same way that people do sell drugs. It's fast and easy money because there's a lot of people to prey on. But I also don't really want them to get bullied either. So I don't like it, but I don't want you to bully them.
What about their kids? Just in case.
The kids are gonna get bullied, unfortunately. Like it's gonna happen. Your mom's an OnlyFans model. You set that kid up for disaster. I wouldn't bully the kid myself. I'd just pat them on the back and say, "Good luck, bro. It's gonna be
Good
a
luck.
rough run."
Yeah, you need it, King.
That's toxic.
It's gonna be rough. This is not toxic. That's real. You're going to be rough. If your mom's an OnlyFans model, you're gonna have a rough time. And I'm not saying that as a put down. That's just a fact, bro. Kids are mean. They find out that your mom does sex work, and then they find the account.
The video, yeah.
Oh,
And then they subscribe.
That is a roasting and a half, and I'm being serious. That could also lead somebody to commit suicide.
It
Being
could.
serious.
No, it's done. It's done before.
I'm sure it has.
You've got to this stream has been yeah, no, fun's not the word, bro. Fun's not the word. Not even up. Yo, not even up for the fun is not the word. All right, so I don't even know where to start. So let's go on to the topic. Continue with the current topic, yeah? Lying is not a finite situation when it comes to accusing somebody of a crime of that severity. No fucking way. All right? And the argument of, I can't, potentiality, we shouldn't be punishing people for potentiality. That doesn't work when the potentiality is somebody actively taking their life. We've had the case of this already last year.
I made this case, by the way, just so you know. The reason I banned someone is because people have killed themselves for a lot less. So
but you're logically inconsistent on this.
No, because there's one person versus 10. I don't want 10 people to kill themselves. I'd rather one, unfortunately.
Let
Not
me
trying
ask
to be
you something.
fair. It's a trolley problem.
Those 10 people got a support group. They got support.
No.
They
The
got
trolley problem is bullshit though, because you can't. That moral equivalence. Yes, it is, because you can't weigh the moral equivalence of 10 lives against one. It doesn't matter either way. You're screwed. So it's whether
if someone asks you the question, you just deny that it happened.
Huh?
So if someone asks you the question, you just deny it. You just don't listen. You put your fingers in your ear and go, "I'm not answering."
No, because when somebody asks you that question, one, your reaction is not going to be the same of whether or not you're put in that situation. You can't actually. That's not a fair question to ask, because
don't critique me then. If you can't answer the
hold
question,
on.
don't critique
No,
me.
let me finish. But this is a fair question to ask because we have precedent for it. And in an instance where somebody is being falsely accused, or somebody, fuck the falsehood for a second, yeah? Whether somebody is being accused, not even banning, suspending until we have actual understanding of the situation. All right? Not that you can't come back, but at the moment, both of you are too volatile of a risk to be in this space. And if I take a side, I am taking a stance. And if I take a side, I am validating somebody's claim, which then therefore leads to somebody else being dogpiled in opposition to it, or both individuals being dogpiled in opposition to it. Choosing to suspend both individuals is removing yourself and recusing yourself of the situation so that legal matters can play out, which is the key instance of the key issue within the community on this situation. In the
It's
first
not.
place,
I don't
people
subscribe to
are-
this law. I don't subscribe to crime and law because there's loads of things you would ban someone from your event for that isn't breaking the law. So I don't care about the crime and law stuff when it comes to banning people from a tournament.
there is tons of stuff that you would ban people from your event for, but in situations this serious, you have to take the legal ramifications into account. And there's a bunch of stuff that is legal that you would ban people for.
No, I wouldn't. I don't care. I don't care about the law. We've had this conversation. Well, I don't think you was here, but we had this conversation before where we asked someone like, well, what if you know they did it, you got CCTV, but the law or when they go to fucking, what's it called? What do they call it in America? To the judge, they go, oh, well, we don't think you did it. But you've got video evidence. The person said, well, if the judge said they didn't do it, they're allowed back in, even though you've seen it. So I don't care about the law. I don't care about the judge.
Yeah, but that's different though. You yourself have proof.
Yes.
That's fair. I give you that. I give you that.
I said if I had the evidence, then I wouldn't need to pick the 10 over the 1. I've already said that.
Oh, okay, then maybe I misheard you. My mistake. Okay, my mistake.
No
because
sorry.
my thought.
I got a bit agitated. My bad.
That's why I'm so fucking heated, because it doesn't make sense.
No.
If you're saying that you don't know, and then you're taking the stance of I'm banning the individual being accused and keeping the person that's doing the accusing, because when you've said, hey, another situation could lead to somebody taking their own life, that doesn't make sense to me. But if you know, fair enough, because that's the thing with these situations, they're very hard to prove. I give you that.
Yeah, so what you said, I guess it's a better wording, but in my head, I didn't really think about differentiating it. It's a suspension. It would be, okay, I need to get evidence. If these group of people are feeling a danger to this one person, for the damage mitigation, and again, for my money's sake, and for the event to keep running, because if one person stops 10 people going, those 10 people can tell another 10 people not to go, and then you get a whole boycotting situation. Then I can't do anything. I'm no good to anyone, the one person or the 20 people that stop coming. So keeping the doors open is a priority.
No,
you can't do anything when you shut the doors down.
But let's say that one person is Chris G. Let's say that one person is like Chris G, or like someone with notable clap, right? And that one person that was accused of this thing tells everyone else not to go. Now you've got those 10 people there coming to your event the same way. But you've only got 10 people coming to your event now, when you had, let's say, 50 or 60.
I mean, Chris G is one person.
But one person has told everyone else to go.
I'm gonna interject on this one. It's a matter of if this is a situation where you have like next to no 0.01% no reasonable doubt in the situation, you know what's happened, then yes, stand on your principles, because you run the risk of being proven wrong, because they might come out with like the Yu-Gi-Oh trap card of evidence which says, ha, I can prove I didn't do it, and you're wrong.
Oh no, I'm doing
as a TO, that's you take that burden on. Because as far as you're aware, you know that this happened. That's fair. And to be fair, you shouldn't be judged on that, because you're making a call on the situation that you know. Right? Now, people may ask you not to TO nothing no more and may think your judgment is compromised. That's up to the situation. But if you know beyond reasonable doubt that something has gone on and something has happened, and you choose to ban the perpetrator on that knowledge, fair dues. That is morally correct. It's in a situation where you don't know that that's an issue.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think, I get that everyone is trying to make this like a super fair situation, but I just don't think it's possible. I don't think you can make this super fair. So you have to.
I think it's a way to make it.
No, nothing in life is fair.
Unless I'm a mind reader, Shin, I don't know how to make it fair. Unless I know the future or I know the truth, regardless of who's talking to me, how can I be fair?
No, in Shin Zoe's situation, I'm suspending both parties, and you got to get your shit sorted out.
Yeah, whether it be behind closed doors or on Twitter. Or
No, not even on Twitter. I'm not trying to hear none of that.
No. I'm saying
was told
you do it in
that,
your
though.
own space. I'm saying you do it in your own space. I don't need to know. Yeah. I
So
don't
check it
care
out.
if
Check it
other
out.
people know.
So we was actually told that. You know that, right?
What? That you need to sort this out.
By the 3 main TOs, they said if any action is placed, both will be. But then it was just me.
But they took a side anyway, right?
That's bullshit.
Yeah. So that led to
it's optics. It's optically fuck. It looks good to everybody else.
The optics if you don't do
exactly. And this is the thing with the whole TO situation. Before I continue this, for the initial point which kicked this off, the tweets, right? Did this person that made these tweets have any issues going to tournaments beforehand? Are we aware?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Okay, and did the TOs in question do their due diligence, check in with other scenes?
He did say to me that he finds the Tekken scene extremely toxic. So I don't know if he's had problems beforehand, but that was the only problem I've known him to have with TOs.
Okay, so but he just says that he finds the Tekken scene extremely toxic. Take that with a grain of salt. Obviously, that could mean that he's had issues in the scene that he caused, and he's telling half truths. But again, you don't know. At that point, as a TO, I think it's inappropriate to go and give him a warning anyway, because you're actively you're poking the bear, and you're forcing a situation in the first place without prior knowledge of anything happening.
What situation are you forcing?
He reacted because, from my understanding, this is the order of operations on this. These TOs saw that he had looked at his Twitter and saw that he had made some statements on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Never made any statements publicly, has not said anything to anybody in a public forum.
Well, Twitter is public.
No, okay, fine. In real life, person to person, because people act differently on Twitter than they act in person.
I don't.
Most people do.
Okay, sure.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Is that fair? Is that fair to?
I mean, it's kind of a nothing statement, but sure. People don't act like they do online. It's just like, but some people do, and then you'll be like, well, yeah, some people do, and I'm like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's they're the outliers, no?
Okay.
Who knows?
Let me rephrase this and ask me if you agree. Would you expect a reasonable person to come with their Twitter nonsense into a venue?
I believe Solomon's are out there, bro. I believe Solomon does that. in IRL. I believe he does.
Solomon
he was on
is,
there earlier.
I heard him. I wish.
Yeah, I think he does that offline.
I wish I wasn't at work. I was going to light his ass up.
I think he does that. I'm not gonna lie. I think he does that.
Fair, I give you that.
Most people, I agree with you. Most people aren't how they are on Twitter online. Yes, most people. I'll grant that. My bad.
I mean, thank you for granting that. Whether you agree or not, I appreciate you granting that.
Okay.
But so why are we going to assume that somebody is going to act in a public forum in that manner and actively go out of their way to cause problems in a place where they want to be?
I agree with you. I think the TO didn't assume, hence why they asked. They didn't assume because an assumption would have been you're banned for a tweet you did 2 years ago. What they did say is, we saw this thing. Just to let you know, some people might find that offensive. You're not banned. They said that you're not banned, but they're just checking in to be like, oh, do you want to, redact that statement, or do you still think the same way, or was you just being an edgy little boy? Like, they were querying, so they weren't assuming. That's why I think the TO was fine with asking.
Okay, see what you said. Do you want to redact that statement? That in and of itself is, we think you are going to be a problem. When somebody's coming at you, you are going to be a problem, and we are nipping this in the bud, or else you cannot come here. So we are starting the thing.
Not necessarily. They could also be saying that to them because they think other people might be a problem reading that and getting angry. So they might be trying to mitigate some of the potentialities with other communities.
Yeah, but I'm not a TO, but if I'm organizing events, my stance on that is he's not saying anything incendiary to anybody here. He's not causing a problem within the moment. What he does outside of this venue is a different story. It's a public forum. If this was a venue and that event that I'm having in my own private space, fuck it, I'm excluding whoever the fuck I want because this is my space. But these are public events, right? And so, therefore, until something becomes an issue, it is your job then to mitigate that, not preemptively strike, because you're assuming that there's going to be a problem. It's in the same realm of a thought crime.
What's the problem? I don't think that's the same. But I think no, I don't think that's a thought crime. A thought crime is more like you're not allowed to think this. We're talking about assuming. And I think we all assume. Do we not all assume? I don't think. What's the problem with assuming like someone's character? You do it all the time.
Easy. The problem with assuming is that that's the very first thing that you think of, and it's likely to be either overly positive or overly negative, and we should give people the space to prove that their problems are good first.
It depends on what has been said online. With regards to what that guy said about Islam, it depends because they said that some of the players felt uncomfortable. I don't know if that was them being diplomatic with their speech. You never know, like how uncomfortable someone might be. You could show up to a venue and someone's like, "What did you say about my prophet or whatever?"
Can you pull up the tweets again, just so I refresh my memory?
I've been to Speaker's Talk Corner, man.
Yeah, I've been there as well. It can get spicy.
If he said that at Speaker's Corner, it would be a madness. So I can imagine that him being banned from the second thing is more for his safety.
Oh, honestly. No, I grant you that definitely, bro. Because look, man, I know people, and especially of certain faiths. If you
said eradicate, bro.
This is not I do not mean this in a manner to disparage anybody of the Muslim faith, but you defend your faith different, for real, and I respect it, but I don't agree.
To go on that, I think if anyone who's a group of people and they use the word eradicate, they're going to feel a type of way. It's just the eradicate part. That's what I'm like.
Religious mosque teachers could be eradicated. All right. Yeah, no, I've got a check. Okay. See, that's on the fringes because it's not a threat of saying I'm going to go and cause violence, but I see your point, and that's where it's Tio, your job is to manage. Your job is you're responsible to the community. That doesn't mean the majority of everybody. That also means the minority, and you are meant to be impartial. I'm going to be honest. I would say, look, man, big and serious. If people see this, it's going to be a problem. And I would rather you not risk getting hurt. And that's fine to say.
I think this people wouldn't have had a problem with because there's a lot of things included here. It sort of groups everyone. But I think this is where people got annoyed. Now, in my personal opinion, I mean, if you did this about Christians, because I'm Greek Orthodox, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. But I am also well aware that not all faiths respond the same way to criticisms of their religion. And I have seen, being in London, I've seen plenty of things go sideways. So,
I know.
As they say, like, be careful who you're chatting shit to, because some people take things way more seriously than you do. So, it might not be the smartest thing to repost, but then I guess that comes in, that goes into the whole, then no meme should be posted about any religions whatsoever. And I'm not saying any of the Muslim players were doing that, although I do see that happen more. Like, we give more, we're not as harsh on other people doing things to Christians, but when it's the other way around, it does seem a bit more harsh. But I guess that's at the TO's discretion as well. But that might also be a reflection of us as Christians. Maybe we don't take it as seriously as they take their.
Let's be real here. That's because Christians have not had the opportunity in recent memory to prove that they're about that life. Let's be real here. There's going to be very incendiary, but one, in a lot of Christian nations, a lot of the nations are still very secular, and therefore the systems in place like you don't have any fucking you can call Christians all kind of shit and like they just have to take it, or else it's gonna be an optics nightmare. Whereas within, huh? Oh fuck yeah!
Oh okay, cool. You saying
no, fuck yeah! Okay. No, politically Christians are proper fucking soft, bro.
Mike.
I'm like, look, man, I'm sorry, Mike. I don't mean to offend you. I know you're Greek Orthodox, but like Christians in America, they're not about
me. I wouldn't have that.
Hey, Mike, you saying Christians ain't been hard since the Crusades. What'd you say to that?
Yo, man,
the thing is that it's right. We do live in a lot of Christian nations are quite secular, and it does make it so that other people don't take it as seriously. I think that conversation is starting to change a little bit more because of all the things that are going on right now. But he's not completely wrong. Like there's different areas where like you can be a little bit more flagrant with your language towards Christians. I could say I know for certain you're not doing that shit in Romania.
Oh,
you're not doing that shit in like Greeks are quite like we have churches everywhere. Like we don't really fuck about with that. So if you come to Cyprus or whatever and you start disrespecting Greek Orthodox, you might, even though Cyprus is like one of the most safest places in the world, might piss off the wrong people, and the police out there are not going to protect you if you're chatting shit about God. So
big and serious. If I'm going to Greece, I'm not talking shit about God because I don't know that culture and I don't know if they're about that life. America, easy. Nah, fuck them. People will roll up and chat shit on the Westboro Baptist Church.
You're black in it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. There's certain places in America that I know that wouldn't fly, regardless.
You're mad, bro. I'm not chatting shit anywhere in America, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
I am the most polite person.
I'm talking about in general, big and serious. Look, people go and talk shit to the Westboro Baptist Church and don't give a damn. Big and serious. Because
I don't think you should play those games though, man. Like the climate is changing a lot right now. People are becoming less and less tolerant. I think that
it's getting worse. It's not there yet.
No, you might be right historically, but I think it feels like to me, people are like a breaking point on both sides of the political aisle on either religion, whether you're Muslim or Christian or Buddhist or whatever. It feels like we're getting to a point where things are starting to collapse inwards, and I don't know if chatting shit to Christians is a good idea anymore.
The issue is here's the thing: the more insular and the more rural the area, the less you can chat shit, and the more the group has to care about optics, the more you can chat shit.
Too close.
Yeah.
Me personally, look, I'm not chatting shit to anyone that might have a ranged weapon, bro. I just don't know. I'm saying please and thank you to the trees for oxygen. I'm saying I'm so polite over there.
My God, Aaron to the back.
Let me give you a bit more context. I've been living in America. I'm from America. I am actually from America, and I've been living back here since 2007. So I'm sensitive. I'm in New Jersey.
Okay.
I'm in New Jersey. And New Jersey is already in don't give a shit state anyway. And Americans are like, as an American, especially in the cities, you're so disassociated to all this shit anyway. Like you lot were ohing and grimacing about my guy getting shot, and it's like to me, it's like, okay, that's America though. Big and serious, that's just America. That's just the risk you take living here now.
Yeah,
and it's fucking sad.
It's who has been shot and the reasons for why they're being shot. The gravity of this shooting is quite heavy. It could have like serious implications going forward.
Only because it was a slightly more higher political influencer. But I mean, the stabbing that happened, I think it was the stabbing that happened will have political ramifications.
Was it New York?
No, I think it was. I think it was in Canada. I'm not sure. I've heard it was in Canada. I'm not sure.
No,
I believe it was on the light rail.
The stabbing was in Connecticut, wasn't it?
Was it in Connecticut?
Was it Colorado? I don't know. Maybe I'm getting them confused. I thought it was Connecticut.
Because you see that.
Oh no, it was North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina. Fuck that place. Yeah,
Please and thank you.
Yeah, I'm not talking
Yeah,
shit to
nah.
Americans, man. Like every time I sign onto Twitter, I see something going on. I'm like, what is wrong with these guys? Like,
Hey man, bigger
if
serious.
I say
please.
sorry, if Americans get angry at me, yeah, and they start going, "Hey, Mike, I don't like your content," I'm like, "Sorry, bro, it's not for you."
It's
I didn't mean no offense.
Let it be known that these men do not condone the shit I'm talking.
I'll delete the videos. It's
Yeah,
okay.
okay, I'll put them on listed.
These men do not condone the shit I'm talking. Big and
And as soon
serious.
as you leave,
Understand?
relist them.
Trying to be safe here, man.
Hey man.
Yo, Mike. I gotta do this bracket soon. I'm in a tournament. I wish I could stay longer though, but I did enjoy talking to y'all. Mike,
That's
C4.
cool, bro.
Nice
I
to
hope
meet
your
you,
tournament
CB.
goes well.
I appreciate
Yeah,
it. I'm
Shin,
just trying to
I'll DM you and stuff if like. I know there was obviously more people in the thing. If you want to talk about it,
Yeah, I did. I really want that stance to change, but I understand I can't change your mind. You like paying
you
from Naruto or some shit.
Never say never. Never say never, bro.
As
I'm
long
not
as
that
it's
unreasonable.
consistent with his
You've
previous
got an
views,
uphill
you can
battle to
change your
go
mind.
through. Big and serious. You have a very uphill battle to go through, and you're not going to change every mind, but you can at least get closer to where you were before. And actions always speak louder than words. And going back into the conversation, I have a stance on these situations that it's incumbent upon us, if we want to have a community and to be in a community, that we have a level of grace for individuals that either have or have not done anything wrong, where at some point they get a chance to integrate back into the community and know what's gone on with them and have safeguards and guardrails to make sure that they can't relapse. Because the worst thing you can do to get somebody to be a problem is to ostracize them, because they will be worse and they will do worse. I would rather have, like, think of the worst crime. Drunk driving, big and serious. Drunk driving. If I know that you have an issue with drinking, one, my event is not going to have any alcohol at it. Two, when you leave, you're being breathalyzed. And if I cannot ensure that you're not leaving with your keys, then I'm not having the event, big and serious. Because the safety of anybody else on the road is more important than people coming in and playing video games.
That's how I see it. I think life is more important.
You've got to
dollar, in my opinion.
Nobody's beyond redemption. If they are, then they're locked away. And even then, if they are locked away, we have to check in and see, hey, maybe they can come back now. It's the humane thing to do. Fuck morals, fuck being fair. It's just humane.
I hear that.
Hey, I think.
Was there anything you want to end on before you go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's all I want to say, man. I appreciate y'all, baby. Inputs. Like I said, even if it's not the right input, there's no right input. It's just like opinions. Like I said, you said it. Never say never. But I was hoping me opening up a little bit about my situation would at least sway you a little bit. But like I said, we'll talk more offline.
Sway who?
Yeah, me.
Okay.
I think Shin thinks I'm against his position. I'm not. I'm just going. This is bad, and this is a little bit worse. And
I just feel like Thanos right now.
I'm trying to get perfect balance. I don't think there's a fair way, and I don't think there's a balanced way. Again, it's a case of I see your situation is fucking horrendous, and I'll say, well, maybe because there's more people in this one, it could be twice as horrendous. So I'll take the chances. But I don't think it's fair what they did, and it wouldn't be fair if I was in charge either to you, bro. It wouldn't be fair, and I wouldn't pretend it was. That's why I said about I would try and do anything to make it up to you, as in like apologize or, you know, the time you wasted or lost through not going to a tournament. I would try my best to make up to you. And everyone said that sorry can't always do that. So I would be at fault, and I would have to hold that L forever for being wrong and assuming. It's just something I would be willing to take. Unfortunately, I wouldn't want to.
That's respect. All right, yeah. Like I said, we'll definitely talk more in the future. Mike Hollow, thank you for having me. Should be Wasabi.
Wasabi.
There you go.
Yeah.
D-Wally, y'all take it easy, baby. Y'all starting now, baby.
Have a good night, man.
Hey, bro.
Take care.
Shifa, where's that name from? If you don't mind me asking.
Name, bro.
Where's that name from?
What? I'm Sheik Al Sabi.
Okay.
My name's Wasabi. My name's Wasabi. But
everybody keep calling you Wasabi, and I read the names.
Yeah.
That don't fucking say Wasabi.
It was a meme joke. It was a meme joke. I'm not a serious person.
Let me just read off these super chats. Mr. Jamie, fake for the 199. Did the Smash Tios lose a civil rights lawsuit? Yep, they did. A bunch of Smash Tios or a tournament got sued. They got run into the ground because they basically banned the player because he was Jewish, right? I think he identified as a Zionist, and they didn't like that. And they said you can't come to the tournament. So he got a hold of a lawyer. Apparently, this lawyer is very good, and he basically destroyed the tournament. So, yeah, maybe these Smash Tiers need to be careful about who they're banning. You can't just ban somebody because you don't like their religious viewpoint or their stance on their nation or something. Like, anyway, they got sued.
When did this happen? When did this happen?
Like last month, I think.
Okay, Technicals must have a video on it.
Well, Technicals definitely mentioned it in the video. Now. Yeah, I think he did have a video on it.
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, I think, came out.
Yeah, he did an update on it, and he did one beforehand as well. So yeah, Technicals definitely pushed it to the forefront, I think, which is good. Fuck these Smash Tios, man. They're cancerous. They're terrible people. I mean, just now I was sent over a picture, and this is a top player saying this. I'll just quickly share this with you guys before we move on. This is a top player saying this. This individual Serrt, hashtag Charlie Kirk down.
Oh, for fuck's sakes!
Like these people are the scum of the earth.
Fire emoji.
Absolute scum of the earth. The man was just gunned down in front of a crowd, in front of his family. That's going to be rewatched for years to come. And these guys are in Discord, just berating the guy. Like they've got no respect for human life whatsoever. They think everything is an attack on their identity. And like we just had Serrt up here, and Sert's transgender. We had a candid conversation. There was no hate or animosity. I had questions, Serrt answered them, and it was fine. But if I spoke to any of these guys, they would think that I want to destroy them or erase them or put them down. They're just mad. They've lost touch with reality. And this should be proof of that. They're celebrating someone that just got executed on camera for everyone to see.
To play devil's advocate on this one, first of all, this is absolute. This is horrible. It's disgusting. But they're saying this is in a Discord chat. This is technically a private setting. They weren't expecting this shit to be leaked.
Discord ain't private.
Oh, well, yeah, no, I'm gonna get to that. They're not bright enough to realize that Discord isn't private. In that somebody could just leak whatever they want. Even WhatsApp isn't private. All the things that say enter in encryption doesn't mean that somebody can't screenshot you and share your shit. But you're making statements under the guise that this is an A and B conversation. It's going to stay between us.
I mean, if you're having a text, if you're WhatsApping or whatever text service you use, those are private, right?
I don't.
Discord is not private, so I can enter a Smash Discord now if I wanted to.
Is this in like a private? Is it in like a public Discord or is it DMs?
Yeah, it's a public Discord. This isn't DM. This is a Smash Discord where they all converse. I've told people this 100 times. Discord is not private, and Discord is incredibly easy to hack into, apparently. They don't have very good security, so I've been told. So if you're going to say crazy shit, if you really have the urge to meme that hard, maybe just do it on text, because somebody's going to get a hold of it. So like I said, that community is cooked. Anyway, the Smash community is done. Financially, they seem to be falling into the ground. Their tournament numbers are down. Their stream numbers are down. They did this to themselves, so just let them crash and burn.
They need to pray for another Smash Brothers game, or else they're fucked.
Yeah,
they need to pray. They genuinely need to pray for another Smash Brothers game, or else they're fucked.
I think they're still screwed either way, right? Because
if they bring out another Smash game, I imagine Nintendo will take a very hard stance against that. I think now because the game's quite old and it's been there for a while, they just removed their sponsorship or their banners from it. But I think if another Smash game came out, given everything surrounding this scene, for all their kiddie fiddling and what happened with hacks, I think Nintendo, if they have any common sense, would tell them you're not allowed to stream this game in tournament. Like you're not. You can stream it at home. You can't do offline tournaments, and just cease and desist if anyone does. That's what I would do anyway. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $4.99. I wouldn't be surprised if some OnlyFans model's kid decided to end it all because of being bullied, or they'll disown their parents.
I actually think that's happened.
That probably has happened, and it's definitely happened with porn stars in general. But I remember there was like a period of time where there was just porn stars like dropping dead left, right, and center from all sorts of things.
Oh yeah,
it was crazy. That was one after the other, and I was like, man, this
it was all on Twitter.
It's a dark injury. There's a documentary. So I was on Instagram, and someone put this thing on Instagram called the Iceberg of Dark Movies, and it was going through like how dark are the movies that you've seen, and I was scrolling through it, and there's one on there called The Dark Side of Porn, and when I tell you that this whatever it is so fucked up. It's so fucked up. I know BBL. Pray for the souls of the girls involved in that industry, because it seems like a black hole. It seems like once you get involved, that you just.
Well, that's the thing with any entertainment industry, because like you're basically selling your soul for influence and fame. It's like it loops back into a lot of the FGC and TO nonsense, because you do what you. Most people will do what they can for influence. It's just is what it is. People want notoriety. They want to be noticed, and discarding your morals is the easiest way to do that, or having no morals is the easiest way to do that.
I think there's levels to discarding your morals as well. Like there's things that like a YouTuber might take a sponsorship that they don't necessarily agree with. That's like on some level discarding your morals and selling a lie to your audience. It might be like a minor thing, like it might be a particular like shaving company that you don't like very much, but like it's a big bag, I'll just take it. And then there's doing what these people do. Like they're both not good, but one is a serious extreme, and then one's like, your community might cook you for it a little bit. So yeah, I think there's varying degrees. The Dark Side of the Porn movie document, whatever the hell that is that I watched, it was so disgusting I had to turn away 100 times. But whatever that is like as far as fucked up as you can get. Like I'm talking like dark web nasty stuff. So
fucking hell.
Yeah, don't watch that stuff around family.
Can I ask a question real quick to T Parcels?
Yeah.
Are you religious?
No, I would count myself kind of very loosely spiritual.
Okay,
but
it's only because how you was talking about morals, I was interested. Not to like question you on it. I just wanted to know.
No, my moral fabric is very much based in Christianity. That's how I grew up.
Okay,
and it didn't make sense to me. And then I learned a lot of history, and I was like, yeah, no, this really doesn't make sense to me.
All right, well, T Parcel and Sheik, do you have anything you guys want to end on?
No, not really. I've had fun today. Can't lie.
It's been an interesting podcast.
It has. It took some disastrous turns. I can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, well, one thing I've told people is that although like we have a plan when we come into the podcast, because of the nature of like even like C4's like always questioning, I'm always questioning. They go down weird roads. So I just tell people before they tune in, we might be talking about tone policing. We might be talking about something. We might be talking about dinosaurs by the end of it. Who knows?
I'm
the most
here
left
for it.
turn ever. I'm not gonna lie. I was not expecting the pivot into white nationalism.
Hey, I need that guy back.
I'm gonna call a spade, bro.
Like spade's a spade, but
I know them talking points.
This oh my god. Hey, do you know what? I hope I can come back again. This was fun.
I've got to get in when like you guys start, because I always have a whole bunch of stuff to say, but you always start when I'm at work and it can't be helped.
Bro, this is why I make notes. Get the notepad and make the notes. You might not
I'm working. I'm actively working.
Dictator phone. Something.
You don't understand. I was getting heated.
But yeah, no, I've had fun.
Well, I appreciate you two being on here. We'll definitely have you back on. This was C4's idea, full disclosure. And
good on you, C4.
Do you know what? Most of the ideas recently have come from C4. So
C4's a bit like, can I shout out C4 for all? He is genuinely one of the best people to have on like these streams and whatnot, because
he hates compliments.
I hate compliments. I'm gonna deafen you, but carry on.
I'm sorry, and I think I know exactly how you feel. But he's a very, look, man, you're a smart dude, and you got a lot of. You're very nuanced. That's why I appreciate listening to you, even though most a good half the time I don't fully always agree, but I understand where you're coming from, and you do try and come from a place of as being as moral and objective as possible. So I get why you don't like people saying that you're you fuck, what is that you hate people saying? Never remember.
Contrarian.
There we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I appreciate that someone great.
No, I get steel manning somebody's position and trying to push a position forward to delve into it, and people don't always understand that. So
you get it. I'll gift sub you later. You get it. Like that's all I try to do. I just want to tackle the strong arguments, not the memes on Twitter. Like yeah, that's pretty much it. And sometimes it's difficult. That's why I was kind of happy that Serrt was here, because a lot of things Serrt said is something that I would feel like had to be said, not because I want to fight for the other side, just because this is the response that someone from that position would have. And I think sometimes we look at the weak arguments, but that's it happens.
Because the weak arguments are the easiest to engage with, and they're always the ones that we see the most because they're the easiest to engage with. And you've got to actually put thought in if you want to talk about actual stuff. Because it's surprisingly not that hard to not have an academic background on stuff, but at least use common sense to at least get to a point. And then you have to realize that you can easily stumble into something really, really dumb.
Yeah, well, I think these conversations are good, because I do think people forget, and I know that I see some comments about the podcast every now and then that we spend more time talking than playing games, but I think community discourse and the people in the community are more important than the games. And
I'm warning you now, you were going to get lit up for this one.
No, I mean, people are more important. And if you think that the games, not you in particular, T-Parcel, but if you're somebody that thinks the games are more important than the people that play them, then that's not something that I can really co-sign. I think the people are more important. So that's why we do these discussions. That's why we had Serrt on. Serrt probably doesn't agree with all of my positions or any of them, but it's important that we were able to have that conversation, because we've had situations where we've spoken about trans people and not had them here. And it's difficult to have a nuanced conversation or have any real pushback if the person you're talking about is not sitting in front of you. And hopefully it showed that, we're not bigots, we don't hate people because we disagree with them. Not even that I'd necessarily disagree with anything Serrt said. But there's a lot of people in this community that just want to push people out, play the game, pay no attention to what's going on.
No, look, man, I don't like people as a whole in general, in aggregate, but I'm willing to give everybody a chance, because you can't judge somebody by their group because people are individuals.
Yeah, I hear that.
And
I feel you, man. I go on Twitter every day and I'm like, tired of people, man. Tired of seeing stupid shit on my timeline.
Nah, man, people
I've got
fucking
humans.
weird.
I just want to be around my dogs.
I don't want to keep you guys up, but one thing I do want to say is, I know a lot of people want to say can we just stop talking about politics and whatnot in these spaces? And I wish we could, but officially we are at a point where this is all now officially intertwined and it leads into everything. So you now have to shape people's minds. Well, not even shape people's minds, but give people the context to think a bit differently and step outside their comfort zones. At the very least, best you can do.
Yeah. Well, we'll definitely do another. I don't know what the next podcast will be, but we'll definitely have more conversations. But I appreciate you and Sheik being on, guys.
Thank you,
guys. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys
Thanks for having
soon.
me. Yeah. Take care.
Much appreciated, man.
In a bit.
Have a night.
Take care, guys. All right, bro. Well, that podcast took a lot of turns, but I feel like it was a productive conversation.
Yeah, there was nuggets in there. I probably shouldn't have entertained Solomon so long, but I don't know.
You can't not though. It was. I was just interested to see how far he was going to push it.
Me too. That's what I was. But I know when someone came on, I think it was Black. It was Black Pharaoh. Yeah, he was talking about the pushback, and I was like, yeah, you're right, because Serrt kind of was the only one who seriously pushed back. I was just memeing and just wanted to see how far, how far their logic would go. But
well, no, I did push back because I said to him, you can't bring up genetics if you don't know what you're talking about.
oh no, yeah, you did see that. Yeah, you know, you're right. You're right. I meant like with like stats, like Serrt brought the stats. I was never ready for that. I was never ready to bring up the stats. But yeah, I think it was a good talk. I think it was a good talk.
Definitely. It was interesting. Probably not going to see that kind of talk on another FGC podcast, but
definitely not.
It was fun. It will be here for all time now. For people to look back and go, "What the fuck was this?" But yeah,
I'll have to watch it back. There was sometimes my brain just frazzled, and it was regenerating. I wasn't present. My eyes were open, but my brain wasn't working. But yeah, yeah, like you said, I think it was good. I think it was I think there was more disagreements than I thought there would be. I thought everyone would be kind of on the same page, but there was a lot of different like viewpoints that I didn't expect. So
yeah, and the same. A lot of viewpoints I didn't consider. But I saw people in the chat asking for when the next Tekken talk will be. Probably when Armor King is coming out, because there's nothing going on right now. You know, Tekken's pretty stagnant. I just put up a video on the channel. I finally hit God of Destruction. I say finally. I played it for 2 hours and I hit God of Destruction. So the video is really about how easy Tekken has gotten. Because you guys know I don't practice on Tekken. I kind of mess about with you guys like once a week on stream, and that getting to the highest rank on like Tekken 7 or Tekken Tag 2 would have been like impossible without practicing a little bit. So the video is just really breaking down how far Tekken, in my opinion, has fallen. And now, you know, everyone was saying, "Oh, Mike, you got all these strong opinions on Tekken. You're not even God of Destruction," because I didn't care to be, and now I am. Now I'm gonna chat shit relentlessly. No one can say anything. I'm in the top 1%.
I mean, that is kind of a big deal because there's a lot of people that still play Tekken. So yeah, being in the 1%.
Yeah, I didn't even try, but I'm not gonna gaslight people or rage bait them. But was there anything you want to end on, bro?
No, thanks for doing the topic. People don't know. I'm literally just. It must be at least every other day. I'll see something on Twitter, throw it Mike's way, see what he says. Sometimes I miss, sometimes I hit a nerve, and then here we are. So
yeah, no, 100%. Every time I see your DM in the morning, I'm like, "Oh, what's going on now?"
I don't know why my feed is just chock-a-blocked with nonsense. I don't even play Tekken. I don't know why I'm getting Tekken feed in my timeline. I don't know.
It's that they can hear you, bro. They can see you sitting here talking to a Tekken streamer. They're probably feeding it to your algorithm.
You are probably fucking up my algo. You actually probably are fucking out. But yeah, I think they're interesting. I think me and you are kind of similar when it comes to. It's not just about having the take; it's about the conversation about the take. Whether we think it's like good or not, it's all about okay, what do most people think, or what's other people's opinion? Because you know, I think that's interesting. And I think what you said actually makes a lot more sense about. I think most people play fighting games, whether they like to admit it or not, is because of the social aspect. Otherwise, we'll be playing Devil May Cry, not speedrunning it. But just that's what other people do, right? When they don't want to converse with other people. So yeah, to be in the fighting game community, I think it is about the social aspect, and it is a lot of the most fun times I've had in an event is talking to people, not actually playing. It's about the talking about the game. Sorry,
100%. Like I said, the arcade era has always been my favorite era, or like the early PS3 times when we were still going to offlines all the time, when Marvel was still pretty big and Soul Calibur was about. But I saw people saying that, how can you guys deal with Twitter? I have to say, yeah, I do. I understand to an extent, but Twitter is also probably the most important social media app on the planet. It's the #1 news source now. That's where everyone gets their news, because mainstream media trust is at an all-time low. And although there are a lot of crazy, unhinged people on there, that is where we get our information now, and a lot of it is unfiltered. We get raw videos, we get raw information from people, and not necessarily. I don't necessarily trust them just because they're not mainstream media, but you're more likely to get a raw take from there than you would be on like watching CNN or Sky News or Fox News. Those guys have agendas, right? I mean, we just saw with that girl that got killed, that donut, I don't know what his name is, the bald black guy was like, "Oh, you know, we should be empathetic towards that guy." And I was like, what?
Mental.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And it's funny because when you hear about everything that happened previously with like George Floyd and how they framed that, you would think, where's the consistency? And, you know, not to get into all of that, but CNN are just a bunch of hacks anyway. So that's why people use, or not just them, Fox News as well. They're all a bunch of hacks. They've all got agendas. So that's why Twitter is important. I know people shit on Twitter a lot, but without Twitter, we wouldn't. There's a lot of things that we would not get to see that would get completely covered up. So I think it's an overall positive for society. Rad, thank you for the £10. Thanks for the stream. Peace, Mike and C4. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. All right, bro. Well, I guess that's it. We did 6 hours. I wasn't expecting this to go on for that long, but they always do.
They do always do. Yeah, my bad, bro. But yeah, thanks for entertaining Tomic and putting your platform. So yeah, have a lot of fun.
I'm happy to have you here. All right, guys. Well, thank you for the super chats and the memberships. Shout outs to C4 once again, and I'll catch you all very soon. Peace.
So